Ausheni. Dimachironi. Dumelang. Sanbonani. Goeiemorgen. The time is now. Good morning, colleagues. The time is now. We want to start. We are basic education. We are incubators of future citizenry. So punctuality is our trademark. The Deputy Minister will be entering the room anytime. Together with the Minister, I want to welcome the Chair of the NECT, Babu Ngasana, thank you, HODs, principals of teacher unions that I've seen coming in, leaders of professional bodies, Association of School Governing Bodies, NGOs in the basic education sector, officials from DBE and PEDs, CEOs of our entities. Will be starting any moment from now. And I want to greet everyone from the virtual platform. This is a hybrid event, and I'm so excited to be in a face-to-face engagement with people after a long time, Chair. Some I'm trying to connect to my pigeonhole as to who is this one. So thank you very much, colleagues, for being on time. We're just waiting for the Minister and Deputy Minister to come in, then we'll start. Dr. Kumalo, you can just indicate to DM and Minister that we are ready. I think they are coming in now. We usually honor the program, not the crowd. Would you please join me in welcoming the Minister and the Deputy Minister? Baie dankie. Ons waardeer dit. Welcome, Minister, Deputy Minister. Siyabonga. Thank you, Minister, Deputy Minister. Colleagues, You may be seated. DM, welcome. And we're ready to rock and roll. Zubeida, the DM's bag, please. Thank you. I don't want to go back to what the president went through, the president looking for his iPad. Can you please welcome DM as she takes the podium to start the program? Let's put our hands together. Thank you.
Thank you, Tichi. But you didn't correct the mic for me. Oh, yeah, it's fine. Minister of Basic Education, Mayor Angelina Motshekga, MECs for
Recording in
education
progress.
in the 9 provinces of South Africa, those that are physically present today here, and those that are on the other platforms. HODs, DG, Mweli, all chairperson of NECT. I saw you, Umalusi, CEO, our colleagues, teacher unions, all teacher unions, school governing bodies, all our partners, academics, experts in education, non-governmental organization represented in this Lekgotla, learner formations who might be here today with us, all our DDGs from provinces and DBE, all our senior officials that are present today here. Greetings to you. During this time, allow me to open this meeting with a national anthem. Shall we all stand up? As the national item is under rendition, we all stand upright in attention. Attention, your hands on sideways, your neck straight, face straight, you don't move around during the national anthem. Even if a fly is moving around, you don't move your face. You face one direction. If you were walking, especially those from the media, you stand where you are until the last word of the national anthem. Are we ready for the national anthem?
Morena muluga se chava sa Yesu
South Africa, our land. Thank you. We may be seated. Minister, good morning again. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And a very warm welcome to you all. It is my pleasure to welcome you on the 7th Annual Basic Education Sector Lekgotla. The past 2 years have been unlike any other years during which this event took place, whilst many of us mourn the lives lost as a result of COVID-19 pandemic. The education sector has also suffered devastating long-term effect caused by the pandemic. We lost leaders in the education sector, teachers and support staff, as well as learners. Although we might think the number is few, but one death is just too many. However, we have also learned new ways of conducting business. These ways include online teaching, homeschooling, etc. Further, the pandemic has resulted in a positive development over 500,000 youth by creating job opportunities through the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative. Although these accomplishments are a drop in the ocean as compared to the negative impact of COVID-19, they are indeed a stepping stone towards a better future. Last year, we had our annual Lekgotla fully on a virtual platform. This year, due to the allowing lockdown restrictions, we have managed to organize Lekgotla through a hybrid model and have done our best to ensure rich and meaningful participation from a wide range of our key education stakeholders. Our Minister, Mrs. Angelina Motshekga, a very warm welcome to you. We are also joined by MECs, the heads of departments, national, provincial, and district officials. We further have in our presence, both physically and virtually, the teacher unions, chief executive officers of our partners who share the interest and goals of providing quality basic education to all the children of South Africa, especially during this complex time where we have to navigate through COVID-19 pandemic. A very special welcome to our local and international speakers who are experts in their respective fields and are here to share their knowledge and experiences. As I had already mentioned, we are hosting the basic education sector Lekgotla through a hybrid model. We have approximately 200 people attendees in the physical venue to ensure adherence to social distancing. We also have participants who are part of the proceedings, joining us through the virtual platform, which is Zoom. As per the program, this is a 3-day event. The first day will focus on plenary presentations and discussions. On the second day, we'll reconverge again at plenary and then break away to commissions after lunch. On the third and last day of the Lekgotla, we'll receive report back from commissions, rapporteurs here at plenary. The overall focus of this Lekgotla is to highlight the impact of COVID-19, including learner dropouts and the extent of learning losses. Examine learning recovery approaches and the DBE framework, and assess progress made in the implementation of programs, mechanisms to equip learners with knowledge and skills for a changing world. But finally, we as the DBE hope that at the end of the Lekgotla, we'll come up with the Lekgotla recommendations and action plan, which will include a comprehensive recovery strategy on how the system is going to continue to mitigate the impact of COVID-19 and recover the learning losses. Furthermore, we are hoping that the Lekgotla will emerge with consensus on what will be done to reboot and rebuild the basic education system, even for the future pandemics or crises that might come our way. Documents were distributed to you prior to the Lekgotla. These documents include the Basic Education Sector Lekgotla program, which all of us, I think we have, the guidelines for presenters, chairpersons, facilitators, and delegates, which provides advice that will help us have a successful virtual Lekgotla. At the end of each day, presentations will be added on the registration link for delegates' ease of access. We know the link. We are happy to announce that this year, unlike last year, participants joining us on the virtual platform will be able to raise their hands and speak in order to engage with speakers or presenters. In addition, delegates are still able to leave questions and comments on the chat facility. There are moderators appointed to receive and review and manage comments and questions left on the chat facility. For our speakers and presenters, the chairperson and facilitators will manage the time allocated to them. We urge all speakers and presenters to please adhere to your time allocation, as we have a packed program. Yes, we say it's 3 days, but it's too packed. I further wish to inform all delegates of the House rules, which should be adhered to all the times. All participants to participate actively in the deliberations of this Lekgotla. Provide contributions based on their experience and knowledge in the specified field. Please observe the starting times and duration for breaks and return punctually. And for our virtual participants, videos and microphones are to be off during discussions. The in-house participants' cell phones must be on silent. Delegates are advised to remain connected throughout the day where possible. More tips are available in the guidelines. I now have a pleasure to introduce to you a girl from Pimville, a teacher of Orlando High School, a lecturer of Soweto Teacher College, a lecturer at Wits, where I met her when I was still a tiny girl. She was a lecturer, a minister of basic education in the Republic of South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, let's stand up and honor our minister with a very big round of applause as she's taking the stage.
No, thank you very much, Kelebo. Thank you. Oh. No, thank you very much, Program Director. Let me acknowledge the Minister of Seychelles, Dr. Justin Valentin, our Deputy Minister, Dr. Regina Mohaule, MECs present, and even MECs who are on virtual. Today, it's a Wednesday. Most provinces have their executive committee meetings. Acknowledge the leaders of the different teacher unions and governing bodies. Acknowledge our partners and NGOs that continually support. I see there's leadership of the NECT, the chairperson and the CEO. Acknowledge leadership from our statutory bodies, Lucy says, ERC, Committee, and also the education sector. Representatives of our learner organizations, academics and experts who always help and guide us in the sector. representatives of the different non-governmental organizations, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, but also all the other participants who are on the virtual platform. Good morning, Dumelanga, Busheni, Molweni, More. Program Director, it is indeed an honor and a privilege for me to address our 7th Basic Education Lekgotla. And the importance of evidence planning in the sector cannot be overemphasized. The basic education sector, Lekgotla, for us, it's a unique platform tool that helps to bring us together as MECs, heads of departments, education administrators, practitioners, academics, researchers, our non-governmental organizations, and all other actors interested and also active in the education space. These great people, including basic education stakeholders within and outside the education sector, both nationally and internationally, converge in pursuit of an improved basic education quality. And the theme for this year, 2022, is, I quote, equipping learners with knowledge and skills for a changing world in the context of COVID-19. The overall focus of the Lekgotla will be the recovery plan for basic education after 2 years of disruptions. And this gathering helps to provide us with space to discuss the impact of COVID-19 on learner retention, learner dropouts, and the extent of learning losses. We wish to examine learning recovery approaches in the context of South Africa and what will be the best practices from our peers across the globe. Obviously, we know that we must assess our progress that we've made also in implementing previous agreements, decisions that we took in the other 6 Lekgotlas. Look at programs that we need also to continue to consolidate and strengthen to equip learners with knowledge and skills for a changing world. We all intend that the Lekgotla must focus on foundational skills, which in the previous Lekgotlas we had said that's sometimes where our problem is in terms of the quality outputs that we get at the end of the system. So looking at concrete and short-term and medium-term plans for the curriculum and also for teacher development response. We also need to build coherent responses on measures, and chairperson of the NECT, borrowing from the reports and the programs of the NECT, we're also using the language to reboot and rebuild the basic education system, which has been battered by 2 years of COVID-19. In the end, we wish to strengthen the basic education ecosystem so that it is future-proof against subsequent pandemics. And again, that's what we've been telling the media, that we believe that the resilience that was displayed by the class of 2020 and 2021 is also partly the resilience that the system has developed in order to be able to withstand major challenges. Okay. So we do so because basic education is so crucial that there's evidence that it does strengthen democracies, it improves the nation's health outcomes, and contributes significantly to economic growth. As President Cyril Ramaphosa once said, basic education is a ladder out of poverty for many in our country and beyond. Thus, basic education remains an apex priority of this government. And as such, it is crucial to continuously assess the performance of this crucial sector because it carries the hopes and dreams of our people and the nation in general. Program Director, as you correctly say, that this basic education sector, Lekgotla, comes immediately after we've announced the results of the matric class of 2021. And we know that 2022 will mark the 3rd academic year since COVID-19 outbreak, which threatens to derail and undermine the gains that we've been making since 1994. For instance, the matric pass rate has declined substantially It has been climbing substantially in the past years. We've moved from the low base of 53.4% in 1994, and in 2019 we had managed to reach a historic height of 81.3. But in the past 2 years, we've gone back to the 70s. Last year we were at 76.4, this year we're at 76.6, which is evidence of how the pandemic is beginning or had begun to undermine the gains that we've made since 1994. We're fully aware that the final matric results are a high-stake exam because that's the only exit qualification in the basic education sector. But we also know that it's not the be and all. We need to focus more on the other grades in the system. But we wish to congratulate all those who passed and encourage those not yet successful not to despair. We have a long-standing innovative program that we call the Second Chance Matric to help young people to obtain their matric qualifications. And the overarching objective of the Second Chance Matric program is to offer young people a chance to obtain matric, thus improving their chances of a better life. And this program is intended to provide support to learners who have not been able to meet the requirements of the National Senior Certificate and thereby meet the goals of the National Development Plan by increasing learner retention. As a department, we must do more to support vulnerable learners, increase retention and stem the tide of dropouts, and this program is part of the last-ditch effort in this regard. And we are confident that those who try will come right at the end. So program directors, you know, there's still no end in sight in respect of COVID-19. So I do urge qualifying young people to vaccinate against COVID-19 pandemic, and that teachers, administrators, we should go back for the booster. It's now available for all of us. So let's go back for the booster. According to research, as a sector, we've lost 50% of curriculum time due to rotational timetabling and intermittent closure. And I do hope some of our partners who've done research, work in that area, will be able to emphasize this point. As government, we are mulling over options to mitigate against losing contact time again in 2022, but also reclaiming or clawing back the losses that we've suffered in the past. We have recommended to the National Coronavirus Command to reduce the social distancing measures in our classrooms, because ideally we'd like to have all learners back at school, because the current situation is completely unsustainable. The ideal is to have all our learners receiving contact time at the same time to mitigate against dropouts, retention, increase retention rates, and prevent failures. Research shows that learners from disadvantaged communities are more likely to drop out of schooling due to this rotational timetabling, as they miss out on routine and school services such as school feeding and health services. So our responsibility as government is to offer the highest quality of education to all learners in a safe and secure environment. As a policy, the National Development Plan, we do envisage that all our schools will by 2030 offer the best quality learning and teaching with significantly improved learner outcomes. And now during the countdown, we're already on 2022. And these Lekgotlas are supposed to help us to say, in the remaining 7 years, because now we're now on starting with the 8th year, how far will we be and what do we need to do to fast track so that we do indeed meet the objectives which have been set up by the NDP. It is also envisaged that performance in South African learners in international standard tests should continue to be comparable to those learners from countries with a similar level of development and with similar access. And that's what the NDP instructs us to do. And we remain committed to achieving these lofty ideas. At the same time, we must pay singular focus to improve learner outcomes throughout the system. There's a need for a new social compact on basic education. For instance, we lag behind our peers in parents' participation in the children's schooling, especially in historically disadvantaged communities. And this we must change. and I'd raise also when the president comes, we do need a new social compact. It's unsustainable that every time schools close, we lose utensils, we lose stoves. There's just burglary in communities where these services are needed. Each time I visit a school program director and colleagues, the first thing that I get reports about burglary is the fence has been removed. The computers, the school I went to, the Val, there was supposed to be a pilot a school on robotics. They were stripped clean. So, and it's a very poor committee, so the program has to come to a standstill. Unfortunately, in committees which are active, because the very same community, after losing quite a number of equipment, especially even this year, they said they went on to a door-to-door search, and they were able to retrieve, even from those communities, the same communities, a number of items, including school gates. I mean, the school gates were found in communities. The palisade fence were found in your scrap metal yards. The pots, because fortunately some were marked, they were found in homes. Caterers want bigger pots that we use, so they went to help themselves with bigger pots. And now the difficulty, when I said, where are these utensils? I said, they're at the police station as exhibits. So which means we didn't get them back, so they have to stand there until the case. So the gate is still with the police, the pots are still with the police, because they're evidence for the cases. And I'm speaking to Minister to say, what was the point for us to go door to door and retrieve those pots if those pots are going to be exhibits and wait at police stations and we're not able to use? The gate is still not, they said the police station, because it has to be used as evidence when the case starts. But that's the situation that we find ourselves in. And I think there is a need to strengthen our support and community participation to make sure that indeed communities also own up for some of the things that happen in those communities. And indeed in communities where especially governing bodies are active in ensuring that there's no crime or anything in schools, situations are better off. But we also have situations, especially in your disadvantaged communities, where parents don't attend parents' meetings. And when I go to meetings, they tell me about SGBs, about monies. I said, but these things are supposed to resolve in schools, not in the minister's meeting. Right? So I think we need to get really into a major compact, because we understand that there are issues of high levels of crime, of unemployment, and different social ills. And that's why I'll raise when the president is there. There must be a way that there's legislation around metal scraps, because it encourages people to go and strip schools of any sellable material. When I grew up, as you said, program director that I grew up in Pimville, our house was at a corner house. And we knew that if a thug is carrying a school's door, we used to call it 15 years, because that was a minimum sentence, to destroy public property. You couldn't touch public property, because you're not only robbing maybe that family or that individual, we are robbing the whole community. And I think we have to lobby government that there must be, something must give, because this is quite a problem. We have our own problems with infrastructure that we are not coping with. We have our own problems that we have not been able to even improve the infrastructure that we've inherited, because we had to chase building new schools to meet the access commitments that we have made. But then to go back and have to repair, I just think it's unsustainable, it's unacceptable, and communities have to stand up. We must, without delay, unite all social partners in pursuit of a single goal of an improved basic education that will lead to a better quality of life for the majority of the poor and marginalized, and ultimately higher economic growth. We must be bold in our attempts to focus the nation on the virtues of basic education that ultimately will lead to better job prospects for the children of domestic workers, waste pickers, and other marginalized members of our society. Our mission as education mandarins must be to serve the people of this great nation with honor and ensure a better life for all. We have to do it faster and well. Our people surely deserve this much. We must therefore intensify our work to restore the capacity of the state to protect the multi-billion rand investment in basic education. Because indeed we enjoy the biggest budget, but sometimes ourselves as people do things that really undermine also our achievements in the sector. I believe that we must become ambassadors of our constitution that calls upon us to heal the divisions of the past and establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. It is a basic education that can help our nation to solidify foundations for a democratic and open society by improving the quality of life of all citizens and freeing each person's potential. Ultimately, we must seize in our mission to build a united and democratic South Africa and be able to take its rightful place as a sovereign state in the family of nations. As a country, as the country, when we mark our 32nd year since former President Mandela was released from prison on the 11th of February 1990, we must recommit ourselves to bringing about fundamental political and economic change for our people. As Madiba, in a long list of finest freedom fighters, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for your role in our emancipation from the bondage of colonialism and apartheid. And indeed, I mean that most sincerely, Chair, that most of the people in the house here are people who have other professions elsewhere, but they've come forward to come and contribute and participate in this building of our basic education. And for that, we're sincerely grateful, and we continue to appreciate your support and coming forward. So that we really appreciate. Today, since the dawn of freedom, our country is in dire need of courageous leadership of O.R. Tambo, the compassionate touch of Madiba, and the resilience of Mamu Albert Sisulu from all sectors of our society, as I say, and from all professions. As a country, we must turn our backs from the lethargy associated with public service, reject corruption in all its manifestations, and help our country to heal from years of state capture and general malfeasance. South Africa is a better place to live in today compared to before 1994. So let's make the years of freedom count for the weak, the physically, the morally, and the mentally infirm and sick. Our people are ready to work with those who believe in South Africa, that belong, as I say, to our leaders and to our finest revolutionaries. And in those words, Program Director, I want to really thank participants who are both on virtual and those that took the time to come and share their expertise, their knowledge, and their skills with us in our quest to build a better South Africa. And I see other MECs have joined us. Thank you very much. Oh, I see number one. Number one class. Thank you very much.
You are sitting very far. Minister, thank you very much. For covering the aspects which of course include where we come from as the sector, and you acknowledge the impact of COVID-19 on education outcomes and the need for curriculum reform. You also acknowledge the contribution by teachers, teacher unions, and all the stakeholders within basic education. Now we move to the next item. We're supposed to be receiving Dr. Mabokwane from DME, but unfortunately he's still trying to connect. He confirmed that he will be here physically, but other circumstances overtook him. So when he's ready, we'll call him to come. So I want to invite on stage Professor Gustafson just to come and sit in front here, our own. Oh, I was informed, reliably informed, that he is trying to connect, but now DG has confirmed that he has connected. Can I also invite Prof. Tomlinson to come also sit in front here? Dr. Kumalo, me and you must communicate frequently. Yeah, when I send you a message, you must respond. They mustn't say DM is busy on WhatsApp. I'm WhatsApping Dr. Kumalo. Our next speaker, as per the program, is a graduate from the following degrees: B.Prem Education and B.Ed Philosophy of Education, University of Witwatersrand, M.Ed Policy Management and Analysis, University of London, and PhD Social Sciences, Economics on Education from Syracuse University, USA. He's a recipient of the Mandela Scholarship and British Council Scholarship. He's currently employed as an outcome facilitator in the Department of Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation in the Presidency. He regularly reports to Cabinet on progress and challenges faced in attaining the targets towards improving the capability of South Africans as articulated in priority 3 of government. The work includes the development and monitoring of delivery agreements signed by the Minister of Basic Education and Higher Education with the President, providing advice to the President and Cabinet Committee on issues relating to basic and higher education. He previously worked as a senior statistician and researcher in different research organizations, focusing on monitoring and evaluations of intervention programs and research in education. As a project manager, he managed to collect large data on its analysis, managed large data sets, and performed econometric analysis of various data. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that the system is not going to disappoint us. Allow me to introduce Dr. Mabohwane to make his presentation to us. Over to you, sir. I believe that will not be interrupted by the system.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the introduction. And yes, and apologies that we are busy with cabinet issues, so it makes it hard to play this dual role. So I will not waste time. I'll just go then into the presentation. I hope everyone can see it. So the request that I got was that I need to focus on how far we've gone in terms of meeting the NDP. And I'll just go quickly on saying how far have we gone, and then what are some of the challenges that from our analysis we are seeing within the system. So just to remind the House, is that the NDP has just 3 goals that we are trying to achieve, namely to eradicate poverty, reduce unemployment rate, and reduce inequality. So these are the 3 goals that we have set for ourselves as a country that we need to tackle. And so, and these goals, we have translated them into what we call the medium strategic framework, which gives us every 5 years to say what we want to achieve. So for this 6th administration, we've come up with indicators that we would like to track so that we, at the end, the impact we believe should be dealing with the eradication of poverty and reducing unemployment and then dealing with inequality. The NDP has 3 foundational pillars that every time we have to check how strong are they in terms of us realizing the goals that we have. We need a capable state. We need a capable developmental state. We want to improve the capabilities of South Africans, and we want to see a strong and an inclusive economy. And all of this is underlined by the quality and the effectiveness of our education system. A few indicators that I would like the House to remember when we are deliberating in this Lekgotla is that the NDP has set out some of the goals that we need to achieve. These include the 2 years of preschool education, that we would like to see 80% of our school learners obtaining above 50% in their numeracy and literacy marks. Similarly, we want to see more students being eligible to study at maths and science at university, so the quality of our passes becomes an important thing. And we want to see more learners completing up to grade 12 or actually having an equivalent qualification. We want to see ourselves doing well in international assessments as a way of gauging whether how far are we moving. As Minister Motshekga has already indicated, the need to compare ourselves with countries that have similar economy as ourselves. And then we also would like to see appropriately qualified and competent people being employed in posts like your principals. And the big one, how do we want to see, we want to deal with the issue of infrastructure to ensure that it meets the norms and standards that we have set for ourselves. So we have moved from the big goals and say, okay, for these coming 5 years, what are the major goals that we would like to see? We want to see increased access. We want to see that the children who are in the foundation phase acquire levels of literacy and numeracy. We want to see improved quality of learning outcomes, and that more learners actually score above 60% as part of dealing with the quality, that we are not just pushing the kids through the system, but we want to see their quality going up. And then, of course, the issue of infrastructure. How have we done as a country? Well, we first want to commend the sector that we've done significant progress despite the budget challenges that I'm going to talk a little bit about, and also the pandemic, that these two forces have actually been reducing the trajectory that we would like to see. But we want to also say the sector was able to work hard and achieve the impossible during these 2 years with the pandemic being on us. And one of the major things is the issue of foundation, how we set up the foundations. And we are happy to see progress with the migration of ECD from DSD to basic education. This is a big project that is going to occupy the sector for a long time. And we talk about the challenges that are actually inherent in this movement. And we also commend the sector that they are thinking about the future, and they have introduced curriculum changes that are actually preparing our learners to be able to participate in the fourth industrial revolution in the form of the introduction of coding, robotics in their curriculum. This is important because we need to also be aware that things are changing around us, and therefore the education system that learners are going through must also be aligned with the new challenges that this new century is presenting. Then we also say this we that we've seen an increase in bachelor passes. This unfortunately we did this before the 2021 results were released. But even with those results, we still see that we've done the impossible, that we are still performing at a high level. We still see the number of bachelor passes resilient and has actually been able to cope with this huge tsunami that
I don't know, because when I speak to him, if the system is cutting him, he may not hear. Dr. Mabokwane, can you change your network? It's a bit terrible. Can you change a spot? Dr. Mabokwane?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I'm saying your network is not as good as we expected. I don't know whether you're still here with us.
Yes, I'm still here.
Yes, I was saying just change the spot, maybe where the network is much better, so that you continue with the presentation. Can you continue? Let's hear if.
How am I doing now?
Better. Much better, yes.
Okay. All right. So while we, as I said, there are still challenges. While we've seen progress that has been made, there are still challenges, and that challenge comes in the terms of we still have children who are still out of education, and therefore we need to think on how do we still bring more learners in the education system. They are not necessarily academically inclined, actually have other options and avenues, so that we actually make sure that most of our learners have the skills to be able to participate in the economy. And then we see also the passes around maths that, as I said, this is showing that over years, we are actually seeing that there's been an increase. All we are saying is that while we appreciate the increase, they are not at the numbers that we want. But this is an important thing, because we are saying we want to see the learners who are passing above 60%. These are students who will be able to survive in your post-school or in your universities doing the science degrees, especially that require maths and physical science. We also raise the issue of budgets, that the budgets, as they are being cut, they are starting to affect the health of our education system, especially when we deal with issues of filling vacancies, and this will down on our ability to hire more teachers. The issue of infrastructure remains a biggest problem that the sector is faced with, and what we are concerned with is that with the litigations that are coming up, we are going to be distracted and now having to deal with litigation and funding being moved to deal with these infrastructure challenges, and this is distracting the system, and also affecting the gains that we have achieved over the years. And the issue of connectivity, it has come up as a serious issue, that it is not just enough to say the pace at which we're connecting schools. We know that DBE is not responsible for connecting schools. Actually, DTIC is the one that is responsible. But we are saying it's not enough now to simply have 74% of schools connected, but only 20% are connected for teaching and learning. And this is something that we believe we need to be focusing more as government, working together with other departments to ensure that connectivity is affected, especially that the new norm is that we are going to live with COVID for a long time. The issue of appointment of principals based on competency test, which is an NDP goal, we're still not able to function with it. It's not yet in place, and we are worried about how we set up around systems of accountability and ensuring that our leaders in schools are always focused on performance at district level and usually at provincial level. So issues of accountability also coming into our system. Now, we just then, in closure, Chair, to ask a few questions as we continue to say, how do we ensure that we improve the accountability system of the education system? Not only teachers of ensuring mutual accountability. It's something that we need to deal with. Then there's the issue of availability of teachers as we introduce these new curriculums around vocational and occupational. How do we train them, and how do we ensure that we have teachers who are well versed with the pedagogy of these new subjects? And this is an important thing if we are not actually also ensuring training is done at the same time. So training of our teachers, current teachers, becomes an important intervention for us to be able to reach the goals that we would like to have. The focus schools are important, and this we believe is an important intervention that the system is actually putting in, and we are saying we need to support it. But how do you do this actually when we are also now having these budgetary constraints that we are faced with? The ensuring ICT devices, we know that from the previous we are also worried that communities are actually vandalizing, stealing some of these inputs that we are putting in the education field. So how do we ensure that communities feel that schools need to be protected and they should not be destroyed? And then the issue of digitization, as we move into this blended learning going forward, the issue of digitizing and saving money and being able to ensure that everyone can use our inputs in a digital form becomes an important issue that we need to deal with. And there is the issue of therapists for our special schools, which has become a challenge that not all schools have the required therapists. And then how do we then also increase the number of learners in physical science and maths? It's too late to deal with this when they reach grade 9. It is important that from grade 1, mathematics and physical science and numeracy are actually made exciting by teachers so that we can remove the stigma and this thing that makes students to be scared of maths and physical science. On the other hand, people have also accused us as DPME that because we are concerned with the number of passes and the number that are getting your 60%, we are distorting the education system by doing that. So while we want to still measure, we still believe that we need to ensure that learners are able to enjoy these subjects that have been deemed as difficult, your maths and physical science. And the last one, Chair, that we want to raise is that the pit toilets are something that is putting, basically hiding the performance that we are having, because they are easy for people to focus on them. And we want to say we need to find a way on how do we speed up the removal and the destruction of pit toilets. This should not be something that we still have in this current administration. That we understand that the budgets have been a challenge, and there's also problems with how we manage our projects. We've raised a suggestion that maybe DBE should focus on its core mandate of teaching and learning, and probably be able to be relieved of infrastructure issues which are not actually their mandate. But this is something that needs to be discussed in cabinet, and we find a way on how to work around it. Thank you, Chair. I'll stop here.
Can we give him a round of applause? Thank you. He was reflecting on the midterm progress on the basic education priorities for the 6th administration. I like the last part, which is part 6, where he gave us 9 targets. And I believe, because the speech will be there in the website, when we go to commissions, we go and try to respond to the targets that he presented on the last slide. So, without wasting of time, we are moving to our next speaker. Our next speaker is based in the Department of Psychology at the Stellenbosch University. His scholarly work has involved a diverse range of topics that have in common an interest in factors that contribute to compromise maternal health, to understanding infant and child development in context of high adversity, and how to develop community-based intervention programs. Our speaker is one of the 2 research directors of the program for improving mental health care, which is called PRIME. The goal of PRIME is to generate evidence on the implementation and scaling up of treatment programs for priority mental disorders in primary and maternal health care context in 5 countries, that is Ethiopia, India, Nepal, South Africa, and Uganda. He has published over 100 papers in peer-reviewed journals, edited 2 books, and published numerous chapters. He's an associate editor of Infant Mental Health Journal and is also the editorial board of PLO's Medicine, Psychology, Health and Medicine, International Health and Mental Health and Prevention. He received a BA degree from Rhodes College, BA honors from Wits University, MA in clinical psychology from the University of Cape Town, and a PhD from the University of Reading in the UK. Ladies and gentlemen, today, in this Lekgotla, we have a topic for the Lekgotla, which is called Equipping Learners with Knowledge and Skills for a Changing World in the Context of COVID-19. So I want to apologize also from Prof. Mark Tomlinson that he indicated that he will join us virtually, but I confused him and he said he will come, and that's why I invited him to come and sit in front here. But join me as we welcome Prof. Mark Tomlinson to present to this meeting. Let's give him a very big round of applause. He has joined us on the virtual platform. It's not good enough. Let's do it better. Thank you. Prof, over to you.
Thank you, Chair, Minister, Deputy Minister, and all the other dignitaries. It's a real honor and pleasure to speak to you all. So I'm going to try and touch on some of the issues that Chair has just mentioned around recovery from COVID, and speak about obviously the pandemic, but importantly also where do we go in terms of the future. So I'm based at the Institute for Life Course Health Research at Stellenbosch University, and we conduct research a lot of in South Africa. We conduct work currently in the Eastern Cape, Lesotho, and in fact in many parts of Africa. And I want to start right at the beginning by a disclosure. I'm not trained as a teacher. I've never been a principal. I trained, as you heard, in clinical psychology, and I'm involved in research at the moment. And that research is a lot of research in public health, but also a lot of work in early child development. I've been part of working with the World Health Organization around writing the Nurturing Care Framework for improving early child development. In a previous career, I also worked in the childcare field. I worked in a residential children's home, as well as did training in various places of safety for many years. Now, I'm telling you this not just to give you an indication of how much of experience I've had and how old I am, but in fact to just give you an idea of the trajectory, because I hope that'll explain and situate some of the ideas I'm going to propose, I suppose, in this presentation. We all know now what's been happening over the last 2 years, and as we move now into the third year of the COVID pandemic, and we know the devastating impacts globally of COVID-19. And often we think of COVID-19 and we focus on the deaths, on the number of people being ill and sick, and we focus on, for example, obviously school closures, but we often don't often think as much about how it's had a much broader secondary impact on any number of areas, such as increases in malaria deaths because of lack of access to bed nets across Africa, additional TB deaths. We also know the devastating impact it's had on the global economy. And importantly and we know this from South Africa, particularly in those hard lockdowns at the start, the number of children who lost access to school feeding programs, and the impact of that, we're only going to start feeling in the medium and potentially the long term in terms of levels of stunting, and this has huge implications for education. And obviously, millions more girls and boys worldwide who've been exposed to physical, sexual, and emotional violence. And we know from decades of research and decades of knowledge and experience that the effects of those are often long-term, and they take time for us to see them. And I think specifically for schools, we know how devastating the pandemic has been. Even when schools have reopened, UNICEF estimated, this is an image from early 2021, that there were so even where children could attend classes and learners, that up to 168 million children weren't attending. And even now, this report that I quote here from UNICEF, that schools remain closed for about 616 million students, and that's a figure from a report that was published yesterday. So the impacts are massive. Schools in Uganda, for example, went back at the beginning of this year, and that's the first time there's been any schooling since the start of the pandemic in early 2020. And we know in South Africa the implications as well, and the devastating implications of we know that when learners are struggling and then for some reason don't access school, that the longer they're out of school, the more likely they are to remain out of school, and that has again huge implications for schools and ultimately very, very important implications for the country. So in this case, the data from the NIDS-CRAM project that ended at the end of last year, that there were an additional 522,000 dropouts as a result of the COVID, more than we would have expected in a normal situation. And we also know in a sort of a more personal sort of interaction sort of situation what it's done, what learners have to go through, what parents have to go through, the increased levels of anxiety about cleanliness, about wearing masks, and also the implications for parents who were very often trying to juggle their work with children that now were at home all the time, often with not much access to digital teaching, for example. And again, the implications of some of these impacts of the pandemic are going to take some time for us to truly understand the implications. I was part of a team in 2020 that put together a document for UNICEF, which we called Beyond Masks. And we were very aware that very often what happens in a pandemic or a crisis or a humanitarian emergency, that we see the pandemic, we see the emergency as the sort of the main focus, and we then look at what the impact of that is and then try to ameliorate that. We were very keen in this document to say, but in fact we know that in fact there are already a whole lot of pre-existing issues in South Africa. For example, the document was a global document, but I'm going to talk about it in South Africa. We know that learners and families, and importantly, I think teachers, have their own mental health issues. They may have background health difficulties which were only exacerbated by the pandemic. Poverty for many learners, high levels of community and familial violence. And so they're pre-existing. They were there anyway prior to the pandemic. And then obviously the immediate impacts of the pandemic, of course, most importantly is the illness and the death of many people in South Africa, the immediate mental health implications. Many people who lost their jobs, lost their ability to earn a living for their family, depression that resulted from that, enormous anxiety as a result of this virus, the implications of the shutdown and the isolation, and I've touched on reduced nutrition. So you have these sort of immediate impacts. And then when I use the term proximal impacts, those are the closest impacts. The more distal impacts are sort of more societal ones. The proximal impacts are the impacts of, for example, in the family. One of the recent estimates is that up to 3 or 4 million children globally have become an orphan as a result of COVID. And we know from the HIV epidemic how the implications of that for child development, for stunting, for accessing schooling, for early dropout for learners, for girl learners. So all of these implications have been exacerbated by the pandemic. And the thing we've got to think about, I think, particularly now, is what are these medium and long-term implications. For example, the education impacts and what that might mean. And it was nice to hear some of the admirable work that's happening in the department, and that despite the pandemic and despite the minister talking about those slight dropping, it appears as if things are still being achieved despite enormous constraints. The figure of 50% less learner time is massive. But we have to think about obviously long-term health problems and many others, which I'm going to touch on. I also just want to touch, as I said, I'm a clinical psychologist, so I'm interested in mental health, but I'm often aware of how partly the media, partly in a sort of an understanding of mental health that's not always, I want to say evidence-based, but not so much evidence-based, but a misunderstanding of what happens into all our mental health, and so we hear these terrible stories about 50% of learners have anxiety disorder or experiencing anxiety, and obviously in many cases that may well be the case, but often we confuse the normal response to a stressful situation, which is in fact it's called a normal response because it's absolutely normal. It would be silly to not be somewhat affected and a little bit more anxious with this pandemic. But that doesn't mean you've got a mental disorder. So we like to think of it as a continuum, and on the rest is on the left of that diagram is where people are psychologically healthy and mostly unaffected. And then all of us at times, or many of us hopefully are there, and then at times we experience stress, but we return to the left. That's okay. If the stress continues, if it becomes chronic, if we start to become unable to meet our daily requirements, we start moving across. And at the far end is severe psychosocial disability. And what we need to be thinking about, and this is one of my suggestions in terms of of schooling and education, is we need to find ways to assist teachers to be able to be more aware of where learners are, where other teachers might be, in fact, on that continuum, and where it might be a perfectly normal adaptation, a normal response, and where we may need to intervene. And I wanted to say at the beginning, I've had a lot of contact in the last number of years with a number of people in the department, and I've been more than impressed. People like Granville Whittle and Liko Bottoman and Faith Mamola who fully understand this, who get the psychosocial challenges, who are doing their level best, innovatively, creatively, within constraints to deal with this. So I don't need to come up here as the expert to say, this is what you must do. I'm going to suggest some ways of thinking, but in fact, the people are in the department and they're very well placed to do this. I want to quickly touch on a Lancet commission that I was part of. And if anyone's interested, I can send this to you. And we called it A Future for the World's Children. And it was pre-pandemic. It was released in January 2020. And so its timing was quite apt. And there were a number of things in it. But what I want to focus on and just to think about the future is that despite massive improvements, we've now got the pandemic. But in fact, we also have a massive concern now in terms of climate breakdown and climate change, which many of us are aware of, but because we don't necessarily feel the immediate effects of it, we push it to the side. The implications are huge, and a close to 100% chance that global warming would exceed 4 degrees by 2100 will have massive implications for all of us in terms of migration, inundation of coastal cities, increases in malnutrition. And so we've got the existing issues that we've got in South Africa. We've now got the pandemic, and we've now also have to start thinking about how do we prepare, how do we make our education systems more resilient for this. And we said in that commission, and I'm saying it now, I do think we're in an emergency. I'm not here to make everyone depressed, move us along that continuum, but we are an emergency. So in this term that's used, how do we build back better? How does an education system, a society, become more resilient? And I want to do two things. So the one is provide a quick example, and then have some very general thoughts about what are schools for and what do children need. So this is one example, and the people that I mentioned in the department are aware of this, and there are many other programs that are being worked on. This is a project of ours funded by the UK Medical Research Council. It's taking place it's a pilot feasibility study, and we're working in 4 schools in Khayelitsha here in Cape Town, and we also have a partnership in Nepal, and we're doing the same thing there. And essentially, it's got 2 components, and the one is how do we find ways to make the environment of schools a thriving place? And this is for me quite important. This is for learners, but this is also for teachers and for staff. How do we improve the school environment so that it becomes a quality learning space? And then using a group-based psychosocial intervention program, we work directly with trained facilitators, and in groups with learners. Importantly, the learners, we have an adolescent advisory group. Much of the content is designed in partnership with learners, with teachers. Again, it's not experts coming in. We know some stuff, but the teachers and the principals and the people in the department are the ones with the expertise on the ground, and we trying to develop this collaboration. So we finished the South African arm of the study. Nepal's been delayed, and the results will be available very soon. But it looks incredibly positive about what can be achieved in schools. I'm also very clear, and for many of you may not know this term, but this is a term from the health field where community health workers are increasingly given more and more tasks to do. And so it's been, initially it was called task sharing, so tasks from nurses were shared with community health workers to do, but equally what's happened is that it's also become a bit of task dumping, that more and more tasks get put onto a community health worker. And I'm very mindful that we can't expect teachers to not only teach in situations and contexts that are not always, ideal. A teacher in a class of 20 is able to do a whole lot of different things as opposed to a teacher in a class of 40. And we can't keep giving extra things to teachers to do. So I just want to frame my last few thoughts in that, with holding that in mind. So I want to suggest what is a school for and what do children need? This was a very well-known book in the health field, where it argued that a country needs to get the health of its citizens right first and foremost. That there's an incontestable moral value of health. That if a population is not healthy, if children are stunted, we cannot achieve a healthy, productive society where people are able to interact and people are able to meet their potential in a really important way. I want to add, we need a book like Just Health and Education or just Education. I think equally we know that the incontestable moral value of education is utterly key. And I want to suggest, and this is not a new program, and I don't pretend to know how to do this, but given this pandemic, given the climate catastrophe that kind of is on its way, one of the things we need to do is think about some of these interactions between education and health. We need to think about how our schools, our programs, our interventions, our teaching, our curriculum, of course, for very important reasons, they are focused on the curriculum and getting as many people to pass with a university exemption at the end of grade 12. We know that. But we also need to be thinking about skills such as self-reliance, such as decision-making, such as anxiety management, particularly in a context like this pandemic, communication, and assertiveness. And that is a quote from this commentary that was published in the Lancet about these intersections. And it's those skills, in addition to the skills around maths, around history, around geography, around languages that children are going to need. And this is a quote from the Finland Guidelines for Preschool Education. As I said, I've been involved in programs around early child development for many years. And I think this is beautiful, and particularly as we move the ECD into the Department of Education, is the basis for emerging literacy. And we often think of that this is just about the words on a page, but I want to propose that it's much more than that, just that the basis for emerging literacy is that children have been heard and listened to, they've spoken and been spoken to, people have discussed things with them, and they have asked questions and received answers. This is the basis from when they are very, very little, almost from when they can first speak, if not ideally before, because they can ask questions in other ways. And we have to find ways to better help our learners. So many learners are stuck in situations of massive familial violence, of community violence, and you then put the pandemic on top and they're scared. Many learners, families, and importantly again, teachers are trapped in this sort of fight or flight, this fear. And this is key. When children learn to name and regulate their emotions, this is something I'm very, very interested around emotional regulation. They have a greater chance of opening up space for positive feelings, even at moments of stress. And I'm not sure, and this is not directed at the education department, that our society is doing well enough in this regard. We've just finished a study working with high-risk men, 18 to 28, using soccer as a way of engaging. And in the course of a randomized controlled trial, a 3-year study, 20 men were murdered. 20 participants were murdered. And almost all of those were either had something to do with alcohol or were often over a slight. Somebody insulted them or somebody bumped into them. Alcohol often was involved. They got into a fight, a knife, a gun. So there's something around regulation about using different ways of solving crisis, and we have to do better in that regard. And I would suggest that we need a strategy that puts children and adolescents at the center. This is not about saying their needs are more important than anyone else's, because actually, if teachers aren't protected from COVID, for example, and they're ill or they die, well, then that has massive implications for children. But I don't think we've put children and adolescents at the center, and education and schools are the perfect setting for us to do that. And we need to do that in the short and long term. And I want to end with this quote, because I'm aware that I'm not here to make everyone think there's an absolute catastrophe happening. We have a lot of agency and we have room to change things now, but I think we have to think slightly differently about what's important for children, for our learners. And this is a quote from one of my favorite artists, Leonard Cohen, who's often seen as the depressed, soulful balladeer, always talking about the dark side. And this is from one of his well-known songs, and it's, there is a crack in everything, the pandemic, climate change, violence, everything. But in fact, it is that crack that allows the light to get in. So hopefully I've touched on a number of things and got everyone thinking, and good luck for the rest of the pandemic. And yeah, good luck for the rest of the Lekgotla. Thank you.
For the rest of the Lekgotla, not for the pandemic. Thank you so much, Prof. One thing that we appreciate, and I think the minister was nodding, is that when you talk about the anxiety and the stress that is encountered by teachers, because they are the ones that are facing the learners whose parents have been taken away by COVID-19. Thank you very much for taking teachers into consideration, that when we give the psychosocial support programs, teachers must be key also, must not only focus on the learners. We're not doing well on time. We're moving to our next speaker, who is based in Pretoria, South Africa, employed part-time as an analyst for the Department of Basic Education, focusing particularly on sector planning and patterns in the teacher payroll, education management information system, EMIS, and assessment, including examinations data. He is also associate professor with the Department of Economics at Stellenbosch University and contributes to the work of the UNESCO Institute for Statistics. He comes here to brief us on enrollment, attendance and dropout, school practices in 2021, and understanding learning losses. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Professor Gustafsson to come and present to us. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Morning, Minister, DG, colleagues. Let's make sure this works. Get my time on. We're splitting the time between myself and Nomphumulelo, 50-50. So I will be talking about where children are physically, and my colleague, Miss soon-to-be Dr. Mogolwane, will be focusing on what happens with the learning of children. Nomphumulelo is one of our foremost young researchers focusing on learning, particularly at the primary level. So, looking at Yeah, if there was a multiple choice test, it would focus just on this slide. The other slides are for the advanced students. So I'm going to spend a while on this slide because this really captures the essence of what I want to put across, and then move a bit faster through the other slides. So enrollment, attendance, and dropping out. What do we know? What do we not know? Enrollment. Enrollment is, of course, just being registered at the school. Doesn't necessarily mean you're attending regularly. We have good enrollment data in the system. And I should mention that the statistics that I'll be talking to are really the product of a massive system that many of you are involved in various ways. School principals, schools, SA SAMs, the districts, the provinces, national. It's a massive system which we depend on and which we've learned a lot about during the pandemic. So enrollment, to begin with. There was the fear that enrollment was going to drop as a result of the pandemic and all the trauma caused in homes, but also in schools. We've lost almost 1 in 100 teachers. It's about 0.75 of 100 teachers, just as an indication of the kind of trauma that schools have suffered. So we did expect things would not go well with regard to enrollment. What we do have, and it's a detailed report available on the DBE website, we do have some good news in the sense that enrollments, if we compare the enrollments at the beginning of 2020, just before the pandemic began, and at the beginning of 2021. It's too early to know the 2022 situation yet, but if we just compare that time, we see that the drop is about 0.4%, about 50,000 fewer learners in the system than we would expect. That is a problem. But it's not nearly as large a problem as, say, the 500,000 that has been quoted, and for good reason. There were good reasons for concluding that there were perhaps 500,000 fewer children in school in 2021 than there should be, but I'll explain why that, and it's not just me, the people who worked on that analysis have now all agreed that that is not an accurate reflection of what has happened to the presence of learners in schools. So 50,000 fewer learners, most of those in the lower grades. What's happened to attendance? Attendance is, of course, what happens when learners actually come to school. The minister referred earlier to the fact that in 2020 we lost just over half, 54% on average, of contact time was lost. That's a catastrophe for learning, and that largely explains the learning losses that Ms. Mokgekwane will talk about. We have then looked at quarter 3 and 4 data emerging from SA SAMs. That report is not released yet, but it will be released soon. And the conclusion there is that in the second half of 2021, we were losing less time, but it was still significant. We were losing about 22% of contact time. So 1 hour out of every 5 hours is lost. So we still had a very serious problem then. We are addressing that now through regulations, etc. There is, of course, the strong push to stop rotational learning, because this 22% loss is largely driven by rotational learning in some schools, not all schools, about a third of schools. The NECT, the National Education Collaboration Trust, did a survey which found that about a third of schools primary schools were practicing rotational attendance. In other words, every second day, perhaps every third day, mostly every second day, or 50% of the time at least. And the data that we used from SA SAMS, if you look at it carefully, it confirms this. And then dropping out, very interesting issue, especially considering the next, after our presentation is somebody from the Zero Dropout campaign. And here there was a surprise. So many of you would be aware that we're sitting with a situation where about 45% of our youths do not get the NSC. And about 42% don't get anything at that level. They don't get an alternative at a college. Remembering, of course, that many of the college graduates, the TVET college graduates, already have the matric. So they're actually getting 2. All right. So just under half of our youth are not getting any qualification at that level, at the NSC level. Now, we thought that would worsen during the pandemic. The situation has actually improved, and that's the big surprise. I mean, the minister was referring to the worsening of the pass rate. That is true, and that is concerning. But the pass rate worsened in a context where the number of candidates rose enormously. So at the end of 2021, we had about 540,000 achievers, people getting the NSC. That's way above what we have ever seen before. The highest before that was in 2015, when we had about 460,000 successful matriculants. So this really has been a surprise. And we still need to really understand how this came about. Some of it is repetition of grade 12s from 2020 into 2021, but it's emerging that most of this had to do with the way learners were pushed through from grade 11 into grade 12. But actually, and perhaps the pandemic has actually improved our performance against this indicator, what happens in future years will, of course, determine the longer-term effects of this. But ironically, during the pandemic, we've actually seen a greater proportion of youths get the matric by accident. This is not how we planned it. So I'm not going to go into learning losses because that's what Mpumi will be looking at, and I am, it's fine, I'm running out of time, but really this was the slide that the test will be based on. So just quickly going through some of the other slides, the systems behind all of this are very important. The pandemic has taught us that we need to tighten up these systems. There are years of investment that go into these systems, such as SA SAMS, Lurits, and we're reaping the benefits of those investments, but we're also seeing that there are things that need to be tightened up. For example, Gauteng is not particularly good at having ID numbers in the enrollment data, although Gauteng in many respects is a very efficient province. This is from the report that's publicly available, and it shows that we had this surprising increase in the number of youths at particular ages between 2020 and 2021. So this is this surprise where we did not see a worsening of dropping out at the secondary level. There was that smaller loss at the primary level that I've referred to just now, and this is where that primary level loss has been occurring. So the red and purple, a band across the middle of the country, much of Eastern Cape, much of Northern Cape. Northern Cape has suffered quite seriously. It's a small province in terms of numbers, so it doesn't affect the national statistics badly, but Northern Cape clearly has a problem. Some of KwaZulu-Natal's coastal areas as well. This is another fairly important slide. So before the pandemic, about 3% of contact time was being lost simply because learners were absent, learners get ill, and so on. The systems that we currently have show that in the second half of 2021, we were losing 10% of contact time. But that's an understatement, and this comes to the problem that we have with some of these systems. And the problems are twofold. Number one, there are schools that don't enter anyone as absent. Now that's for those of you who know schools, that's virtually impossible. For no learner to ever be absent during half a year. Those schools are clearly not using the systems properly. And then there are also schools that have not entered the rotational arrangements when they should have, but there are ways of detecting where this is happening. And when we look at the data, we conclude what the NECT concluded, that last year, in the second half, about a third of primary schools were rotating. And that takes us to this 22% loss that I spoke about earlier. But remember, it's a very unequal number. For a third of learners in the second half of 2021, they were still losing about half of their time. And this graph deals with a concern that, are the enrollments and attendance figures matching up? So in other words, there was a fear that perhaps those relatively good enrollment numbers at the start of 2021 were just principals putting in people who were not there physically, because of course your enrollment numbers drive your resourcing, your post-provisioning, etc. Well, the attendance data, if you look at anyone who attended at any point in time, the attendance data suggests that the enrollment and attendance data line up quite well. At grade 9, there's a bit of a problem. There's a 1% loss if you look at who's attending versus who's enrolled. But the situation is not that bad. And I mean, I'm saying these things not in order to, just to feel good. We have a huge number of problems, but what we should not be doing is, in a sense, focusing on problems that are not problems. We have enough real problems to focus on, to not focus on things that are not real. And Dr. Tomlinson made reference to this report. The NITS-CRAM survey has been hugely valuable for the country. It's helped us understand what's been going on during the pandemic. But it's not an ideal tool to understand things like enrollment. And Ms. Mokwane was involved in this report herself. So this is not just my opinion. Myself, those who've been working on the NITS-CRAM data, we kind of all agree that this headline that came out last year, that we've lost 500,000 children, they've completely disengaged from schooling, that is not accurate. And the reason it's not accurate is probably because of the way these questions were interpreted by respondents. So, I mean, this survey is a difficult survey. It's done over the telephone, and people may not really understand in this context of rotational learning, what does it mean that, the child has completely disengaged from schooling. Sorry, Mpumi, I think I might have taken a little bit more time than I should have. Over to you. Thank you.
She will be invited by me. Thank you, Prof. I made a mistake. I should have introduced her earlier on. So we cannot just allow her to speak without us knowing who she is. Minister, one person came to me to complain that she applied for a job, she was shortlisted, and now she was withdrawn. Then she came to me complaining because it was in one of the government departments. I said, what did they say is the reason for withdrawing your shortlisting? She says they say they need my matric certificate. But I presented to them my master's and PhD from outside the country. Then they say, please submit a matric certificate, it must be attached. She said, they are unfair. How do they want a matric certificate when she has a master's degree and a PhD? I said, hey, I don't understand. So I don't know, Mpumu, do you have matric? It's not written here, but what I know about Mpumi is that she's an education researcher in the department. And the unit is responsible for system monitoring, support, performance, information management, and conducting research and evaluation of education interventions. She's part of the research team leading the early grade reading study, randomized control trials. She has a master's degree. That's why I'm questioning, because she started from a master's. She has a master's degree in education from the University of Witwatersrand. Her studies focused on substantiating the contribution of randomized controlled trials to evaluating early grade reading acquisition. She's currently, as Dr. Gustafson has indicated, that she's a soon doctor. She's currently a PhD candidate at the University of Stellenbosch. Her study focuses on language in education policy. Now we know you. Over to you, Mpumi.
Good morning, Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, and colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to present this. I'll be taking over where Martin left off, speaking about learning losses and what we've learned about the schooling context in the pandemic. This is based on the early grade reading study, randomized control trials that were mentioned. These are 3 studies in Mpumalanga, Northwest, and in Northwest that are examining reading acquisition in the foundation phase. So our data comes from tracking a cohort in the first early grade reading study. We intervened in grade 1 in 2015, and we assessed the same number of learners in grade 1, then grade 2, 2016, then grade 4, 2018, and we just finished assessing them in November 2021 in grade 7. What we then did as well was in 2018 added a second cohort of learners as well as a third cohort. What this allows us to do though now in the context of COVID-19 is compare learning pre-COVID, so learning in grade 4 in 2018 to learning in grade 4 in 2021. Thankfully, our grade 4 and grade 3 tests in 2018 were also very similar to the grade 4 2021. So that means we can tell you whether grade 4 learners are learning at the same rate they were learning before the pandemic as they're learning now. And in fact, we can then benchmark them to grade 3 if we want to see how further behind they are. Just for comparability, we have done the work of ensuring that our tests are indeed comparable. And so between 2018 and 2021, we had home language assessments in Setswana, as well as assessments in English as a first additional language. And the assessments we're going to show you, or the results we're showing you, are showing you assessments that were either exactly the same or about 85% the same. So there might have been one more sentence, or there might have been one more question that was different across the years, but those were largely exactly the same. And just to explain what this is, home language words is a list of words that you're supposed to read within a minute. It's based on the EGRA reading assessment, so there's science behind why we assess like that. Home language oral reading fluency is reading a paragraph and answering questions, so quite an advanced skill. It's the next skill after word reading, and we assess these same 2 skills in home language and in Setswana. What did we see? When we assess learning losses in Setswana home language, you see in this graph the outcomes for home language and oral reading fluency. The blue is grade 3 before COVID. The red is grade 4 after COVID. And what you essentially see here is that learners in grade 4 were reading 1.4 words less in grade 4 than the grade 3 learners, than a whole grade pre-COVID. And you see the same when we look at oral reading fluency. So it was not just in words. Even when they were given a passage to read, they were reading far slower than learners that had preceded them a whole grade earlier. So when we quantify this, our updated estimate then of learning losses are that in home language words, we are 127% of a year of learning behind. We've lost 127% of learning. And when we look at oral reading fluency, we've lost 131% of a year of learning. This is in home language Setswana, but we would expect the same results, at least in the language group, but even across different languages. Then when we look at English as a first additional language, here, thankfully, the losses are not the same. So the blue is grade 3, 4 is grade 4 in COVID, and the light green is grade 4 before COVID. So let's focus on the first two bars on the first half of the screen and the second half of the screen. What we are seeing here is learners in grade 4 during COVID perform better than learners in grade 3. But if you take that further, where we have grade 4 comparison pre-COVID, they are in fact doing worse than grade 4 learners prior to COVID. The summary of this is to say the learners in grade 4 currently are not at the same level of performance as learners in grade 4 pre-COVID, but they haven't fallen quite as behind as grade 3. And so those are the quantities, but we can summarize this to say learners are 53% of a year of learning behind in EFL words, and about 46% of a year of learning behind in terms of oral reading fluency. And this is, Martin spoke about lost learning time, but just to summarize what's happening here, there is an additional aspect of lost learning time that we often don't account for, and that is the discretionary early closure of schools. So this table is showing you actual term dates, maximum number of dates available per regulation, and then the third column shows you the typical time when schools choose to close. We measured this both in grade 3 and grade 7, and what we're seeing is only 24% of schools were actually closing on the last possible day of schooling. And so that means 75% of schools are not even using the already limited rotational time that we have for teaching. And we need to keep that in mind if we're thinking about the learning losses we already have. And then this is just to emphasize the use of the DBE workbook. Teachers responded that that has been the single most useful resource that they have been able to send children home with to learn on their own during the pandemic. But what we see here, both in home language and in English, is that in 2021, during the pandemic, everything in the workbook was much less in terms of quantity than prior to the pandemic. And a big aspect here is writing. So we see learners were completing less written work, complete pages of work. They were completing less sentences of writing. And the biggest one, they were writing fewer paragraphs during the pandemic than before. Teachers explained that part of their curriculum challenge is having to reteach the curriculum due to forgetting, but they also indicated that it's difficult for them to continue with the curriculum even in the adjusted form because learners are in fact even further behind than when we initially wrote the ATPs. And then finally, we spoke to parents in a survey, telephonic survey, and asked them what they think we should do. And the biggest aspect they spoke about was increasing learning time. Their suggestions included extra classes, attending school every day, and more homework. That's about 41% of responses. The others were also relating to teachers, so hiring more teachers or digitizing communication. That's about 22%, so about 60% of parents gave those responses. The other responses were less significant. And so what are we concluding and recommending is that learners in grade 4 in home language are more than a year and a quarter behind. They are effectively in grade 3. Learners in grade 4 in their English outcomes are half a year behind. DBE workbooks are a key resource for learners, but writing is much less than it has been in the past. And so the main intervention supported by parents is returning to school, and that includes extending the school day as some of the findings. Our recommendations are ensuring more access to schooling. Based on this data and previous data, it's clear to us that in the majority of schools, schools are the only place where meaningful learning happens. And our detailed interventions need to address extensive learning losses that are larger than what we had estimated. We need to equip our teachers to teach to an even more diverse classroom than they have had in the past, and we should support parents in actively and practically participating to support their learners. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, you are very far. Minister, the people that have joined on Zoom are 570. Those that are on YouTube are 453. Then excluding those of us inside this hall. So it means the attendance is very good. Now we move, thank you so much, Nompumelelo, thank you very much, Prof. Thank you. I think you have covered the DG. He always argues about learner dropout. I'm not saying thank you that you live here. You are part of the panel. You are sitting here. I was thinking the presentation, your work is still on. I'm saying they are rescuing the DG because the DG is confused when on the interpretation of learner dropouts by other people who are not part of the sector. So we use, the minister says we use register every day, we mark the learners. It's us who have the registers for learners. It's us who have the admission book. So the statistics are with the system. So our next speaker is a skilled social development practitioner with a postgraduate degree in policy and management from UCT. She was named one of the Mail and Guardian top 200 young South Africans in 2021, recognizing her efforts to forefront the issue of school dropout. Ms. Mansfield has worked in the civil society space for more than a decade, largely focusing on innovation in education and child protection. So let's welcome Ms. Mel Mansfield to give us a presentation on learner dropout in South Africa, context and solutions. Over to you, Ms. Mansfield.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good morning to the Minister, DM, DG, all of the MECs and heads of department, as well as all the senior officials of the DBE, all of the civil society members, and the private sector that have joined us today, and everyone else that is streaming from teacher unions, etc. I'm very pleased to be with you this morning, and I'm honored to have the opportunity to present. My name is Mel Mansfield. I'm the National Program Director for the Zero Dropout campaign, and we are a program that is focused on halving the rate of dropout by 2030. I've been asked today to speak to you particularly about the context of dropout, and then also to look at some of the solutions in terms of responding to dropout. And we've been working as a campaign for the past 5 years, testing strategies and looking at research globally as well as in the South African context on how to prevent dropout in schooling systems. What I have to start talking to you about first is positioning disengagement. And that is because we understand dropout as the eventual consequence of a long process of disengagement over time. And so dropout is not a single event. We need to understand disengagement appropriately so that we can intervene accordingly to prevent dropout from happening. Disengagement is a term now being used globally to describe the interaction of factors that happen over a gradual process and that pulls or pushes a learner away from the ability to focus in school. And these factors can generally be classified as push-out factors, which pertain to things like poor teaching and learning, or learner outcomes like failure and repetition or overage learners. And then similarly, factors can be classified into pull-out factors, which often speak to community factors, family factors, which are linked to things like poverty and inequality, violent communities. And I think Professor Tomlinson spoke quite a bit about hunger and other impacts of kind of community settings that learners find themselves in. And this all heightens disengagement. Now, in the past, we often talked about this dropout being completely or mostly related to poor learner outcomes. So when a learner is really struggling academically, as repeated in school, the learner is more likely to drop out. What we're seeing is that learner outcomes is part of a more complicated or complex process of factors that actually impact how a learner learns. And therefore, learner dropout is actually positioned in this heightening of disengagement. And so a learner's ability to learn is directly related to their level or the height of disengagement that they experience at a particular time. I'm going to turn now to the South African dropout crisis or dropout numbers. And I think I'm very pleased to hear Professor Gustafsson talking about how we performed in terms of dropout during the pandemic. And I have some suggestions around, what potentially could be showing us those numbers. But as we go through, we could look at those. I think that one of the things we often say is that 40% of our learners don't attain a matric certificate. And at this stage, matric is still the only recognized signaling tool universally within South Africa that gives learners access to post-schooling qualifications, or more readily access to post-schooling qualifications. And this stat comes from the cohort that was the 2008 matric cohort that was followed across schooling and into higher education to see what the attainment looks like for particular cohorts. We do know that there's been improvement in terms of the attainment. If we look at the general household survey data, I think we have about a 56% completion rate around our students. But what I really want to focus on is talking through the efficiency of our system and why this is such an important element when it comes to disengagement, repetition, and learner dropout, and how these are interrelated. And so the picture I'm showing you is from a report that was done by Stellenbosch University's RECEP in August 2021. And it speaks to Learner Flow-Through's school report. And it says that our school system is currently only 50% efficient because the learners who start in our schooling system get stuck or drop out at a particular space within the schooling system and not everyone attains the matric certificate. So there's some serious difficulties that learners navigate as they go through the system. And I think we can see some of that when we're looking at the repetition data. And I'm sharing with you now repetition stats from the Luritz data of 2019. And I agree with Professor Gustafsson in saying that we have these amazing systems and large data that is being collected from our schools and across our provinces that really allow us to start looking at trends and how things are and how learners are positioned and participating in schooling. So this graph looks at proportions of overage learners in grade 10 by school quintile, and this is 2019. So this is just pre-COVID. And we can see the blue columns are indicative of learners who are the appropriate age for their grade. And if you look to the far left, we look at quintile 1 all the way over to quintile 5. We can see in quintile 1, we have just over 30% of learners at the right age for their grade. And if we look between quintile 1 and 3, only about 40% of learners at the right age for their grade in grade 10, compared to our quintile 4 and 5 schools. This really showing us that our learners in this, when they get to this FET stage, had already been stuck in the school system by failing or repeating at least once or twice. About 20% of the learners in our grade 10, in our FET space, in furthering looking at this report, is 3 or more years over age, meaning that they would have repeated more than once or more than twice to reach that FET stage. And 1 in 4 learners who enroll in grade 10 will repeat that grade. Now, I think this is important for us to remember because we have seen that the global statistics as well as research around dropout shows us that learners who are over age for the grade and learners who have repeated have a higher risk factor for dropout. In fact, in many studies, it is said that we can use repetition as a proxy indicator for dropout. And so it's really important for us to understand who our vulnerable learners are and also why repetition or how repetition happens across our schooling sector so that we can respond. I want to go to the next slide, which also comes from the same report, and it looks at dropout statistics. And this is again using, so dropout in 2018, it was comparative between 2018 and 2019. Luritz data once again, and it uses the UNESCO method of calculating dropout. So it does a comparative between enrollment between 2 years, accounting for repetition and progression to arrive at a particular number. We don't have the data for grade 7, so you'll see that that bar is missing, and that is really because we don't have the universal tracking number, and when learners are moving from the primary school sector to the high school sector, a number of records are, we're unable to track. And then in grade 12, we don't have that bar also because learners often, it is difficult to see for learners coming back into the system and often fall into the second chance program rather than coming in into grade 12 again. And so there isn't really a secondary year to compare a grade 12 with. But we'll see that across primary school and high school, dropout is occurring. And though in primary school, the percentage of dropout is a lot lower, it is still not desirable. We see that we have peaks in our grade 10 and 11 stages, which seems to be really corresponding to those high repetition rates in our grade 10 and 11 years. And it also seems that we're definitely needing to understand why those bottlenecks are occurring within that FET, in that FET phase. If we're showing currently that we have less learners dropping out in our grade 10 and 11 grades because of COVID, we have to look at whether progression had played a role in learners being progressed into the following year, being progressed into grade 12, as part of our efforts to move learners forward during the pandemic. One of the things that's really critical, and I think Professor Gustafsson spoke to this as well, is really not being able to see whether grade 10 learners have repeated previously before. So the learners who've repeated in grade 10 and 11, we can't tell from our data currently if they've repeated before because we don't have the universal tracking number. And it would also be useful if we had that universal tracking number or individualized tracking number to be able to see whether the learners who are repeating the grade 10 and 11 years are the same learners that are dropping out here in grade 10 and 11. And so we really want to be able to trace the trajectories of individual learners through the system so that we can understand the trends of enrollment over time and essentially be able to put intervention practices into place. The next slide I'm looking at is really looking at school completion by gender. Our campaign has released our latest report, which looks at dropout through a gender lens, and it really looks at the impact of the pandemic and disruptions to schooling and how boys and girls and gender non-conforming persons are differently affected by the impact of the pandemic and different disruptions. And I think Professor Tomlinson alluded to some of that when he had spoken through his presentation around the well-being and mental wellness of girls and boys, particularly how boys show up in terms of the impacts of the pandemic and disruptions. And we can see that comparatively, South Africa, Botswana, Brazil, and Namibia, we see that boys are at higher risk of dropping out if we look at the UNICEF data. And then in India, Nigeria, Kenya, girls are most vulnerable to dropping out. So we can see that this really speaks to similarly our decline in boys sitting the matric exam that's happened over the past years. So we've seen lesser numbers of boys writing the school completion exam than girls. If you take a deeper look at that, we can also see that per quintile, repetition rates looks the same for boys repeating at a higher rate than girls from quintile 1 to quintile 5. So we'll see the boys as the red line and girls the orange, and quintile 1 far to the left all the way over to quintile 5. And that we have greater repetition, as stated earlier, in our quintile 1 to 3 schools. We can also see that the gap narrows between girls and boys as we go to the more resourced side of the scale. So between quintile 4 and quintile 5, we can see that the gap between girls and boys is a little less than in the previous quintiles. If we look at this by grade, we get a very similar pattern. And we can see that we have peaks in repetition in grade 1, grade 4, grade 8, and grade 10 and 11 again, with grade 10 peaking at 31.9% for boys. And again, boys repeating at much higher rate than girls. So we can see that there are different impacts or different stresses as boys and girls navigate their way through the system. What has been interesting for us in particular is that we had quite a high percentage of girls who had had unintended pregnancies that was reported in last year. And we'd be very keen to see how these patterns or these trends continue as we go through post the 2020 and 2021 disruptions, and looking as we move into the enrollment and repetition rates for 2022 going forward. Part of those unintended pregnancies, I think, was 30% of teenage girls in South Africa, which is twice as high as it was before COVID. And we also know that there is a linking relationship between dropout and pregnancy, where a girl is more likely to fall pregnant if she drops out of school, but also if a learner is pregnant, is more likely to drop out. And so this being a very important factor for us to consider in terms of how this will play out for dropout and also girl performance in schools going forward. COVID-19 and the impact on dropout, I think Professor Gustafsson really gave us a good overview of what the enrollment numbers look like and tracking attendance. And I think one of the things that we've really pushed for in terms of schooling is the use of attendance tracking intentionally. Our experience on the ground over the past 5 years working in Western Cape, KZN, Eastern Cape, with 30 schools across those provinces, we found that attendance tracking isn't often as intentional as we'd like it to be. Some of the schools, due to resource constraints, are unable to do that. And so often would do cumulative attendance at the end when reports are being submitted. And so sometimes data isn't as accurate and reflective of what's actually happening on the ground. And one of the things that we really hope to instill is the understanding of engagement or disengagement tracking over time. So as per Professor Tomlinson's report and presentation, the real impact of the pandemic might not be seen in our numbers as critically, immediately as right now, but there is real consequence for long-term chronic stress. And I think there's been sufficient evidence produced by Nompumelelo in terms of learning losses, as well as all of the disruptions that households and communities have faced, to really suggest that our learners will be navigating higher stress incidents within their spaces, particularly thinking about the tenuous relationships that the 60% of our learners in our lower quintile schools already have with school. We have to consider how that may impact the long-term outcomes of disengagement and dropout. And so I think really importantly thinking about the motivation of learners, the well-being and the psychological state in terms of those key factors that Professor Tomlinson, or behaviors and skills, had reflected on, and how that is critically important for learning to actually happen. And instilling teaching and learning strategies and coping strategies need to be paralleled with having those life skill strategies and psychosocial support strategies in place for them to take effect. One of the researchers from Cornell University, or a couple of researchers from Cornell and Columbia University in 2011, produced a study that looked at the impact of poverty and inequality on cumulative risk exposure, and how that makes a learner more likely to experience chronic and toxic stress, and how that makes a learner more likely to have very low educational attainment. And I think that's something that's critically important for us to start investigating. So understanding how disengagement shows up and is measured across primary school and high school, so that we can be intervening, particularly around the psychosocial effects that interrupt learning for learners. So national response to dropout, I think one of the key things why this is so critically important is because, as I said, matric is still the only signaling tool to a post-school environment of a learner's ability to access, and also gives a learner a greater ability to access. And we can see that our unemployment stats show that 53.2% of the population who's unemployed have less than a matric. From our NIDS data, we can see that a learner who's 2 or more years older for their grade is more likely to drop out, and that young people without a matric is also more likely to become NEET, so to become not participating in employment, education, or training. And we also know from research that there are lifetime implications for learners who do not attain the matric certificate, meaning, accessing gainful employment, being able to navigate their lives meaningfully because of social and emotional well-being in the long term. And so some of the really key recommendations around dropout prevention, and I think really thinking critically about trajectories of learners through schooling, looks at positioning dropout as a key performance indicator for the sector. I think really understanding how we are performing in terms of dropout numbers and whether that's getting better if that's staying stable, if we're seeing any indications of changes and shifts, particularly because we are anticipating learners having difficulty re-engaging into school with the number of disruptions that they've experienced over the past 2 years. And I think critically important to understand how we then identify what is driving those trajectories and whether or not our input into teaching and learning interventions are being plugged into a positively reinforced loop that is also supported by psychosocial interventions. Secondly, improving data and monitoring, and really this speaks to what Professor Gustafsson had alluded to in terms of really, the universal tracking number or the individual number identifier. But I think that we have really good systems for data tracking. And I think one of the things that we've picked up just from being on the ground with schools is that there is a need to really institutionalize data collection at schools. Also the use of early warning systems to empower schools on responding to learner risk rather than incidents of crisis as they occur. And so really building in the intelligence of evidence at a grassroots level to respond in a risk-adjusted manner. And so we've developed an early warning system that we've tested, and that's based on the UNICEF guide on child participation. And it integrates 3 indicators, which is academic performance, behavior, and chronic absenteeism, and forms a risk matrix that allows schools to identify what the levels of risk is within their classrooms. I think then, together with that, having that built in, it's really the robust psychosocial support that is going to drive all of our interventions over the line. I would like to echo what Professor Tomlinson had said about enabling school spaces, really also psychosocial support for teachers to be able to really implement and provide the teaching and learning space in classrooms that are going to be a lot more heterogeneous in terms of learning needs, but also social needs that learners will be coming and presenting with. And so really having a universal reach that DBE does have because of access to all of our learners and children, I think that there needs to be a way for us to think about a strong institutional framework of partnership between health, DSD, and DBE to provide the robust environment that learners will need. In my very last slide, I'd like to just point all of our attendees and delegates to our website, the work that we've done over the past 5 years with incredible teachers and school leaders and civil society and others in the sector to research and test innovative strategies for dropout prevention. We've written up and made available for everyone to review. And I think some of these strategies speak to things that we can all do today in our schools, in our spaces, to start formally thinking about tracking disengagement, first of all, and also putting in the robust measures necessary to build the resilience of our teachers and learners to continue teaching and learning as we go forward. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Can we give all the presenters, starting from the minister, a very good round of applause? Yeah, so now we have our panel discussion, our panelists, starting from Dr. Mabukwane, who presented on the midterm progress, Prof. Mark Tomlinson, the impact and cost of COVID-19, our own Prof. Martin, and Nompumelelo on the enrollment, attendance, and dropouts. Then the last one, Ms. Mel Mansfield. I believe that all the panelists are ready for questions. Now it's your time. Even those on the platform will also be in a position to ask questions, as I indicated when we started. Can we get questions from the House? Not only questions, it can be comments, but not very long because time is against us. Maybe what you feel that has not been included in any of the presentations. Just say it, because we're listening to all the presentation. There's a first hand in that table. Second hand. I'm looking at the third hand there. In our culture, when we're growing up, when we look people like this at people like this, they say you're undermining them. But now, because of the lights that are shining on my face, I'll have to undermine all of you. We have hand number 1, hand number 2, and hand number 3. Only 3 hands. Or hand number 4. I want to close the hands. I don't want afterthoughts. When somebody speaks his original idea, then you tap from it. And whether it's questions, this is the table of the minister with the MECs who are also part of the panelists. But on things related to the Lekgotla and its theme. As I alluded to you, the theme of the Lekgotla. Okay? Before we come to the hands from the platform, hand number 5. We only have 5 hands. Oh, hand number 6. At that table there. Yeah, hand number 6. 6 hands. Go 3, 2. Hand number 7. Go 1, closed. Yeah, I practice enough democracy. Hand number 1.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. My name is Mkhoseli, the surname is Mafunda. I just need to come up and get clarity in terms of the study made by Mpumi and Professor there. In terms of the learning losses, has the study been able to get into finding out as to which particular quintiles in terms of schools were hit hard by the learning losses? That is one. But secondly, I also needed to come up and check with regard to, because you will have a rotational timetable, and then you'll also have the revised ATP on the other side. Has the revised ATP been able to speak to the rotational timetable? So that, for an example, if you have got a section of the grade 3s, as a way of an example, coming on Monday, and then another section coming on, another part coming on Tuesday, has it been able to come up and, have a link so that you don't have a revised ATP saying that, no, on this day, they're actually doing it? I'm not sure if you're actually coming up and get it, but I really think that to some extent, the revised ATP did not fully take into cognizance the issue of the rotational timetable, but more importantly, the issue of the learning losses, particularly for the quintiles, because the schools are not necessarily the same, and you'll find there were schools that may not necessarily be hit hard as other schools, particularly in terms of quintiles, in terms of resources. And thank you very big.
Thank you. Hand number 2. This side. Thank you, Mafunda, for starting by introducing yourself. You set a good trend.
Okay, thank you, Chair. My name is Hlengani Baloyi. I come from the investor vendor. I just seek clarity on the presentation by Dr. Mabukhwane. He spoke about the 74% school connectivity. I just need him to give us a little bit of detail or the picture behind the 74% school connectivity. Just the nature. What kind of connectivity are we talking about? Are we talking about connectivity in terms of or through the cell phones of school principals? Are we talking about Wi-Fi? I'm saying this because, especially for deep rural areas, we have serious connectivity challenges. Some areas you don't have cell phone towers, poor connectivity, batteries being stolen, and all those kind of things. I just wanted him to give us just a little bit of a piece so that we understand exactly what this 74% is actually constituted with. I think that will assist us. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Hand number 3.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Chris Klopper from the SAOU. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. The findings in regard to learning losses correlates exactly with the survey that we held amongst our schools, and that is that grade 4 shows the biggest learning losses, and more specifically, it is with regard to reading and writing and also mathematical concepts. What we have also found is that many schools have returned to full timetables. They've taken that particular courageous step, and I think it begs the question, when are we going to take as a collective the decision to amend the directions and get learners in total back at schools so that we can have full timetables?
Thank you. Number 4.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. And I am Cynthia Barnes from the National Teachers Union. My question will be forwarded to Nompumelelo, if I'm not mistaken, where she said they had a survey where the teachers had to respond on the workbooks that were sent to the parents. My worry is if the grade 3 learners could not do work at school, and then the workbooks were sent to the parents, which are those parents that they were sent to? Because if you're looking at in the deep rural areas, you are going to find that the parents that are there, they can't even read, and most of them are elderly people. And how were the learners therefore helped by those parents? Maybe if we can say it's only from the urban areas, then maybe I will understand, because the majority of those parents are learned. But the ones in the deep rural areas, they aren't learned. So my worry is this inequality still persists. I thank you.
Thank you. Number 5.
Thanks, DM. My name is William Zulu from National Governors Association. DM, we acknowledge as NAGA all the presentations put forth, and I just have 2 of the most important questions. One, on special schools. I may as well listen to all the presentations, and in all, partly it may as well, because those are the learners, it may as well be touched them. But for special schools, they are more touched than any other learners out there. Now, what I wanted to ask in this situation is where one of the presenters raised the concern in terms of the qualified, especially qualified principals in schools. But when we look as National Governors Association, the special schools, most of the principals are being misplaced there. They have no way at all cost to be in that type of schools. I would like DM and GD at large to look at that. It's a concern to us. And then, number 2, the normal CAPS curriculum does allow our children up to NSC. But these special school learners, much of them seems like they are being misplaced again, the learners now. Because some schools are still doing CAPS in that type of schools, of which it's truly incorrect. Now, I have one learner that sent a message to me, as it is. Ore, kali bitso ke nna disetso, ke ne ke kena Elsin school, and ke entse welding. Jwale, a ke sa tseba hore ke etse eng hobane ke na le certificate sa teng ene my last grade ke level 4. So ne ke rata ha o ka mpha maele a hore ke etseng jwale ha o le tjena. Now I'm putting forth to DBE to be looking at this type of learners. Where are they going to end at the end of the day? Much so that our children do have NSC and normal curriculum, Yarona Caps, but end up about to their NSC, Bana, but end up about Lekai at the end of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaker number 6. Which side? Oh, this side, then the last speaker is at the back.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. I'm Sydney Stander from the Northern Cape. Deputy Minister, my interest really is something that has not been presented here, but that I think is quite important and critical in this platform. We seems to be losing it, the impact of mother tongue instruction in learning and teaching. And I'm quite convinced that we must continue to exploit that because in my own view, it is one of the factors that is causing these difficulties in terms of the ability of our children to learn. The second issue that I'm interested in is the issue of equalization. You see, we're talking about learners across the system as if these learners are the same, but they are not the same. And therefore, we need to focus on learner development as a key factor in equalizing so that Tom, who comes from an informal settlement, and Peter, who comes from Sandton, when they leave our schools and they are integrated in communities, there is equalization in terms of access to resources for learning. For me, that is important, and that is the one thing that is lacking in the majority of our schools, that children, when they leave school into our communities, there is no form of learning at all. And we need to look into that.
Thank you. It's appreciated when you finish speaking and saying thank you so that we know that you are done. Thank you. The last speaker, or the last one to pose a question or a comment.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister, and all protocol observed. My name is Loiso Jita, and I'm from the University of the Free State. The first question I wanted to raise has sort of been addressed by the people who asked the first and the second question, and that's the point that Martin and Bumi raised around the learning losses. And the point is that the impact of learning losses is not uniform across quintiles and across levels of schooling or grades. Perhaps the point I would like to make to the Minister is it not perhaps time to push harder to Cabinet, and I know the Minister is really pushing hard to get schools to open, but is it not perhaps time to push harder to get the earlier grades if we have to make a compromise, if we can't get all the children back, but at least get the ones in the early grades so that we are able to consolidate the gains that we are making, especially as we introduce the ECDs and the foundations. That's critical for me. The second and last issue I want to raise comes from the presentation by Thabo. And he makes in his presentation a suggestion almost as a throwaway to say the challenges with respect to infrastructure, the pit latrine toilets, the pit toilets, etc. Perhaps the solution would be to take that function away from the DBE and let the DBE focus on its core mandate or core business. I did pick up on that, and I'm wondering if that suggestion comes from an assessment of the incapacity or the capacity challenges identified with that function being in the DBE, or whether giving it to somebody else will help to address the issue. What we do not want is for us to deflect the issue from the issue and then send it somewhere and have to start from scratch. Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you so much. That was the last question from the House. Can I then call upon Terence to give us questions from our various social, I would say social media, but our other platforms? Terence?
Indeed, DM, thank you very much. We do have 4 contributions on the platform. The first question, DM, is directed at Professor Gustafsson as well as Osnompumelelo. The question reads, how did the multi-year option for grade 12 exams affect the number of learners taking the grade 12 exam? That question comes from Ms. Nareen Naidu. The second question is directed at our colleagues at Zero Dropout. The question reads, do we know the specific reasons for the factors that are contributing to dropouts? In addition, DM, we do have 2 hands that have been raised on the platform. We'll request the colleagues to assist us in unmuting the 2 colleagues that are on the Zoom platform so that they can kindly please raise their questions. We have Mr. Sfiso Nkomo, who came in as well. Please, if you can raise your question, sir.
Mr. Sfiso Nkomo, can we unmute him?
Thanks. Thanks, DM. I have 2 questions which are directed to Dr. Mabokwane. It's in regard to ECD. I've heard Dr. Mabokwane stating that the migrating of ECD to DB, it's on schedule and it's a big project. Now, our question as ECD sector is, what is the plan of the department to ring-fence the budget of ECD, which was allocated to the DSD? And the second question is in regard to the practitioners which were teaching grade R and grade RR in community-based side. What is the plan of the government in regard to when these kids move to a formal schooling environment? What is the plan of government to accommodate these teachers so that they can have, they can continue with their employment? Because immediately when the government move these 2 grades into normal schooling environment, meaning those practitioners won't have job anymore. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, DM. We also have Mr. Sandile Bwezana, who came in as well. Mr. Bwezana, please can you raise your question? If I can also indicate, DM, that we have received other hands that have been raised, but perhaps maybe just for the processes and the democracy that you had displayed earlier on, we might just allow Mr. Bwezana, who came in with the question, and then we'll conclude with those hands. Thank you. The rest of the colleagues can kindly write in the chat. Thank you.
Yeah, let them write on a chat because we open for hands to be raised. They were given the same opportunities as the same people that are in the people that are in the House.
Thank you very much, DM. My name is Sandile Bwezana, and I'm from the Northern Cape. My question basically goes to Dr. Mabokwane and maybe Umalusi. I know that they were not part of the panel, but if they can actually respond to this one. The issue is about the NDP goals. the NDP goals in terms of subjects, we are very clear, the goals are clear to say that at a certain stage, the subject should be performing at best level. But the issue is that I once had an opportunity to sit in a meeting where we dealt with standardization. Now, with regard to standardization, is that we are talking about the median, we are talking about the norm, and we are talking about all these other things. So it doesn't mean that when people or when learners are performing, the results will be taken as raw as it is. We know that in terms of the standardization, it's either the results are taken up or taken down in terms of the standardization processes. Now, I just want to know that having that in mind about the standardization by Umalusi and also the goals that are being set by the NDP, is there a way where we can say that from the side of the colleagues that dealt with the NDP, was there any consultation and talking to Umalusi so that, when we are saying that we put up goals, we know that these goals are achievable. But now the issue is that when you talk of standardization, you talk about the normal curve and all those curves, that may actually become a problem. That's why I'm saying that maybe Dr. Mabukhane and also Umalusi can assist in this one. Thank you, DM.
Thank you so much. Now we are going to allow, as colleagues continue to write on the platform, questions if they have. We're not locking anyone out. But we are going to allow our panelists to respond. We'll start with those on the platform. I didn't get, most of the questions are directed to Dr. Mabukhane. I didn't get any question from Professor Mark. But if there is a question directed to Prof, we'll also allow him to respond. Dr. Mabukhane, can you come in?
Thank you, Chair. Okay. So I'll start with the one there is a feedback. I don't have a feedback there. I think someone has not checked. Thank you. So the one on connectivity. So in my presentation, I said there is a 74% of connection. And this is for administrative purposes. So it includes your modems, your dongles, your VSAT, and the phones and SIM cards. But for teaching and learning, it's around 20% that is connected. So that is why I say there's a huge gap that we need to cover. And this cannot be the work that we give to DBE. We do need the other departments to actually help DBE and the private sector to be able to connect as all the schools. 20% is not adequate for the new normal where we need connectivity to continue teaching, even going on just a teacher standing in front of classes, but taking advantage of digital to support learning. Teachers still be the important ones, but you need this support, and 20% is not adequate for teaching and learning. So, there's a difference that I raised in my presentation of the 74 and the 20%. 20% is what we are worried about. Then on the issue that I raised on the capacity of DBE and its ability to build schools. We are raising this because we are seeing that the project that we've had with ACD has been taking very long. The SAFE project is going. It helped in addition to all these problems that they are going to be getting, that they just have to get with these other departments to actually provide the services. This is not to deflect the responsibility of government, that for human rights' sake and the dignity of our teachers and learners, the issue of infrastructure has to be dealt with. And then on the issue of ECD, I'm saying that in addition to the challenges that DBE has around infrastructure or dealing with dropout rates or ensuring that our curriculum is relevant and flexible, all of those problems, in addition, we are having ECD, and even the current ECD is not funded at where it should be. So this problem is being introduced in basic education, and we are saying there is a need for us to have a better vision on how we are going to have a new ECD provision that is not necessarily always school-based or center-based, but allows these different flexibilities. And in that way, we start then dealing with the issue of practitioners to say, how do we meet the needs of the practitioners within the budget that we have, within a new vision, which will be different from a normal school, because ECD work and what a normal school is supposed to be achieving, those are different. And the last one around the NDP goals. So when the NDP was being developed, there was lots of consultation and there was lots of research that went into how we actually set up the goals that we need. They are not only what we could just provide, but what also the economy needs. And so they were set in that with that spirit of saying, we do the economy for it to grow needs particular skills, and therefore the targets that we are setting them with that in mind. And similarly, we were looking at trends, what has been happening with the pass rates within the system. So we don't necessarily have to digging deep into what Umalusi is doing, because we believe that Umalusi is independent, and what they're doing is giving us an independent endorsement that these results are actually credible. And therefore, our goal is just to say, what does the economy need, and what has been the track of DBE over time? Chair, I think those were my questions.
Thank you so much. And I think part of the last question is relevant to the department also, because we are only on planning and monitoring. Thank you so much. Now we move to Mel Mansfield.
Thank you, DM. I think my question related to reasons or factors that are allowing learners to drop out of school. As indicated in the presentation, the literature globally suggests 40 factors, up to 40 factors that could influence a learner's experience or disengagement. They linked to individual as well as community, and then also school-based factors. And this extends from issues such as disability all the way through to a learner's ability to learn in school, so having a learning difficulty, and then also a learner's exposure to risk and stress, so trauma or family violence, or having some kind of disruption within the learner's life within the community or family setting. From our research, what we've been able to understand is that for learners who have fewer protective factors within their lives, the interaction of these disruptions has a greater impact on their disengagement. And so in fact, for our learners, we are seeing particularly boy learners, particularly Black boys, and particularly boys in our quintile 1 to 3 schools, we're seeing greater impacts of the interaction of these factors for those learners because of vulnerabilities that exist already. And so one of the key things that we're wanting to stress around these factors is that as much as learners will be navigating different things within their lives, the importance of protective factors to mitigate the impact of that disengagement is incredibly, incredibly important. And we see how those protective factors actually help us to reduce the risk of learners exceptionally, to be able to hold them within school and also allow them to attain some kind of learning accreditation at some point in the schooling environment. And so those 40 factors stretch from individual factors, family factors, community factors, and schooling factors. And the interaction of those is the complexity of disengagement that we're needing to measure and investigate. They are contextually different, and so they manifest differently in different contexts of our country, and also in different schooling spaces.
Thank you. Prof. Mark, is there any question that you picked that might belong to you? Professor Mark Tomlinson. Okay. Minister, there are questions that they are more to the department than any of our presenters here. How did the multi-year option, which I think it's MUO for grade 12 exams, affect the number of learners taking grade 12 examination? Another question, though is directed to Mpumi, but this one, the impact of mother tongue in learning and teaching. I think this one is more to the department than to our presenters. Now I give the two presenters who got most of the questions. Over to you, Prof. and Mpumi.
Thank you, DM. Just two points. I suppose, in a way, the multi-year question was directed to me. We haven't looked yet at the role of these of the MEOs, but the questioner raises an important, or implies an important point. The matric statistics that we all talk about and that I was talking about, the 540,000, these are full-time candidates who get the NSC. And an ongoing problem in our system is really that there's about 30,000 matrics who go under the radar. These are largely part-time students who get the matric, also some of the youths who get the amended senior certificate. We do, I think there's a general agreement that we do need to account better for our NSCs and our matrics. All of the focus falls on these full-time matrics. The MEOs that the questioner was referring to would be amongst that other 30,000. We don't believe that the other category has influenced the trend enormously. The full-time trend was spectacular in a way. I mean, it was 80,000 more than we've ever had full-time matrics. But what we certainly need to look at as well is how the pandemic has influenced part-time students, because there have been a lot of disruptions that are specific to them and, of course, to the amended senior certificate candidates. And another point I'd like to make, it's in relation, Merle, to your presentation. It was a great presentation. I'm very thankful for the way Zero Dropout brings this issue to the fore and clarifies a lot of misperceptions. But there's one slide I don't agree with. I wouldn't want us to leave this session thinking that dropping out in grades 1 to 6 is 3 to 4% a year. Merle, you mentioned that that's fairly low. Well, if it was 3 to 4% a year, if you add that up, it would mean a fifth of our young children would be out of the system. The dropout rate is virtually zero for those early grades. It's not 3-4%. Merle, I think that slide is from an analysis where there's some confusion because of the learner identifier. So if a learner is identified in 1 year with a number and you don't pick up that number in the next year, it can appear as if it's a dropout. But our Statistics South Africa General Household Survey indicate that it's 98, 99% attendance up to at least age 14, and that implies that dropping out has to be virtually zero. But otherwise, yeah, no, I agreed. Thank you very much for the rest of the presentation. Well, it was just that one slide I thought I needed to clarify. Thank you.
I also had a couple of questions. I think the first one was around learning losses and understanding the quintiles we were referring to. So our studies are focused on quintile 1 to 3 schools. The specific slides are speaking about 230 schools that are in the Northwest Province. They are in Dr. Kenneth Kaunda and Ngakamudiri Mulema. Similar work we've done has been all in quintile 1 to 3 schools, including in Mpumalanga, in Kgersibande and Ehlanzeni, but we've seen these same trends in quintile 1 to 3 schools across at least those 2 provinces, as well as in work by others in Eastern Cape and in Limpopo. And so those learning losses, I agree, are different by quintile, and these ones are focused on grade 1 to 3. Also agree that resources are different, as we've seen and as has been presented across the quintiles, and so we expect learning online, etc., to be happening more in quintile 5, quintile 4 schools maybe, and private schools. Then in terms of comparability, our specific study had the exact same assessments for grade 3 and grade 4, and so those are the specific grades we were able to compare to each other. Earlier work included grade 1 and 2. So in our study, we have not yet assessed learning losses in the grade 5 to 7 space, and definitely not in high school. Then in terms of learning loss and revised ATP alignment, I think the curriculum colleagues can speak to this a bit more, but there have been several revisions of the ATP precisely to speak to the changing nature of the COVID context. Firstly, initially the closure is going to be short-term. When it was addressed to be changed to be longer-term, those ATPs were revised to speak to that, and even the time frame for implementing the ATP has been extended. The complexity, though, that you mentioned is that different schools are responding in different ways to schooling. Some children are there every day and so are able to follow a full-time curriculum, so CAPS as it was. Some are there, 30% are there on a 50% rotation, and the others are sticking to the more general ATP. And so there is that tricky balance of figuring out what exactly should be in the ATP and how does that match up with time and learning losses. And then I think in terms of the workbooks question on which parents are these and who is completing these workbooks, these are the DBE Rainbow workbooks that have been distributed to schools for the past long while now. These workbooks are given to each individual child, particularly in foundation phase in numeracy and languages. The teacher mediates what they should be doing, but is able to give homework for the learner to do at home. And so it's very learner-directed work that happens in the household. But also, we should keep in mind the improvement in the attainment of matric of these very parents. The parents of the grade 1 to 3 learners are younger parents, and we know that about 60% of young people in South Africa have a matric. So the idea of these parents being illiterate should shift in some cases, and not to say that these parents replace teachers. We still understand the dynamic and the difficulty of that. But these workbooks were books that children were being able to do work in even when they were learning at home. I think that is the end of the questions for me, and a comment maybe on the mother tongue aspect. Our interventions have been focusing on teaching in mother tongue in grade 1 to 3 to measure this. What is the impact of good interventions that lead to good outcomes in mother tongue? Because we support exactly the theory that a good mother tongue education translates into good learning in any other language. Thanks, DM.
Minister, I don't know whether you'll want to respond or the commissions will respond. But can we give Minister the mic? There are questions that are departmental in their nature. DG, where is he? Uzwile Tibati, kunale ukuthi why abantwana bangabuyi full time bonke. That one which I said is more of a departmental, but at least Umpume has covered the mother tongue. Yeah, it was very too. Why can't we move? It was asked to Dr. Mabokwane, but it's a departmental question. Why are we not lobbying, even in Cabinet and CCC, that we open schools in full force?
Okay, thank you, DM. Good morning. Maybe two comments. The first one is very short. Mother tongue instruction is indispensable. So just to add on what Mpumi is saying, and there are very interesting developments that are coming in the sector to pursue mother tongue instruction. And I think people would be aware of the project in the Eastern Cape, which we've been supporting. It's a very interesting development. We're looking at that project unfolding up to mother tongue instruction in an African language for the first time up to grade 12. So the second comment about the 100% return of learners, the department made this request in 2021, early 2021, to the Ministerial Advisory Committee. The Ministerial Advisory Committee recommended to Cabinet and the NCCC that primary school learners could be allowed to return. When we had planned and did everything what is required to start with the return of learners beginning of this year, then we got caught up in the Omicron variant. And we had to re-strategize because the Omicron variant was now affecting younger learners in particular more than the other variants. And it required of us to go back to the NCCC to then request for whether we could be allowed to proceed. To cut a long story short, our presentation was made last Thursday to the NCCC and NAT Joints, which is a forum of Director Generals. The proposal for returning all learners, which is supported by the Ministerial Advisory Committee, has been well received by both NAT Joints and the NCCC. We are waiting for Cabinet to pronounce. Thank you.
You're not done. Yeah, we can clap hands for this good news. DG, you are not done yet. There's a question on the special schools by Babu William Zulu that some learners in special schools, they are not covered up to matric. He said one learner called him today and said, yeah, but and that some principals of special schools are not relevant to special schools. I didn't understand that, but he says they are not relevant. It means maybe they took Regina as Regina, then say we are a principal of a special school. And then some learners also, the CAPS does not cover for all the learners. Most of the learners are displaced. Babu Zulu ngikhote kahle ne? Oh, thank you.
Okay, well, you know, some of the questions can be best responded to by other senior officials of the department who are more competent than I am, who are in this meeting, and Dr. Semilani is one of them, especially when it comes to the curriculum and progression of learners with special education needs. I don't want to be wonke DM when there are people who are much more competent than I am.
Dr. Smelane Pireti, stand up so that the mic will come to you. Yes,
yeah.
you can continue.
Maybe the issue of the placement of school principals, it is true. It comes a long way from the R&R process, where either teachers or school principals are placed but not matched. Those problems are being picked up and corrected by provinces and districts if that is brought to their attention. And therefore, it would be very useful if we could get details in that regard. And I think that will help us a great deal. Well, the NSC provides for all learners, but Dr. Similane will be able to explain more as to what is expected to happen in schools for learners with special education needs. But the occupational stream that we've introduced was intended to formalize skills programs that were offered in many of your schools for learners with special education needs, which were not deemed to be a formal curriculum that they are offering. And now that curriculum has been approved, and in addition to that, there is an NQF level 1 qualification that we've been working with Umalusi on, which will be approved soon, and it's being piloted. And I think it will go a long way in making sure that learners who are unable to go up to grade 12 are also provided the opportunity to get a qualification which can afford them some placement in the labor market. And I think the rest, Dr. Similane can just fill in. Thank you.
Dr. Similane, where are you? Oh, he's there.
Thank you very much, DM, and thank you very much to the DG for responding to the question. For me, it's just to make a slight addition. In terms of the curriculum developments, what we've been working on in the process of introducing the 3-stream model, that was one way of ensuring that our curriculum offerings are catering for the diverse learning needs of our diverse learning learner population in the sector. So with the pilot that we started in 2017 of the occupational subject or occupational curriculum, we have drawn lessons, which lessons we are now, from 2022, are going to utilize to take the development of the occupational stream in particular to the FET level, so that we allow learners in particular in schools of skill, which are schools for learners with special education needs, to articulate both to TVET colleges as well as to technical high schools and other focus schools, to make sure that they do not end at the grade 9 level. So this is work in progress, and we are confident that in the next 2 years, we'll be catering for all learners in our sector up to grade 12. Thank you, dear.
Thank you so much. I was looking here, we have covered almost all the questions. Minister, we have been joined by the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. She's in our midst. Chairperson, thank you very much for taking all the time to support education and see the plans so that you are able to monitor the plans. MECs, thank you very much. This is your Lekgotla. You are not just invitees, it's your Lekgotla. It's good that you are here, and thank you very much. In fact, by now it's supposed to be 11:15. It's supposed to be 11:15, and we're to break and come back at 11:30. So, and the person, when we come back, I'm leaving the stage, Minister. The Chief Executive Officer of the National Education Collaboration Trust, NECT, Mr. Godwin Khoza, will be the program director. He was appointed in 2013 as the CEO. He was previously a CEO and program director, respectively, at JET Education Services. The early 2000, between 2001 and 2003, saw Mr. Khoza honing his research skills as research manager of the Human Science Research Council. Prior to this, he served as policy analyst and senior manager of the Center for Education Policy Development. Mr. Khoza holds a Master's of Management, specializing in Public and Development Management at WITS, a postgraduate diploma in Public Policy and Administration, a BA Honors in Geography with UNISA, and a BA Education with UNIN. Mr. Khoza is a PhD candidate with the University of Sussex. Now you are the program director when you come back. Colleagues, 25 past, not half past, 25 past, we are all seated and the second session resumes. So we run to the bathroom, we run to drink breakfast, to drink tea or whatever, but don't eat too much because lunch is ready. So just take light meals, come back ready. This session, oh, it's not adjourned. You are going for break. Thank you.
It's the community responsibility, joined with the schools as well, to read, to encourage our learners to read, our children to read, even if it can be a magazine. So if you read aloud as a parent to a child, it's going to assist the child to comprehend, and it will stay in the mind of the child to relate what he's reading and to follow, to read as parents, because we encourage him to read to lead. So if the parents can lead in the reading at home, and us as teachers will be leading at school in order to read. Why is it important for learners to read every day? It boosts their self-esteem, it improves their reading skills and their vocabulary. They are able to have empathy, and they are able to read with comprehension and understanding. They are able to construct sentences using different grammars where they know to put full stop, punctuation marks, and they are able to perform better in their academic excellency during the course of the year. So reading every day with understanding, it develops the mind of the child, and it improves the mind of the child to know different backgrounds of the story, to know different factions within the books. That's why it is important for learners to read every day.
A role that can be played by a parent, it's very important. It's just that maybe it's something that we should also teach ourselves as parents, because we normally push the bulk to teachers and say, children, they spend a lot of time at school, but forgetting that, yes, they spend a lot of time at school, but their time should be about learning, not just being at school. And when they are at school, they are with the different teachers. Parents are people who are closer to children, who can be the better teachers to children, because remember at the same time that the parents are the ones whom the children, when they grow, they hear the voice of their parents first. They know the culture of their parents first, what they want, what they don't want. At the first year of a child, when he comes to school, they cry, they don't want to leave their parents. So you see, if the parents can enforce the culture of learning in their homes with their children, then I think we will be a better society, because it's important. You must also enforce a culture of having books in the library, as even in the staff room, as you can see next to me, because this is where teachers come and sit and have their lunch. And when you are having your lunch, you are not using a lot of energy. You are only focusing on your lunch, because there is nothing that relaxes a person than reading books.
I want you to tell me, what do you see in the picture, ne? What do you see in the picture? One at a time. You see? They're balloons. And then what else do you see? You see there? You see the bear. What else do we see in the picture?
The importance of reading sounds at the beginning for teachers, especially in grade R, equips learners with the skills for emergent reading, such as recognizing beginning sounds of their names. Also enables them to read environmental print. They also demonstrate alphabetical knowledge and increase in their curiosity to read by doing pretense reading, which also acts as a building blocks for future reading.
Mother said, "Run to school, Jabu. It's late." Whoops! Jabu ran out of the house.
I think the importance of a reading corner is that the children get a chance to read for fun, and they get access to a variety of books, and they build their vocab and the phonics and all.
The importance of reading aloud is that, first of all, you model reading to learners. It is important for learners to know how to read. They must look at you. You must pronounce words correctly so that they can, when they arrive at home, they can then start to read. Secondly, you emphasize the words when reading. Children are listening. So they listen and they see the words, they can be able to pronounce the words. Thirdly, to give meaning to what is being read. Like when you read, you give meaning. And then to promote peer reading, group reading, even individual reading. When they are at home, they are able to read for their parents. Thus, incidental reading starts. When the learners see anything that is written, they will start reading it. They will start first by doing spelling, like abcd. They will spell the word, then read it, make one word, which is meaningful. That's the importance of loud reading.
Story reading helps a lot. They develop their child's skill in reading. Remember, we're preparing them for future. We need to develop the skill of speaking. Remember, they need to be able to speak and also to read with fluency. All the children's stories, they've got pictures that attracts learners to be able to have an interest and want to read more the stories. And also to be able to write their own stories or even poems on their own. So if they have developed that skill of storytelling, it's easier the next step to write their own stories.
Hi, my name is Lekgotla. I'm a teacher at Abraham Hlope. I'm a class teacher of grade 6B. I'm a Sesotho teacher and also an English teacher. Well, based on your topic, when children are taught to read while sharing a book, it can improve their alphabet knowledge, decoding skills, spelling, and other book-related knowledge. And then the facts that I have that it can assist in our education, it opens new world, like you can see, like our surrounding. It can build a positive reading attitude. It expands their languages, like you know that English, it's not our home language. And some of them, they are doing Sesotho at school, but they're only doing it here. But at home, they speak isiZulu and other languages. Then reading, it helps them to expand their vocab. And then also it can help them with their speech and language.
The importance of group discussion is very vital to us because we teach learners who come from different backgrounds. So this is where they get to express their views and different opinions as well as their experiences. Bayakhona ukubukana mabafunda bese umuntu nomuntu uyakhona ukuthola imotivation ukuthi umngani wami ufunda kahle nami ngiyafuna ukufunda kahle njengomngani wami noma umuntu enza amaphutha uyakhona ukulungisa noma balungisani ukuthi mngani senza kanje senze kanje.
The importance of a library, it's quite diverse actually, because learners are able to develop certain skills such as reading skills. It also improves on their vocabulary and they're able to reason better. And actually, it boosts their confidence as well. There are quite multiple activities that learners can do at the library. They can come and read. They can also join us. We have group readings, and then we also identified learners around our schools who have learning barriers, and then we also support them by giving them reading lessons. And what I like about the library is that it provides free resources to everyone. So each and every learner is able to come in without paying anything and also benefit from the library.
To my peers as principals, I encourage them, even if in their brief meeting, encourage them, the staff, to read, but start with yourself like I did. I started with myself to read a portion of book that I'm reading and share it. Have a reading corner or reading groups with teachers where we can share the story and laugh, because we know to shift the mind of being COVID related and to relax their mind. I saw it working. So I'm encouraging to my peers, let's read to lead and be the first one to share the story of the book that you have read to the staff. That will encourage and motivate them. It did with me.
Meet Thabo and Dineo. Their daughter Tando is getting ready to go back to school after many weeks of lockdown due to the COVID-19 pandemic. COVID-19, a disease caused by the coronavirus, is highly contagious and is spread when fluid droplets carrying the virus are transmitted from one person to another, or from objects or surfaces that some of these droplets have landed on. How can a person get infected with COVID-19? When a COVID-19 infected person coughs, sneezes, or talks, droplets containing the virus are released into the air and then fall onto skin and other surfaces. If a person suspects that they might have been exposed to COVID-19, how will they know if it is COVID-19 or if it is just the common flu? The main symptoms to look out for are fever, dry cough, muscle ache, shortness of breath, tiredness, and diarrhea. The Department of Health officials are performing thousands of tests and screenings daily throughout South Africa. Anyone can contact the toll-free COVID-19 helpline or WhatsApp support service for a screening, and they will refer him or her if they need to get tested for COVID-19. The officials will be taking a small sample from the nose or throat. If your child is showing any COVID-19 symptoms, he or she is not allowed to go to school while their symptoms are being monitored. Luckily, there are many things that we as parents and guardians can do to help prevent ourselves and our children from getting infected with COVID-19. Since hygiene safety starts at home, we must all follow the 7 golden rules and encourage our children to follow them as well. 1. Wash your hands often with soap and water for at least 20 seconds each time. Encourage your child to sing happy birthday twice to make sure they wash their hands for 20 seconds. If soap and water is not available, use an alcohol-based hand sanitizer with at least 70% alcohol content. You must also make sure that all parts of your hands, including in between your fingers, wrists, and palms, are thoroughly washed or covered in hand sanitizer. 2. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth with unwashed hands. 3. Avoid close contact with people who are sick or who display any symptoms of COVID-19. 4. When in public, always practice social distancing, which means keeping a distance of at least 1.5 meters from others. 5. If you are sick, you must stay at home and try to keep a distance from others in your household. Make sure that you do not share items like unwashed eating utensils or personal hygiene items. 6. Cover your cough or sneeze with your flexed elbow or a tissue, and then throw the tissue into a bin with a lid. 7. Your house must be regularly cleaned, and all frequently touched objects and surfaces must be regularly disinfected with an alcohol-based disinfectant that contains at least 70% alcohol. When our children are traveling to school, whether it's with public transport, sharing transport, or by walking, we must encourage them to always practice social distancing and good hygiene to prevent the possibility of infection. As parents and guardians, we must also ensure that our children are provided with accurate, age-appropriate information regarding COVID-19. We must ensure that our children are taught the 7 golden rules. Supporting your child's learning has a positive impact on their performance, and it will especially make a difference during these uncertain times. Creating an enabling environment at home plays a big role in your family's mental and physical well-being. Let's stand with Thabo and Dineo and take responsibility to keep our children safe and to support their learning during this pandemic.
I decided to teach because I really want to make a difference in children's lives.
I know a lot of adults will say kids never know when they're ready.
Learners don't want our opinion.
I don't think a lot of learners take the subject seriously.
I was taught that sex gives you AIDS.
I knew that sex was a bad thing to do.
We grew up knowing it is taboo to talk about it.
We were a bit shy to hold each other's hand or to kiss each other.
A teacher needs to remember that this child needs support.
I'm Dino Ranaga. Welcome to Breaking the Silence. This series aims to give our youth a platform to voice their opinions about sexuality and other related concerns, and also encourage our learners to tell their educators how they want to be taught about sexuality.
I Googled everything I need to know about sex. Yes, I did that. Better than not knowing.
My mom does not even want me to speak about it in front of her, so I'd rather open up the dictionary and check it myself. What I found out was quite amazing. Sexual intercourse between two people, etc., etc. Then I understood from that point onwards.
Do any of you know any teen parents?
Yes.
Really?
I was like the perfect child, did nothing wrong, and I was top this, top that. So she had high expectations of me, and she didn't think I would do things like this.
It was like even in LO class, when you get to that topic, when it's like sex, you feel that for most teachers, like, let us just skip it.
Should maybe your condom burst while having sex? Do you think you might be ready for that consequence, your pregnancy?
No.
I think no matter how much we can implement sexual education, and no matter how involved we can be in those learners' lives, at the end of the day, we cannot make choices for them.
You have to know what you like and dislike. You have to learn how to say no.
Now we should look beyond teaching people to abstain, because we've tried that method and it clearly has failed.
So kids are scared to approach their parents with these kind of things, you know what I'm saying?
It is said that for many South African girls, violence and abuse are an inevitable part of their school environment.
And then he started to beat me up, grabbed me by my hair, banged my face on the floor. And from then, that's when he started to rape me.
It is every teenager's right to feel safe.
People think that, oh no, she wears things like that. She's
So she deserves it.
Yeah, she was asking for it. She flirted with me. She wanted it.
It's important to emphasize that it is not what girls or women wear that leads them to be raped or be sexually violated. It is, in fact, what we as men and boys do to women daily in objectifying them or looking at them as just mere sexual objects.
Have you drank at school?
I was in primary school that time.
It's happening in our schools, and I'm quite aware of it.
Children selling substances.
When I took my first pull of weed or my first joint, I didn't know that a few years later I'd be living in a crack house with a needle in my arm.
When you talk to learners, sometimes you think you're open enough, but at the same time you're not.
As learners, what is it that they must do as educators?
I think I think gays and also lesbian as
Right now we're giving children mixed messages because of our own judgments and biases, and we need to begin to close that gap.
I actually want a better future for myself.
Mina igama lami nguMonica Mwari.
iposition yami la ngi-intervention specialist, ngisebenza ngokuhlukunyezwa kwabafazana nabantwana nabafana. Siyazama ukunceda kakhulu ezintweni ezinjengema-gender based violence, ukuhlukunyezwa ne-sexual abuse kakhulu ebantwaneni. Khona manje njengoba kuba ne-COVID-19 kwaphela abantu baphelelwa imisebenzi, abantu bahlala ekhaya kwaba ne-lockdown e-strict.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, can we start settling? We want to start with the next session. Officials, can you help us to get everyone into the hall so that the CEO can start with his presentation? Mr. Dingan Gobeni, can you just remind the Minister and MECs that we have started? Thank you very much. Emma, can you get us all the union representatives? Plus the SGB Association and professional bodies representatives. Thank you. Maybe we need a bell to ring the bell. Yeah, or the gong. We do have a gong. It will help us. What time am I supposed to be there? What is the time? 10 minutes. We're running 9 minutes late, colleagues. We're supposed to be back by 20 past. This is not basic education. Thank you very much. We're going to proceed. I'm going to request the CEO of the NECT to proceed and take us through his presentation. Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for the CEO of the NECT, Mr. Godwin Khosa. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. I hope people will walk faster back to their seats. Somebody before this, during a break, DG came to me and said, go and direct the program programmatically. So I saw that you came here to direct generally. So you have been directed to come back and we need to make a start. I hope that we have a critical mass and we could therefore make a start. Mr. Mtlanga, you can walk faster. Thank you very much and good morning to everyone, or rather good afternoon. The morning ran quite fast. And good afternoon to all the people who are joining us via virtually. We got programs in front of us. Just to connect what we're going to do going forward to what we have done earlier on, if you looked at your programs, you will see that in the first session, we got a direction from the minister and the deputy minister. But secondly, we dwelled on macro level reflections on where the education system is. Thabo gave us that, and I think Professor Gustafsson as well, referred to some aspects of that. Secondly, thirdly, we looked at the impact of COVID-19 in education. And Mpumi, as well as Ms. Mansfield, help us, of course, with Prof. Tomlinson, helped us to understand the impact of COVID-19. So very good background that should enable us to proceed with our program. So coming forth, it's actually 3 presentations. As you see, those focus on the way forward in the main. But we do start, of course, with further analysis of the status quo, the impact from UNESCO, before we look at how we're responding to the impact of COVID-19. Very much in line with what the Minister and the Deputy Minister pointed to in the morning regarding the rebooting and rebuilding of education, which all of us, I think, are dying for. So, colleagues, we're going to have 3 presentations. 2 of those will be virtually, will come to us virtually, and 1 will be, face-to-face. The first, of course, that will come virtually will come from Dr. Vincent Lacrin, whom I will introduce shortly, and the second one will come from Mr. J. Dlacy, and the third will come from Dr. Polia and not Dr. Smelani. They have arranged that Dr. Polia makes the presentation. The Deputy Minister is not here, but I wanted to concur with her that the lights are quite punishing. So for that reason, I asked Dr. Polia to come and sit here and receive the punishment of the light with me. On that note, colleagues, I would like to introduce our next speaker, who is Dr. Vincent Lacrin. And I told you that he will present virtually on monitoring learning in COVID-19 contexts. Just for you to know who he is, I'm going to quickly go through his bio. Dr. Vincent Lacrin is a senior analyst at the OECD, which stands for Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, Center for Education Research and Innovation, so CERI, that's the sub-section he comes from. He's responsible for the project on future of higher education, University Futures, which aims to inform and facilitate strategic decision-making by governmental and non-governmental and other stakeholders in the higher education sector. He's also a co-leader of the Human Capital Working Group of the OECD Innovation Strategy. His past experience includes work on internationalization and trade in higher education, as well as e-learning in tertiary education. Before joining the OECD, Dr. Lacrin worked for 7 years as lecturer and researcher in economics at the University of Paris-Nanterre and the London School of Economics. He holds a PhD in economics and master's degrees in business administration and philosophy. So welcome, Dr. Lacrin, and I hope our techies will be able to usher him in. Thank you very much. You have your 20 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for the invitation. That's really my pleasure. I'm not seeing my presentation yet, but what I'm going to talk about is basically how you can monitor learning in COVID-19 and what has been done in different contexts and countries. And for that, I will mainly rely on 2 recent reports that we have published at the OECD. One, which was actually just released yesterday, which is called How Learning Continued During the COVID-19 Pandemic, and which was actually jointly published with the World Bank, and another one that we have published more regarding what happened in OECD countries, and which I hope will be an inspiration. So I'm going first to present some examples of monitoring in different countries, show how statistical monitoring of education system can continue, and give one example outside of the OECD in India, and before concluding. So, some first lesson that we've had. So as I've mentioned, we have actually just released yesterday a book documenting 45 case studies around the world. So it's a book that was jointly published with the World Bank, and actually is a result of an initiative, not just with the World Bank, but with the Harvard Global Education Innovation Initiative and a Finnish organization on innovation called 100. And basically what we've tried to do was to document what a lot of different countries have done when the school closures have started, and both governmental initiatives and what people in the civil society have actually done to make learning continue. So one of the aspects of the story, so I could say a few words on some of the takeaways, and I think one of them, which is very important, is that there was a lot of resilience of systems, and in fact, in many countries around the world, regardless of how wealthy they are, there were a lot of good initiatives to make sure that students could continue to learn, even so it was not necessarily as good as what would be given in normal times. But one aspect I want to emphasize is more related to the monitoring aspect of it. And on that, there was actually different approaches to monitoring learning. One point that we have seen in many cases is that first, let me say that in most cases, and I will go back to that, the way that learning continued was through multimodal platforms, so a mix of different solutions so that people could reach a lot of different learners wherever they were. One thing that most countries have done is actually to continue to have teachers monitor what their students were doing and to stay in contact and in touch with the families, etc. And so one thing that, an example is Peru. They've put in place this platform, which is a multimodal platform called I Learn at Home, and where the monitoring they've done of learning was through teachers mainly. They were asking teachers to give feedback and to report about what they were doing and how the students were doing. The homework continued using smartphones, mainly WhatsApp. And in addition, the government put in place call centers to gather representative information from different stakeholders, the parents, the teachers, and the principals, to see to what extent the learning resources that they had provided through their platform, which was a mix of digital learning resources, TV, recorded lessons, etc., was actually taken. So that gives really one view. Another way which actually was done, and which is also a way to keep students engaged at the same time. I understand from the discussion this morning that this is really in South Africa, like everywhere else, one of the big challenges of the crisis. Is an example from India in the state of Madhya Pradesh, where they had this initiative called Learning Will Not Stop. And here again, there was part of the monitoring was done by giving randomized scores, by establishing some monitoring cells within the districts that was monitoring the WhatsApp groups through which the teachers were communicating with their students. And also did something which was interesting is to allow the students to take quizzes that would actually be acknowledged. So the choice of the students to actually take the quiz exams to show what they were doing, and they were giving some type of acknowledgement for that. Third example that we have and that that we could witness is actually the traditional monitoring of learning, which is the monitoring through exams. And here where we had two different types of example. For example, in Saudi Arabia, for the final end of secondary exam, what they've done is that they used an AI proctoring system to monitor the exams and allow the students to actually take it from home with technology. And in Egypt, they just changed the format of the exam, so they used to have these seated exams, and they've changed it to a teacher-marked project that was actually done by the students, and which was something that they already had in the pipeline as part of their reform of curriculum. But actually, the crisis provided a much broader basis for social acceptance of this new type of exam. So here you can see we have, the kind of on-the-ground types of monitoring. And now I would like to say a bit more about the monitoring of learning with statistics, so the more traditional type of monitoring of learning, and that we could find in many OECD countries. So we have published a few months ago a book on schooling during the pandemic, which looks actually at all the statistical studies that have been carried out in OECD countries. And that they cover a lot of different aspects. I'm just really going to focus mainly on the learning aspect. And through two different lenses. One are the monitoring of the input, so what students did, and the monitoring of some of the outcomes. To be very clear, most of the results, I would say if it's not the case, but all these results only concern the first wave of the school closures in OECD countries, which was between March and end of June 2020. And so it doesn't cover the other one. So I think it's an important point to make because, of course, the crisis has continued after that, and we are actually just, the new studies about what happened in 2021 are just coming out. And as you know, there is always a delay between the studies and what's going on. Important point is that the youth probability samples, most of the studies that you had during the crisis were done with convenient sample, just because it's easier. So for example, many have opened a website where people could just go and report their experience of COVID, which is actually something which is important and interesting, but it doesn't give you a representative vision of what is going on in the system. And interestingly, we have relatively few countries that during the first wave have done this kind of statistical work, which was actually also disrupted by the crisis. That's the framework were not there, the staff had the difficulties, and so that was really not seen as an urgency in many different places. So the first is how do you monitor learning through the inputs? And for that, basically, it's really seeing how much learning happened, what was delivered, what were the conditions for learning. And so here you can see, in the case of these OECD countries, we had school closures for 4 to 9 weeks. The instruction material, paper, and a few online classes were the main modes of delivery of education. What we know about how much time students have spent working, and it's actually about half of the usual time that they spend when they go to school, how much parental support they got, and also what were the types of difficulties that they have, which was mainly motivation and connectivity. So just to give you an example, so we know, for example, we talked about dropout earlier on. In some of those countries, we know that there was a lot of contact with students for about 10 to 20% of students. So here you have the figures on the screen for the countries for which we have them, but it's pretty significant. We know that there was some kind of disengagement of learning just because people did actually change. Germany gives you an example of how the delivery was actually given. So mainly that was actually in the case accessible through email or platforms. But there was a lot of paper handed as well, and relatively few virtual classrooms during that time. And of course, that gives an idea of how much learning is going to spend. But what you can see as well is that there was virtually no schools that didn't provide any type of learning material. So here that's a study based on a household survey, so going to families. In terms of time, also, we can see that students spent about 3 hours in most places against the 6 hours that they would do usually. And that also they received a lot of support, actually more support for the students in primary education. So here you have France and the UK as two examples. And overall, what is interesting is that there was relatively little assistance provided by parents, on average 1 hour. So that's not a huge amount. But we could find that there was this assistance provided across all socioeconomic backgrounds for a variety of reasons. And last point, in terms of the connectivity, even in OECD countries, which are usually pretty well equipped, there were some actually difficulties in accessing digital learning resources because of equipment or connectivity problems. So here you can see, we have between 4 and 15% of families reporting that they had some difficulties with connectivity. Not necessarily that they had no connectivity, but that it was far from perfect for the learning context. So the other aspect is the monitoring the outcomes or the perceived outcomes, and that was something which was actually more difficult during the crisis. I mean, for the direct outcome that we used to do. So one way is actually to use these household surveys to see to what extent what parents or teachers or principals think about it. It's not very reliable in many ways, but it says something. And here you can see, for example, that during the first wave, the parents in the United States were relatively satisfied about how the instruction was handled by their school, and also that they didn't see that it would be a huge problem for them academically. You can see that a majority of them feel that it is not very likely that it's going to be a big problem for the children. The other way, which is more reliable to monitor, is actually to look at the progress, and for that you need to be able to compare a standardized test in 1 year with a previous cohort, or to use actually growth models for different cohorts. But in fact, it was pretty difficult to compare because of the timing of the usual testing, so which may have happened just during the lockdowns. The organization of it. The second problem is that to be able to compare, you need to have relatively similar conditions of the testing, which wasn't the case during the COVID time when schools were closed. And so that in many cases, you have a lot of studies that have a lot of attrition. So that when you're comparing, for example, 20 and 29, you have a participation rate in the study in 2020, which can be 40% against 85% in 2019. And of course, there is another thing which is more difficult to control, which is the motivation of students and teachers to take this test, which are low-stake tests for them, and so that they don't have much of reason to put too much effort into it, especially in the context of COVID, or if they have to do it remotely. So there was nonetheless a variety of studies which were done based on the standardized test, and with a lot of different designs and strengths. Actually, here I've put on the slide the strong studies, or some of the strong studies. That's, we had a system of stars depending on how strong the evidence would be. And you can see that in there is a variety of results. In some countries, there was little change. So Australia, but they had less school closures as well. France had some school closure, but they find that, and I'm going to show you some of the results, stability or small decrease for the students in grade 1 and grade 2, and actually even an increase in the results in grade 6. In Germany, they had a very small decrease, so it was pretty stable in reading in year 5. In the UK, where the study is not as good, they had a decrease in the learning outcomes compared to before. And in fact, in the US, in Ohio, that's really interesting. That's really because that's a strong study, and so the US seemed to have a different pattern with actually a strong decrease in the learning outcomes during that period of time. Let me show you for France. So here, that's, for example, France has one of the best data set on that, just because, in fact, the timing of their test is in September, so that it is at the reopening of the school. It's at the beginning of the school year. And so at the beginning of the school year, people were in school. There was no school lockdown at that time. And they do another test, which is in February. So that was also before the closure of the school. And so that's why they could do it. And in the case of France, they have it's based on the census, so that every single student in the system takes the test, which makes it pretty reliable. So here you can see that's for the grade 1 students, so those just coming from a kindergarten when they enter the school, and you can see the green is what the performance in 2019, the red bar is performance in 2020, and the blue bar in 2021. So it's and you can see, the results of the first wave is just between the two first bars, and then you can see what happened after the second school year. So you can see there was a little bit of a slight increase in most cases. So here that's a lot of different competencies in French reading. And you can see that usually there was a slight drop between 2019 and 20, and then that which was actually caught up in 2020. And you can see the same more or less in mathematics. Here it's interesting that the grade 2 students, and that's in French, that's where you have the most spectacular results. So that's where you have the most drop between the 2 years. But even there, you can see that it is not always huge, but that's really the most significant. And it also was caught up in 2021 after the second school year. Here you can see the math levels where there was sometimes an increase for some of the different constructs in year 2, so it's not fully homogeneous. And that's a grade 6, so that's the entrance to middle school. You can see the trend. So they are on an upward trend, and you can see that there was a slight plateauing between 2018 and 19, but it continues to increase between 19 and 20 for actually students in all types of schools. Here you have priority education as students from low socioeconomic status schools, and reinforced even lower than usual, so that you can see how it went. And in mathematics, it didn't work as well, and that's something that we find in most results, that mathematics tend to be a bit more affected than language art in most countries for which we have information on that. Here you have the example of Germany again. That's a census. That's one state in Germany. That's a census. So it's a very strong study. And so it shows, I would say, conflicting results. But I think one interesting point on that is when you put these things in perspective, because you have to realize that there are a lot of different effects, cohort effects, the way that the test is implemented, etc. So I've here highlighted 2019 and 20. So that's really when the crisis happened. But you can see that there are variations in the results in previous years as well. And, it tends to be the case for this type of test, in terms of the results, because sometimes you have one cohort that happens to be slightly better than the previous one, or doing better on the test, etc. Or the conditions of the test were not exactly the same from one year to the other. So that's something really to keep in perspective. One point which is very important when monitoring the learning is actually to look at the learner characteristics. One of the things that we know is how the COVID has affected differently students from different groups. And in OECD countries, it was very clear that, for disadvantaged populations, what happened at home has affected the students much more, actually, including on the health side. The rates of infection were stronger. There were more, the economic impact was much bigger, but also in terms of schooling, because I've mentioned, the devices and connectivity issues, the question of the loss of contact with students and teachers. We know that it's more the case for these types of students. They receive sometimes less support from their school, etc. And so that's really something that, can be documented. So here, for example, I give you an example of the United States and the class cancellation by parental education, and you can see that there is a strong correlation that the less educated your parent are, and the more likely that your classes will be cancelled. And also here by race, ethnicity on the right-hand side, and you can see that the Black alone, not Hispanic, and Hispanic or Latino in the US have suffered most than their white and Asian peers. And same in terms of the connectivity, the internet connections also affect different groups in different ways. So I just wanted to finish with one example, which is not which is also a statistical one, but which is not an OECD example, and that's the case of India, where they have this ASA survey, which is carried out by the Pratham Educational Foundation, and which this year they've done, or past year also by phone. So it's a household survey that is based on a representative sample as well. They've done in 20 and 21. And for the first time by doing it by phone, building on the fact that the Indian population has more and more mobile and smartphones. So what they found is that 30%, for example, of students disengaged, so 1 week before the call that was received in the household. They could actually monitor the increase in the access to smartphones, show that in terms of the enrollment, there was very little variation. And interestingly, what happened during the crisis is that there was less enrollments in private schools, and probably because of the economic impact that the crisis had on families. And so here on the right-hand side, you can also see that this is varies obviously by household conditions. So on the left-hand side, you have what happened for students whose parents just have primary school educational attainment, and on the right-hand side, that's those who have more educational attainment, and in the middle is all taken together. And so you can see that on the top, it's the students who had received no materials from the schools and did no learning activities, and you're close to 38, and if you add with got materials and no activities, you're almost at 40% for parents with less education, children with parents with less education, and you're only at 20-something% for the other one. So obviously, that's an effect that we can see in the case of India. And if you look, they've also done actually a learning outcome survey. Both, I'm showing you just a reading one, but they've done the same in mathematics. In just one state of India, Chhattisgarh, and you can see how actually between 2018 and 21, there was actually a big drop. So standard one is first grade, second grade. In terms of, on the left-hand side, it's those who can read letters only, at least letters. And you can see that there was actually a drop between 2018 and 2021. And the right-hand side is actually whether they can read a grade 2 level text. And you can see that there was actually a big drop, but mainly for the younger students. You can see that, in fact, for those who are in high school, there wasn't much change. And for those who were in grade 5, either that wasn't a big change either comparative to the other one. That's a huge change as well, but it's not as big as for the other one. So to conclude, obviously monitoring becomes more difficult in the case of COVID, but there are a lot of ways to do it, to continue to do it formatively, using people on the ground, the teachers, using actually all the possibilities offered by digital platforms or digital tools. Exams can be revised in format, so either in the way it is proctored, if you want to stick with that format, but also by changing the way that you monitor the progress of the students and changing the format of the exam. And what we found is, of course, that national evaluation were disrupted, but still that they remain the most important way of having a proper sense of what is going on, and there are a lot of different ways of doing them, and including sometimes using by phone and asking people about it or using the platforms to see some of the materials. So what we get from all this monitoring for the first 5 years is actually a picture of resilient students and systems, which have continued for many of them to offer some type of learning activities, even if they were not as good as the one that people got in normal times. So there was a disruptive impact and a negative one, but actually there was some level of management. And actually what we've seen in the report that we've published with the World Bank is also that there are some silver linings and something that we can build on to reimagine how education can be done after the crisis. Of course, the second thing which the pandemic has shown is actually exposed and exacerbated in some cases pre-existing inequalities in education systems and societies. And we could see that some students have achieved more, have suffered more than the others, and not necessarily in terms of academic achievement, but also, in terms of the general picture. So to finish, a little bit of advertisement, as we are still actually in the crisis. So we've published with the Education International, the International Federation of Teacher Unions last year, these principles covering both some ideas on how to deal with schooling while the pandemic is happening and how we can actually recover from that. So thank you very much. Thank you for having me, and really I hope that South Africa will manage to find good ways to continue its excellent monitoring of learning and education. Thank you.
Indeed, thank you very much, Dr. Lankrin. Big applause for Dr. Lankrin. Thank you very much. Very useful inputs and perspectives on how other countries have monitored the impact of COVID-19 and how they went about building a basis for the recovery. Our next input, and let me apologize for the problems we experienced with the slides. There was a technical problem. The slides could not move at some point, but I believe the technical team is dealing with that, and those slides will be released to everybody to connect or to link up with what the good doctor has presented. Let's move on and take the next input, which comes from Mr. John Dlacy, and he's going to talk to us about perspectives on learning recovery in the African context. In the same way that we did with the others, let me introduce him. Mr. Dlacy is the Chief Executive Officer of Brains Global, responsible for setting up the 2 sister brands dedicated to promoting innovation, investment, ICT for E, and sustainable partnerships in education. So those brands are namely African Brains as well as Arab Brains. And this has been his mission since 2009. African Brains organizes the largest annual sub-Saharan ministerial education gathering, Innovation Africa, that has convened in South Africa, Zimbabwe, Botswana, Rwanda, Mozambique, Uganda, Kenya, and Ghana. In the Middle East, MENA Innovations has replicated this in Jordan, Oman, Egypt, and Morocco. So you can see the network that develops and forms around the 2 organizations that Mr. Dlacy leads. Welcome, Mr. Dlacy. The virtual podium is over to you. Could we give him a round of applause? Thank you very much. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I trust the screen share is working now. I've put on my screen share of the presentation. I'm not sure what the Eventcast studio has come up with here. So welcome everybody. It really helps to be able to share my presentation. I'm not seeing it on the screen. Maybe if there's any guidance there from Eventcast on if this is actually working.
I think it's coming through, yes.
Lovely. Okay, it seems to be... Is it working now, Chair?
It's duplicating the screens, but I can see the technical people hard at work there.
They had it for a moment and they lost it, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. It was working earlier today. I did see the presentations. I only have 9 slides and I can quickly go through, but it would be nice to do that with the screen share.
Yeah, absolutely. If you can proceed, find a way of proceeding whilst they are sorting out the problem.
Okay, I will proceed. And firstly, good day to everyone, both in person at the Emperor's Palace and virtually across South Africa. Thank you very much to the invitation from Honourable Minister Motshega and to present during this opening ceremony. And also regards to Deputy Minister and friends in the DBE and the provinces. Just a little precursor, if you don't mind me saying. Yeah, I'm in the UK. We're still pretty high on COVID, 80,000 infections yesterday. I was one of them, so excuse me if I have to reach for my glass of water through this presentation, which is on learning recovery in African context. It's drawn from experiences of the virtual meetings we've held over the last 20 months since the onset of the pandemic. And these regular meetings have drawn on lessons from government officials and educators across Africa, as well as experiences that are sprinkling off from other parts of the world. And hopefully, as I say, I will try and see if each slide is sharing. It doesn't seem to be at the moment. My presentation will focus on, firstly, summarising the programmes and actions that we've heard in other African countries. I'll comment on some key interventions at the school and classroom level. There we go, integrating the skills to better prepare learners, and a little time focusing on vulnerable and special needs learners, which is aligned with one of the objectives of this public forum. To quote Professor Stephen Hawking, who himself had lifelong progressive motor neuron disease, in 2011, he said, "Disability need not be an obstacle to success. It is my hope that this century will mark a turning point for the full inclusion of people with disabilities in the lives of their societies." So I'll conclude by presenting a simple model for better managing and administering education and support for vulnerable learners at the school level, and entirely scalable across the education system. Now, last November, the DBE held a workshop on learning loss and recovery. Earlier today, we heard from Professor Gustafsson and Mrs. Mohalwani on learning losses, so I won't spend too much time on this first slide, except to say, around the world, the measures of learning loss due to COVID pandemic, they're very slow to emerge. School systems don't often usually post data with high frequency. But on the right-hand side of this slide, you can see analysis of data from Project Imalango in rural Kenya, which utilized a maths tutoring program where they assessed students from October 2020 to March 2021, comparing what the levels were pre-COVID in March 2020, and it showed 53% of students exhibiting a decline in their maths age. What does stand out in the little graph below is that a higher proportion of students experienced learning loss in lower grades. And it's not surprising that given younger kids need far more parental supervision during closures, especially when employing remote emergency learning at home. The key that we've learned is as we return to full school timetables, is being able to assess current learning levels in the classroom. And that's a point that I will return to later in my presentation. Regarding across sub-Saharan Africa, I'm hoping my next slide does come up. There we go. We've seen governments respond with national education recovery plans. Kenya's basic education sector response plan has put a particular focus on local monitoring at the district levels by field education officials. The country has now adopted a catch-up policy by reducing school holidays. In fact, now it's operating 10 weeks term time, 1 week holiday, 10 weeks term time, 1 week holiday. So if you were a Kenyan teacher, right now you'd have just had 1 week for Christmas. And that program is going to continue for the next 2 years. Senegal's recovery program is based on measuring learning loss caused by the pandemic with historical comparisons to previous student averages. And that what they've done is they've increased the supply of devices to schools by utilizing new remedial technologies for learning and training teachers in the use of ICTs. Right now in Ghana, there's a bill in Parliament to approve a safe school policy and a new digital literacy program, which is, as I say, is in Parliament. The provision of online learning in Ghana has been through a platform called iCampus Ghana, and it's also accompanied by an offline solution, the iBox in the classroom. I think it's important to note that any ed tech, whatever solution is presented, it should have low implementation capacity and always have an offline solution. What they're also doing in Ghana is encouraging homegrown indigenous content, with Ghanaian tech and design students participating in producing interactive content, educational content. In Rwanda, the schooling returned back in January 2020, with the government launching the Back to School campaign to sensitize parents into bringing children back, especially amongst girls and the most vulnerable. And they also recently launched a new program to identify those learners with the most learning difficulties for the extra remedial support. Sudan, they've employed a very aggressive campaign to target the most vulnerable children and those from the poorest backgrounds. Again, the particular concern, the heightened risk for girls being forced into early marriage. And in Sudan, they've made all teachers required to communicate with parents, and they gave them free airtime bundles to do so. Madagascar's back to school strategy has involved a reduction in school fees, a provision of school kits and other classroom materials. I believe I won't focus on Zambia and Nigeria there, but I will move to the next slide. I suspect, there you go. So these, just before comment on this slide, the common thread we've seen across Africa is, with the odd exception, Uganda, for example, they only reopened schools this month after the first time since March 2020. But every effort has been made to return to full schooling elsewhere, full timetables and strong public awareness campaigns to get kids back to school, especially with girls. In the aftermath of Ebola in Sierra Leone and Liberia, there were adolescent pregnancies in some areas that shot up by 65%. So what about interventions that can help learners now? The first three you see on the screen now, targeted instruction, structured pedagogy, self-learning. These are complementary UNESCO, UNICEF and World Bank recommendations from the recent 2021 Path to Recovery report. I wish to give particular attention to that fourth intervention at the bottom, stage, not age. By stage, i.e. grade level, we know, irrespective of a disruptive pandemic, that kids develop at different rates. A grade 9 student may have the mathematics competency of a 12-year-old, a grade 7. But this only gets found out at exam time, often when it's too late. Now, I'm not aware of stage, not age, being an official government policy anywhere in the world. But there are pockets around that we've heard in many of our online meetings where the pandemic has motivated educators and policymakers to innovate a little bit, especially at local levels, to innovate, reimagine, and seek out the best interventions. We very much, all around the world, there's no exceptions anywhere, a 19th century structure of mass education that organizes learning according to age-based categories, whereas we're facing a rapidly changing 21st century with completely different skills required. So is it so hard for us to respond? And no, it's not. At any school now, we can assess year group levels such as midterm or mid-year tests, especially for the foundational subjects. Those students, they can be told that these tests, they don't go towards their grades, they're not high pressure exams, and the school has an opportunity to assess levels. If a learner is below their grade level, they can improve using those interventions listed above, so extended instructional time, implementing self-learning, and especially communicating back with parents to come up with bespoke ideas. And if a learner is above the grade level, then stretch and challenge. That kid might be the next Einstein, might be working at the Square Kilometre Array in Northern Cape. So I think the stage, not age, is something to give serious attention to. Also, as I mentioned in my first slide, the data on measuring learning loss is slow to emerge. And here we can kill two birds with one stone by having such mid-year tests. We have a true measure of learning levels in the classroom, and we know precisely which kids need the most additional support and intervention. So if we move to the next slide, thank you very much. And I won't spend too long on this slide, just regarding the rapid changing 21st century world of work. Just a quick word on skills. And it's important to ensure we better prepare learners with the right skills and competencies that match the real world requirements. And I'm sure you've all seen World Economic Forum and future skills that will be in demand, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, the green economy. And it's not just the impact on manual jobs and factory or automation. What we're starting to see is middle class, middle income jobs being affected by the changing world technology, such as accountancy. Why use an accountant when you can just use a piece of software? I recently saw a video of a company in California that has designed and built a machine for prostate surgery. It comes down from the ceiling of the operating theatre, the robotic arms come out, and it can carry out surgery as precisely as a surgeon. It has been tested on cadavers, not on a live person yet, but it does give it shows the direction of travel. And imagine that, you can't think of a more highly skilled or highly trained job than that of a surgeon, potentially being under threat. What is interesting when people make predictions of the skills required in the future is what's commonly spoken of is caring and educating. No deep learning machine can care for a person better than a fellow human being. So carers and teachers, we know right now are not amongst the highest paid in society, but it's very much potential the expectations in the future will be far more highly valued. So we need to integrate higher order thinking skills into learning without disrupting the core curricula. You see on the right-hand side there, you start with problem solving, critical thinking, emotional intelligence, soft skills, and at the core, you have the foundational education. And as we move out to self-awareness, self-management, and eventually we produce confident and concerned citizens. So talking of care, this leads me, if I could ask my next slide. Thank you very much. I only just have two more slides. This leads me to the really important area of vulnerable learners and special educational needs. And the goal of inclusive education is to address the learning needs and promote opportunities for all children, especially focusing on those who are vulnerable to marginalization and exclusion. But it's not easy. At the day-to-day school level, a real challenge is consistently supporting special needs learning while ensuring complex policy is put into practice. In the case of South Africa, it is the National Policy on Screening, Identification, Assessment and Support, SIAS. So, for example, take an average multi-grade school, say of 2,000 students, as many as 350 may have special education needs. That's an approximation. You could look at 15 to 20%, say. But those special education needs have a very wide spectrum, anything from dyslexia to multiple sclerosis. And it's that wide spectrum that needs to be covered by policy. The policy reflects the complexity of supporting learning disabilities, but at the school level on a day-to-day basis, it needs to be simplified and made practical to manage. Yet it still remains the demands of mainstream education for teachers to deliver, where in most schools, mostly all around the world, it's not unique, South Africa or Africa, worldwide, the therapeutic services do not exist. So the responsibility and burden is placed on subject teachers who are not necessarily disability specialists. And this can often be a source of tension. We all know resource allocation is always a challenge, and supporting, as you see at the bottom left-hand corner there, supporting special needs learners in a mainstream setting, it's nearly always reactive. It's often firefighting. I have a colleague who is a head special needs education coordinator with 8 multiple sclerosis kids in her school. And one of whom in a maths lesson sneaked into the back of a classroom, sneaked into the cupboard just as the maths lesson was coming to an end, pulled the cupboard door behind himself and locked himself in the cupboard. Nobody noticed. And when the classes broke, where's our kid with MS? And for an hour and a half, the teachers, the staff, they turned the school campus upside down. They were on the verge of calling the parents, calling the police. Fortunately, somebody retraced their steps and fortuitously just opened the cupboard door, and there was the poor lad. And the nature of MS is he didn't make any noise. He didn't know where he was. He was in the dark, just sitting there rocking away. And that is illustrative of the kind of firefighting of the daily challenges of running special needs education. And I'm sure many of you will recognize those challenges. And that brings to that final point on this slide, is that the one of risk, coping with social, emotional learning and mental health risks. These are not competencies that are built into, trained in pre-service qualification. Yet ultimately that burden of risk is on teachers and school leaders. So how do we navigate such complexities? Well, you need a compass. And if I could kindly ask Venkas to move to the next slide to show the compass. This is a special educational needs and disabilities compass, which has worked in practice. It relates, on the screen there you can see, it relates to having a code of practice that includes educational healthcare plans. Specifically, South Africa's SIAS policy doesn't state educational healthcare plans, but the SIAS policy does have assessment ratings, low, moderate, and high. So high is those learners with needing the most specialist support, which will include healthcare professionals, the occupational therapists, the nurses, the mobility therapists, the physios, and so on. So high in the SIS rating is equivalent to, say, in the UK, what is called educational healthcare plans. But I would go so as far to say that those who are rated high in terms of specialist support, you cannot separate healthcare and educational needs. They're so closely entwined, and future as more development of special education needs policy takes place, defining them as educational healthcare plans is something to maybe look at. So This compass is a very simple model at school level. It takes the complexity of policy, it takes the complexity of that huge spectrum of special needs vulnerabilities to the practical day-to-day managing and administering. As I said, it's entirely scalable from 1 to 10,000 schools. So, as I mentioned, you may have in a multi-grade school of around 2,000 kids, say 350 identified with special needs. The aim is to get everyone north, needs met in the classroom, quality first teaching. And the east of the compass, that's your high SIS ratings. Those are the ones who need the most specialist support in the healthcare professionals. But out of, say, 350 kids in a multi-grade school of 2,000 students, you might only have a couple of dozen of the highest SIS ratings. South is send support for those vulnerable learners who may need specialist healthcare professionals, who don't need specialist healthcare professionals, but maybe they compare to moderate, in some cases low SIS ratings. But the aim, as I say, is to get everyone north of the compass. And certainly most of those low SIS ratings and many of those moderate ratings, you can get pointing north. West is what's in the classroom. That's for the teachers to observe and keep an eye and identify learners that may need additional support and be able to report that back to the school principal or the special needs coordinator. And once you have a model of administering vulnerable and special needs learners in place, everyone knows where they stand. Everyone in the school has a picture of expectations, and across the entire school system, you can create common protocols. And so this model matches and simplifies for day-to-day use, the code of practice or the special needs policy in the case of South Africa, the SIAS. So, for example, those needing the most support, like on the east of the compass, those needing healthcare professionals, it may just be a relatively small number. And this allows in advance the school or the department to properly allocate resources where they most need. It takes away the ad hoc, reactive nature of managing special needs education. And most important, it takes care of the most vulnerable. And as I say, everyone knows where they stand with the compass.
Thank you, John. If you could wrap up.
Okay.
And
well,
there you go.
Actually, that was my final comment. I've seen that successfully deployed. So my final words are, thank you for allowing me to present. It's been an honor. So thank you, Chair Nkosi.
Thank you very much. Your passion has been unmistakable, and you can hear the applaud in the room. Thank you very much, John. So DG, the last two presentations actually left us with additional tools and instruments in our toolboxes to go and start the process of recovery. So thank you, John, for adding to that. But I also picked up one thing from John, and I linked it to what the earlier speakers had referred to, even though they did not use the directly use the word benchmarking. Thabo spoke about doing better in international comparative studies, and so did Martin, and also for the fact that he just loves it. But when John spoke, it crossed my mind that we should not only be benchmarking outcomes, but we should also be benchmarking the processes and the inputs. Did you pick up that some education systems could only bring back their learners last month? Do you remember when our kids came back to school? Even though they did not come back in full. That was in August, July, last year. So when we do this benchmarking and we find that we fare better, I think we must celebrate it, isn't it? Please, let's clap hands for the courage that this country has actually shown in bringing back some of our learners last year, and we're hoping that all of them will be back very soon so that we can start with the process of recovery in earnest. Deputy Minister, Minister is not the only person who does not require an introduction. The second person who does not require an introduction is Dr. Polia. Dr. Polia simply equals assessments and exams. Would you agree with me? There's no exams and assessments without Dr. Polia. But Dr. Polia, let me do the honors and introduce you like everybody else. Dr. Polia is currently the Chief Director at the Department of Basic Education, responsible for national assessments and public examinations. He was previously appointed by Umalusi as Director of Quality Assurance Council. Dr. Polia obtained his Doctor of Philosophy degree in Education, Leadership and Administration at the University of Johannesburg, and his Master of Education, Secondary and Teaching, focusing on secondary and teaching at the University of Witwatersrand. But DG must allow me to add and congratulate him, perhaps together with you, for yet another successful assessment in a very difficult, period last year. Can we clap hands for him as he comes to the stage?
Thank you, Chairperson, for that very generous and gracious introduction. I'm not sure that all of that belongs to me. If we run a good examination system in this country, it's because of the excellent leadership that we have in our Minister, Deputy Minister, Director General, MECs and HODs, and the very large teams that we have in each of the provinces. So it's nothing about this puny little individual standing in front of you. But thank you nonetheless, Chairperson. Our Minister, Deputy Minister, MECs present, our Director General, HODs present, MECs present, Chairperson of our stakeholder bodies and entities and partner institutions, together with the chief executive officers that are present, leaders of teacher unions and other social partners, officials from the DBE and provincial education departments, ladies and gentlemen. That was a rather long introduction, and I'm hoping that my presentation would not be as long. What I'm going to be presenting to you this afternoon is a set of recommendations, Minister, that comes from TDCM. TDCM is the Teacher Development and Curriculum Management Committee, which is a subcommittee of HEDCOM. And HEDCOM has various subcommittees, and TDCM is one of them. And TDCM is represented by all 9 provinces together with various stakeholders. So these recommendations are not my recommendations. They're recommendations coming from TDCM. So I am merely the singer and not the songwriter. So if there are stones to be thrown, they must be thrown at TDCM, and I'm not sure you will be able to find them in this diverse audience. Now, both Dr. Simelane and I are currently the caretaker managers of the curriculum branch. We've had a number of recommendations, and there's been significant consultations. In fact, we had a 2-day workshop, and coming from that 2-day workshop, we put together this framework, and both Dr. Simelane and I managed this process of consolidating this. So what you're seeing is coming from the curriculum branch of the Department of Basic Education. What I need to also mention is that this recovery plan focuses on curriculum recovery. But what the department is also busy doing at the moment is putting together a broader recovery plan which focuses on issues of infrastructure, psychosocial support, and the rest. So this, in essence, focuses on curriculum. I have a problem of being high in fuel intake, so I tend to dry out quite easily. So please pardon me. Now, I think you'll agree with me that the two presentations that preceded my presentation sets the stage for what I need to share with you. And on the next slide, you will see the outline of my presentation. Moving on to the next slide. And what I want to say is that there's much out there in terms of the literature and the research with regard to learning losses. And what I think both presentations that have just gone before my presentation provides us with excellent ideas. But the challenge is as to how do we take those ideas, those recommendations, and come up with a homegrown product, as we always refer to, and make sure that this is a product that fits into our context. So the purpose of my presentation, which is on the next slide, is to present to this DBE sector Lekgotla a proposed framework for the learning recovery program, focusing on curriculum for the South African schooling system. And again, I want to say that these are proposals. They've not been presented to HEDCOM. They've not been discussed at CEM. So they are still at a very draft level, and we are hoping that this Lekgotla will provide us with the necessary comments that will then allow us to move to the next step. In my introduction, I thought as much as we focus on COVID-19 and the COVID-19 environment, we should not forget that there was a context that preceded COVID. And therefore, on my next slide, I talk about the pre-COVID curriculum challenges. Because in moving forward, we need to make sure we do not lose sight and lose those critical challenges that confronted us pre-COVID. And what I've done in this slide is merely articulated some of the challenges that possibly were highlighted in my own mind. And I'm sure that as you sit there, you could add to that list of what I've added. Pre-COVID, we've spoken a lot about the fact that we have a content-laden curriculum. Our curriculum in the main focuses on content, and as a result, the development of skills, the application of knowledge, and higher order thinking, which is fundamental to the complete development of the learner, may sometimes be ignored as teachers in the classroom are engaged in the main with content. Secondly, because of the vastness of the curriculum, we tend to focus on curriculum coverage rather than looking at drilling down deeper, focusing on depth rather than breadth in terms of the kind of skills that we want to develop with the aid of the content. Thank you, Chairperson. This makes life easier. Thirdly, we've all agreed that there's a need for creative and problem-solving skills, which many of our learners leave the system not having these vital skills which are necessary for life in the future. We have, in the main, a system which is driven by summative assessment, and more especially in terms of examinations. The grade 12 examination serves an important role. And I think much of the gains in the system currently are because of the pull effect of exams in this country. But I think what we've been warned against is that we must not become an exam-driven system that prepares learners for examination, but does not ensure that learners exit grade 12 with the required skills the required values and knowledge that will prepare them for the life beyond grade 12. We need to move away from purely summative assessments which give an indication of whether the learner can be promoted, whether the learner satisfies the outcomes at the end of the process, to more formative assessment processes which, on an ongoing basis, gives both the learner, the teacher, and the parent an indication of how the learner is progressing. Now, having looked at the pre-COVID challenges, I think we're all quite familiar with the South African COVID-19 context. What are the prevailing conditions? And I'm not going to go through them. They are listed very clearly. And I think what we've done is insulating our grade 12s simply because the grade 12s had to go through the full curriculum. The sector response is listed. We've trimmed the curriculum. And in trimming the curriculum, we have tried to ensure that we retain the core of what is required by a learner at the particular grade. We changed the assessment protocol. There was considerable additional learner support at all levels, from national to province to district, right up to the school level. Psychosocial support. And most importantly, I think that which we did successfully is to insulate the grade 12 so that they can meet the requirements of the grade 12 examination. Now, having painted the COVID context, the COVID environment, what were the consequences? And much has been said already about the consequences of the COVID environment. Firstly, it highlighted the existing economic and social inequalities. The divide between the have and the have-nots has been exacerbated. And I don't think there's any doubt about that. It also called for a rapid response. And I think as a system, we responded appropriately and adequately. But on hindsight, one can then say that some of our responses were not the best. And I think this is a world over experience, but under the circumstances, we had to respond. Third point, in terms of the consequences of COVID-19, is that it moved curriculum implementation, curriculum management into the location of the school, the teacher, and the school principal. The professionalism of our teaching staff now became of critical importance. And therefore, that is something that's going to be highlighted throughout the presentation in terms of improving the competencies, the professionalism of our teachers. Now, amidst all these consequences, and you and I are aware in life, wherever there are consequences, wherever there are challenges, there's always great opportunities. And I think those are the opportunities that we want to engage with and make the best of. Firstly, it gives us an opportunity to address long-standing challenges, some of which I've mentioned already. Secondly, it helps us to strengthen our curriculum, and much of that will be mentioned in this presentation. And again, the bullet appears, improvement of teacher and teacher skills and competencies. And just to highlight all this that I've said, Sayed and Singh clearly indicate that the pandemic presents the opportunity to rethink orthodoxies and long-held education dogmas in diverse ways and opens possibilities for reconfiguring society and education in new ways. So this is indeed an opportunity to be grappled rather than looking at it as a major challenge that possibly is going to take us back. Now, as much as we think of opportunities and think of the consequences and think of the changes that we need to implement under the current context, we need to be reminded that this has to be done within certain parameters. And the parameters are the mandates that influence recovery. Firstly, we have the Sustainable Development Goals, which talks about quality education, and that was highlighted this morning. We have the NDP, which was also spoken about this morning, and the national targets, which we cannot lose sight of. We have action plans, the annual action plan, which we talk about, and the national curriculum statement. So these are the key documents or articles that will determine the room that we have to maneuver in terms of making sure we achieve the goals of these basic articles. But at the same time, I think these documents give us much room to maneuver. So what then is the learning recovery targeting? And we are saying that any learning recovery must support the education system to build an enabling environment to recover learning losses. And I think we've been talking about learning losses the entire morning. But important, it's an enabling environment, because research has shown that the losses in terms of learning cannot be fully recovered. We could come close to recovering some of those losses in terms of the basic skills that we want to develop. But more importantly, I think it's talking about preparing the system for future learning opportunities with types of learning that supports deep thinking. And that, I think, is something we need to look at very closely. We need to address future complex needs and problems. And importantly, again, we need to develop teacher knowledge and skills. And what this calls for is for curriculum assessment and teacher development to work together to bring about the required changes. In all our learning recovery imperatives, we need to understand that these are the 4 critical elements that cannot be ignored. It's the learner, it's the teacher, it's the curriculum, and most importantly, the system. Because the system gives effect to what the outcomes of the learner are, how the teacher performs, and how the curriculum gets implemented. And in the next slide, we elaborate on these, what we call identities. The identity of the learner. What kind of learner do we want to see emerging post-COVID? What kind of learner do we want to see emerging from the schooling system after 13 years of schooling? And I think a fundamental challenge that we have to address in terms of the learner, and given the current COVID challenges, is the imperatives of progressing a learner to the next grade versus standards. And I think in all of this that we find ourselves, we want to make sure that standards are not compromised. But does it mean that if a learner is moved to a next grade, if he has not met all the curriculum outcomes, are we compromising standards? Or is there a mechanism by which a learner can be moved to a next grade and yet the deficits or the shortcomings can still be addressed while the learner is in the next grade? The teacher, and I think we've all heard this being said, that the quality of an education system is determined by the quality of its teaching staff. And therefore, if there's nothing else we focus on, it's focusing on teacher development, teacher competencies, because the teacher is the one that makes the difference in the classroom when that door is shut. The curriculum is what we need to talk about, because the curriculum becomes the de facto or the standard that directs teaching and learning, that directs assessment, that directs everything that happens in the teaching environment. And again, the system in South Africa is large, is complex, is diverse, and we need to understand how do we manage a diverse system like the one we have. And what has been pointed out, and the questions that were presented this morning, that some schools are flying high, other schools are struggling. And then you have the broad band of schools in the middle. How do we make sure that we bring all of this together without sacrificing the excellence and the high standards that your better performing schools must achieve, but making sure at the same time that we bring those schools that are struggling in our disadvantaged background to a level or to a standard which we can then say is what is required for learners in that school to be able to meet the demands of the 21st century. Having said all of that, TDCM, I'm told I have 5 minutes and I'm just warming up. So I'm going to ignore, I think I'm going to put a 1 in front of the 5 and convert that to 15 minutes. Okay, you see, that's the disadvantage of being here in person. I never saw a 5-minute warning given to other speakers simply because they were far away. He says, get on with the job. Okay, I have the protection of my minister here. Okay, now, coming out of the TDCM workshop, we came up with these critical principles. And if there's nothing else you remember out of my presentation, please take note of these principles. And remember, these are recommendations, and I'm glad our MECs are here, our HODs are here, and they can tell us whether we're talking nonsense or there's some merit in the recommendations that are being made. Firstly, we're saying there has to be a recovery period which could extend over 5 years, could extend over 10 years, but given the imperatives that we have, Minister, we think that the recovery period must extend over the next 3 years. And those 3 years would be 2022, 2023, and 2024. And then comes another important point, another important recommendation. The recovery period will be followed by the implementation of a strengthened curriculum. So what we then do is that in these 3 years, while we are busy with recovering the learning losses, we then prepare for what we're calling, for the want of a better word, a strengthened curriculum that will be implemented post the 3 years in 2025. C says the trimmed ATP, the trimmed ATPs that we currently have in our schools, will be the curriculum to be implemented over the recovery period. So even if we go back to normal schooling, we no more have a rotational timetable. The proposal from TDCM is that we should keep the trimmed ATP, because the trimmed ATP has removed the excess content and it has retained the core content that is required for learners at that particular grade. The trimmed ATP, even though it has been trimmed, we think there's a need for possibly just a quick review by our curriculum specialists, and that can be done in 2022 to make sure that it in fact encapsulates the core, the essence of what needs to be implemented during this recovery period. Elements of the strengthened curriculum, because like I said, while we're busy with recovery in the 3 years, we then prepare for a strengthened curriculum in 2025, and elements of that strengthened curriculum can be infused into the current implementation. The next important principle is that assessment for learning, AFL, should serve as the undergirding pedagogical approach during this recovery period. Now, assessment for learning is a simple teaching methodology, which simply says teaching and assessment must be integrated. As you teach, you assess on an ongoing basis, on a minute-by-minute basis. In other words, at the end of every lesson, a teacher must be confident, or he must have some level of confidence that whatever he has taught is in fact understood by learners so that he could move to the next level. If that doesn't happen, that results in the accumulation of curriculum deficits. We're talking about a strengthened curriculum. What then is a strengthened curriculum? And like I said, the word strengthened curriculum is used as a placeholder term. We can find the right word. But a strengthened curriculum must be a curriculum that focuses on 21st century skills and competencies. It must lead to a reduction of the content, which we are seeing already in our trimmed ATP. It must focus on formative assessment, focus on vocational and occupational education, which is already there, just needs to be strengthened, and a possible tweaking of our NCS. In fact, all commentators say that our national curriculum statement is world-class. It has all the skills that are required. It simply means that we need to make sure that those skills that are captured in the National Curriculum Statement, and more particularly in the preamble, filter through the rest of the content that is in the National Curriculum Statement, and then filters through to our classrooms and to our teachers and learners. So this is the big plan in terms of the next few years. So what then constitutes the learning recovery framework? Okay, I'm getting the nod from the chairperson. He says, go on. Now, in order to give effect to what I've spoken about already, these are the 5 critical pillars. And the 5 critical pillars firstly says, get the curriculum standard right. And that would be your National Curriculum Statement. And that could be our trimmed ATP in a restructured form, which becomes the curriculum for 2025 and beyond. Once you've got the curriculum standard right, then comes the very important step, MEC, and that is assessment of the learning loss. And I'll talk a little more about how that will be done. Thirdly, the teacher in the classroom, having established the learning loss, must then design the learning recovery program for his class. Then comes the implementation, once you've designed the program, and monitoring. So the last 2 steps are possibly that which we are all accustomed to. But let me very quickly take you through the first 3 pillars. The curriculum standard, which I think I've already articulated, and what that will be. And a question that needs to be asked, is the trimmed ATP that we have currently for every subject, for every grade, appropriate to serve as the curriculum standard during this recovery period? And remember, I said that will serve as the basis for your strengthened curriculum in 2025 and beyond. So post-2024, we still need to work on the curriculum, tweak it, and I'm hoping that there would not be serious curriculum changes to be made. And therefore, the question is, what needs to be done to the current CAP so that it fully represents the curriculum standard post-2024? Now, here comes the important step, and I think this is the step we're not getting right in our classrooms currently. We need to assess the learning losses. Now, if we talk about assessing the learning losses must be evaluated and assessed at the systemic level, but more importantly, at the classroom level. What Martin and Pumi have done is they've done some form of assessing the learning loss at a systemic level, looking at a language. Now, we think with TIMS data, we've got TIMS 2019, which was pre-COVID. That becomes a pre-COVID standard. We could then take some of the released items of TIMS and administer it to grade 9 or grade 7 learners that are in grade 7 in 2022. And then use the pre-COVID TIMS data and compare that to what comes out of TIMS in 2022. And that will give us another indication of the systemic loss. But here's the most important part. It's the teacher determining the learning loss at the classroom level. And what we think needs to be done here is that if we can provide our teachers with a battery of tests, so that before every topic, before the teacher starts the topic on fractions, he administers a quick, short test, 5 minutes test, to find out where learners are in terms of their understanding of fractions. And once he's established where learners are, the teacher in that classroom has to design a program based on the trimmed ATP to say, this is what I need to do to get my learners to where they need to be in terms of what is required in grade 3 or grade 4 in terms of this particular topic. So the teacher's role becomes fundamental. And like I said, the third step is the teacher designing the learning program, and those are the elements, and I'm not going to take too much time on that. And the implementation of the learning recovery program by the teacher in the classroom is dependent on our subject advisors. And I think this is one group that are possibly used too widely in a number of administrative duties, and they need to be brought back to their core business, which is supporting the subject and supporting the teaching and learning in the classroom. Our managers, our principals, our circuit managers must be trained to support the teacher in the classroom in terms of this recovery program. And obviously, more support material in addition to what we are doing. Then comes a critical aspect of monitoring and evaluation. If the teacher is doing what he needs to do in his classroom, he has to be monitored and supported on an ongoing basis, and that must be done against the standard which we have agreed upon, and monitoring has to take place at classroom level, monitoring by the district, monitoring by the province, and monitoring by the DBE. Having said all of that, what then becomes our theory of change moving forward? Firstly, I think we've advocated the value of collective wisdom. If I look at this room and I look at the years of experience, the expertise that we have around, no problem in this country, or even no problem world over, could be too much for the expertise and the wisdom that is contained in this room. It's about how we harness all of it, bring it together so that it could be directed and focused in the right direction. So it's about collective wisdom. It's about the 3-year recovery plan leading to the strengthened curriculum. It's about bringing some kind of stability to the system so that teachers and learners have a kind of launching pad from which they could move into the strengthened curriculum. And lastly, it's an enabling framework that will allow us to move into a curriculum that focuses on the strengthened or the 21st century curriculum. So the big things for noting, I'm reaching closure, Chairperson, don't get so uneasy. Okay, firstly, the recovery program and the strengthening of the curriculum are related, but they cannot be conflated. They must be treated separately. We need to build a body of research on a COVID-adapted pedagogical approach. A rather mouthful of words, but we need to unpack that and find or come up with a teaching approach that best suits our classroom. Attention must be given to the disconnect between the senior and FET phases. And Minister, we had a lot of comments coming from TDCM regarding this disconnect between the senior and FET phases. The next point is that we need to look at grade 12. Grade 12 cannot be an island. It cannot be insulated indefinitely. At some point, together with Umalusi, we need to look at how we amend the curriculum, amend the teaching and learning without compromising the standard in terms of what is required of the certificate. And then finally, we need to come up with a national monitoring and evaluation framework that will help to track and report on the implementation of this learning recovery program. So the big shifts, Minister, we are saying we cannot go back to the original caps. We need to look at the trimmed ATP as the way forward. Another very important point, and I think this is essential and it will be discussed further in the commission, is that the academic year should be viewed in the context of learning recovery. And I think the point that was raised earlier is that learners are at different stages. And therefore, what we are saying is we need to reimagine the academic year. You may be in grade 5, but you possibly have curriculum knowledge in maths, which is at grade 4. Or you could be in grade 5 and your history knowledge could be at grade 6. So how do we bring all of this together? And let's not be conditioned by the grade. Grade is just a number. What is more important is understanding in terms of that cohort that are in grade 5, where are they? And I think that's the important point, which is D. Learners must be taken from where they are in the continuum of learning to where they need to get to. And now you should be smiling. I'm on conclusion. I think what we are saying, Chairperson, can I complete my conclusion, please? Okay, what are we saying? And I think this is our DG strong message, that the achievement of the last 2 years have confirmed the resilience of learners, of teachers, of parents, and most importantly, the system. Let's harness the gains of the last 2 years and let's take the system to the next level. And most importantly, let's work together, share and embrace the collective wisdom. And I must conclude with the father of the nation. It's in your hands to create a better world for all who live in it. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Dr. Polia. I just have a message from the DG which I want to share with you. It reads, Dr. Polia, next year, Dr. Polia's session will start from 1900 hours and it will continue until midnight. So we won't have him during the day. The second point from the DG, it says, Dr. Polia shall now henceforth be referred to as Reverend of Education. Thank you very much. So, yeah, so it's 14:08 now. We should have had lunch some hour or so ago. So I want to make this suggestion. Dr. Polia is here with us for the entire day, for the entire 2 days, right? And Dr. Polia has raised a lot of details which I suspect will bring up a lot of discussion. So I want to suggest that we focus our next 5 minutes on key questions, pressing questions for Mr. Glazy and for Dr. Lankrin, right? And then I'll give them 1 minute each to comment and close so that we quickly go and have lunch. And when we come back, the Secretariat and myself would have sat and we see how we accommodate Dr. Polia. Do I get any support? Thank you very much. And Dr. Simelane, okay. All right, so critical questions for the first two presenters. And I'll do as the DMD, I want to undermine you. Any critical questions? I'm seeing a sharp. Thank you very much, sharp. So let me invite Dr. Lankrin and Mr. Glazy, just one after the other, just to make some final closing remarks in like a minute before I give you announcements about where we're going to have lunch and so forth. Dr. Lankrin, any closing comments from you? 1 minute.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. I think that was a tremendous, great presentation that we've had. And actually, they're very aligned with some of the principles that we are, promoting at the OECD. I believe that in what was said, the importance of the system level, I would really highlight, suggest, in the different pillars, and the fact that there has to be some alignment between all the different initiatives that are being taken. I think that I really like the idea that, the assessment is not something that should be divorced from teaching and learning. And I think that we should really emphasize that. Monitoring learning is actually really monitoring what students have learned. It's not about just getting a mark or knowing how they fit in a statistical curve, but it's really about how much they actually can do things. That should remain the spirit of assessment. And we have to think of the system assessment really as a way to look at what's going on and how to make progress, how to support teachers, learners, families. And that has become really more important during the COVID. One thing I would like to highlight, also, I guess, working at the Center for Educational Research and Innovation, and so valuing evidence, but also innovation, and the investment in that is that the resilience that we have actually observed in some ways, I'm not, again, we shouldn't say that COVID time was a great time. It isn't, and John knows it better than all of us today. But basically, there was a lot of things that we have learned, and one of the things that we've learned is that resilience is about actually prior investments, So it is about trying things in normal times, to investing in things that possibly are not going to get on. And then we can see that when there is something like a shock, like COVID, then we can mobilize on it. We can actually very quickly put together a lot of things that, thanks to that, to all the learning, the knowledge networks that we have built before, the partnerships that were actually built. And I really believe that this is something that has to continue. That's one strong aspect of the recovery, or at least that's one that I would like to emphasize. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. John, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just two final quick comments. Reflecting what Dr. Polia said, in many of the online meetings we've had over the last 20 months, the big thing that has come up is the great assessment conundrum. Many people talking about the requirement to switch to more continuous-based formative assessment. And one of our meetings, we had the Director of Assessment for Ohio State in the US, whose budget hasn't changed, and he has for years stuck to the summative assessment high-pressure exam model. But in the last, at the end of 2020 and into 2021, has actually moved some of his budget into more formative continuous-based assessment. And my final comment regarding the overall COVID pandemic and what I've heard a lot of is the silver lining that's come out of it is more than ever, we're seeing so much more collaboration between departments of education, the teachers, the schools, the unions, industry, the multilateral agencies have really stepped up in this. And I don't think I've ever seen so much collaboration in education. And let's hope a lot of the talk about reimagining education and moving from that old 19th century factory model will move forward. We will take those lessons and we will build great resilience and coherence into the system as we all continue to collaborate. So thank you for letting me say those comments, Chair.
Thank you once again. We'll give you a round of applause. Thank you very much for your inputs. And Hema, I'm sure you've heard that the recovery will be undergirded by collaboration. The good doctor also agrees with me. Last negotiation is that if we could use 40 minutes for lunch, how is that? Perfect. I like the word perfect. It's so perfect. So if we agreed on that, 15, it's now 14:15. If you add 40 minutes to that, what do you get? Dr. Polia, this is continuous assessment. I don't teach, I engage, right? So let's add 40 minutes on to 15. I didn't hear that, Minister. So that's 14:55, isn't it? Could we come back at 14:55? Thank you very much. Lunch is upstairs in Senate room, not in Galleria as it was initially communicated. So Senate room, you have lunch there, and we see each other back here at 14:55. Thank you very much.
Meet Kagiso. He's a teacher who is getting ready to receive his students who are returning to school after weeks of lockdown due to the COVID-19 pandemic. COVID-19, a disease caused by the coronavirus, is highly contagious and is spread when fluid droplets carrying the virus are transmitted from one person to another or from objects or surfaces that some of these droplets have caught onto. How can a person get infected with COVID-19? When a COVID-19 infected person coughs, sneezes, or talks, droplets containing the virus are released into the air and then fall onto skin and other surfaces. If a person suspects that they might have been exposed to COVID-19, how will they know if it is COVID-19 or if it is just the common flu? The main symptoms to look out for are fever, dry cough, muscle ache, shortness of breath, tiredness, and diarrhea. The Department of Health officials are performing thousands of tests and screenings daily throughout South Africa. Anyone can contact the toll-free COVID-19 helpline or WhatsApp support service for a screening, and they will refer him or her if they need to get tested. The officials will be taking a small sample from the nose or throat. Luckily, there are many things that we can do as teachers and non-teaching staff to help prevent ourselves and our learners from getting infected with COVID-19. Since hygiene safety starts at home, we must all follow the 7 golden rules and encourage our learners to follow them as well. 1. Wash your hands often with soap and water for at least 20 seconds each time. Encourage your learners to sing happy birthday twice to make sure they wash their hands for 20 seconds. If soap and water is not available, use an alcohol-based hand sanitizer with at least 70% alcohol content. You must also make sure that all parts of your hands, including in between your fingers, wrists, and palms, are thoroughly washed or covered in hand sanitizer. 2. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth with unwashed hands. 3. Avoid close contact with people who are sick or who display any symptoms of COVID-19. 4. When in public, always practice social distancing, which means keeping a distance of at least 1.5 meters from others. 5. If you are sick, you must stay at home and try to keep a distance from others in your household. Make sure that you don't share items like unwashed eating utensils or personal hygiene items. 6. Cover your cough or sneeze with your flexed elbow or a tissue, then throw the tissue into a bin with a lid. 7. Your house must be regularly cleaned and all frequently touched objects and surfaces must be regularly disinfected with an alcohol-based disinfectant that contains at least 70% alcohol. The Department of Basic Education has developed guidelines for schools on maintaining hygiene during the COVID-19 pandemic. This document is available on the official South African government website or the Department of Basic Education website. They also developed standard operating procedures for teachers, non-teaching staff, and learners on the coronavirus outbreak in South Africa, which is also available on the Department of Basic Education website. It is essential to have a copy of these guidelines available during the orientation of teachers and non-teaching staff, where they will be instructed on the use of personal protection equipment or PPE, including hand washing soap, alcohol-based hand sanitizer, disinfectant, masks, 2 digital thermometers per school, and heavy-duty cleaning gloves, disposable aprons, and goggles or visors for cleaning staff. To reduce the risk of COVID-19 infection in the classroom, our schools will have to put the following measures in place. Learners must sanitize their hands when entering and leaving a classroom. Learners must be seated at least 1.5 meters apart where possible. It is very important that teachers make sure that there is proper ventilation and a flow of fresh air through the classroom where possible, and that they clean and disinfect frequently touched objects and surfaces, such as tables and chairs, with diluted bleach disinfectant hourly when in use, or less frequently depending on the circumstance. Pens and pencils must not be shared amongst learners or teachers. There should be no sharing of food or eating utensils. Everyone must wear a cloth face mask. Creating a safe and welcoming environment is critical to help our learners achieve their highest potential. We need to create a teaching and learning environment that is as normal as possible during this pandemic. Encouraging positivity throughout these tough times is utterly important. Let's stand together and take responsibility for our personal safety and the safety of our learners. Meet Kagiso. He's a teacher who is getting ready to receive his students who are returning to school after weeks of lockdown due to the COVID-19 pandemic. COVID-19, a disease caused by the coronavirus, is highly contagious and is spread when fluid droplets carrying the virus are transmitted from one person to another or from objects or surfaces that some of these droplets have caught onto. How can a person get infected with COVID-19? When a COVID-19 infected person coughs, sneezes, or talks, droplets containing the virus are released into the air and then fall onto skin and other surfaces. If a person suspects that they might have been exposed to COVID-19, how will they know if it is COVID-19 or if it is just the common flu? The main symptoms to look out for are fever, dry cough, muscle ache, shortness of breath, tiredness, and diarrhea. The Department of Health officials are performing thousands of tests and screenings daily throughout South Africa. Anyone can contact the toll-free COVID-19 helpline or WhatsApp support service.
Mm. This is the next session, isn't it?
Yes. I've just been saying to Faith that people are still expecting the president to come. So I don't know you or the two ministers to convey it. Big change in the program.
Yes. We'll call the DM.
Okay.
Yeah, let me brief him.
Okay.
Whilst people are trickling in. Can we settle down, please? And colleagues from DVE, can you please help us to get everyone in so that we continue with the business of the Lekgotla?
Okay, sure. So he's gonna go in Good afternoon, everyone, including Professor Metcalf. Yeah, is that a virtual kiss? Thank you very much. We are about to restart, and thank you for making it back on time. Could we be settled and ask the Deputy Minister just to give us guidance on the next sessions for this afternoon? Thank you for keeping quiet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Minister and Mrs. for coming back on time. This session, we're supposed to be hosting the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Matamela Ramaphosa. It's Minister reminding me. So, due to other unforeseen circumstances, as we know that President is always busy, he gave us Friday. Today is Wednesday. Yeah, Thursday, Friday, 2 o'clock. So, 2 o'clock Friday, please, let's all be here. President cannot come and address the nice tables. We'll sort ourselves to be neat after lunch, and we'll also present ourselves with stomach in, chest out, ready for President to address us. So please, let's not feel bad. And I believe that we did not only come here to be addressed by the President, the work that is being done today here is exactly what we are here for. Of course, we want the President to tell us what he's expecting from us, but let's also do our part. As he comes and we consolidate what we shall have said and what the President is going to say, it will be included, incorporated into the resolutions of our commissions. Over to you, Program Director. Thank you. Ngikhulumeka mna ngishayeleni izandla.
Nami ninishayela izandla. Shayani izandla, please. Nemona. Right, I hope we are ready to proceed. Let me also welcome the people who are joining us virtually. Thank you for staying on in your large numbers. So let's make a connection from the previous session. Dr. Polia is the only presenter who actually did not field any questions. And we all agree that Dr. Polia's presentation was quite meaty, isn't it? So we think the best to deal with the questions linked to that presentation is actually in the commission, because there is a dedicated commission that would look at, specifically look at the presentation. And we are in agreement. Okay. I don't know this day. Silence doesn't always mean consent. Are we in agreement? Yes. Okay. I've wrestled you there. So we're going on to the next session. As per the programs, you will see that we have a lead presentation by Ms. Gachoya, who at some point was to come, but I think she is now going to be virtual. Right? She'll be virtual. And then we're going to have respondents. And in the interest of time, managing time, I want to request the respondents to please come and join me on the stage. So I know that there are two of our respondents who will join us virtually. So, but the rest, could you please, come and join me on the stage? Hey, I'm going to expose myself now because I must pronounce Miss Konjwa. Kulula, is that correct? Thank you very much. Ms. Konjwa, please come and join me this side. I also would like Ms. P. Modika to do the same. And so should Mr. Dolopi and Mr. Manuel. If you could please come and join. We give them energy. Mr. Manuel is very lonely up here. Please, and Mr. Dolopi. Thank you very much. Dr. Kumar. You got tired clapping hands just for a very short space of time until they all come up here.
No, he's standing. He doesn't need a chair.
Okay. I can see where this is going. I think he's using age, so he says I must stand. Anyway. So thank you very much. We're having some technical glitch with Ms. Gachoya joining us from Kenya. So we'll allow her to sort out the technical glitch, which will, in that case, we'll start with the panel. So the way we had organized it was that the panelists actually were going to respond to Ms. Gachoya's input. If you hear me talking slowly, it's because I am thinking. We have prepared some responses. Okay.
Yes, but what are we responding to?
Yeah, that's logically, that's what I've been dealing with. So all the people who are sitting up here are saying to me, logically, they were supposed to respond to something. But in the COVID period, when we dealing with shifting sands, sometimes you just respond, because we're dealing with shifting sands. So they've agreed that we'll exercise that flexibility and allow them to make their inputs, which were supposed to be responses, but we'll take them as inputs. So we will start, we'll go by the order that we have in our programs, but I think it makes sense for me to just introduce everybody in front of us so that we get to know. Mr. Manuel is saying not really, and I just would like to point to him that as long as I am the chair, the director, he is pretty much an object. I will direct. And the fact that he's a trustee of the NECT will deal with that once we've left this conference. For now, I will direct the program. That's only a joke. So let me start by introducing Mr. Janse van Rensbeck, who has been the school principal of Leierskool Malelane since 2014. He received the Silver Achievement Award at the 17th Annual National Teachers Award in Primary School Leadership. You don't like clapping hands, I can see that. He was part of the delegation who went to Shanghai in China during 2019 and completed the seminar on education policy and management of basic education for South Africa. which was organized by the East China Normal University. Mr. Janse van Rensburg is currently the Deputy President of the South African Principals Association in Mpumalanga, and he is always working towards the development of a better education environment for both teachers and learners. They can see you, no? I just want them to see you, right? So, Ms. Konjwa is a Deputy Chief Education Specialist for Further Education and Training Curriculum, and Acting Development and Support Officer, EDO, of AKPini Circuit of Maletswai, CMC, under Joe Gabi, District, Eastern Cape Province. It's a long address. She obtained the following qualifications: Senior Teacher's Diploma from Maluti College of Education, FDE on School Organization from the then Rao Rand Afrikaans University, Universiteit, BA in Education and Psychology, UNISA, BEd Honors in Elsen, UNISA, and honored for the best grade 12 results, Biology and Agriculture Sciences in the Northern Region under the ex-DET Cape Province. She was a high school principal during 2003 and promoted to district level as a DCES for Sciences in 2008. Ms. Konjwa was part of the DBE NTT team for CAPS orientation in agricultural sciences across the provinces in 2012 and obtained the best results in sciences field in the district in 2020. From 2021 to date, Ms. Konjwa is the acting circuit manager for AKPin Circuit. So usually I summarize people's profiles, but I could not summarize their qualifications. And I thought, you know, she spent so much time going through these many degrees and certificates, I had to read them out. And congratulations on that line of qualifications, long list of qualifications. Miss Philippine, sorry, please, take a bow. Thank you very much. So Miss Philippine Pulane Modika is the current district director for Mopani West Education District in Limpopo Province. From being a junior lecturer at the then Sukhosese College of Education, Ms. Modika proceeded to become a subject advisor in Bolobedu area office after the rationalization of colleges of education. And it's good that the minister is not going to talk a year after. She will refer to Bolobedu for all the obvious reasons. She is the founder principal of the Presidential Project School, Mandela Barloworld Agriculture High School in Greater Letaba Municipality. A promotion took her to be the Chief Education Specialist, Institutional Governance in Mopani Education, from where she became District Director. Her highest qualification is Master's degree in Public Administration. And when I look that far, I can see Mr. Matthews Ntlongo nodding. So that's correct indeed. Then the last two of the respondents, the next one did not want to be introduced, and I'm going to make sure that I go through the introduction line by line. Mr. B. Manuel Basic Manuel holds a diploma in education, Bachelor of Arts, cum laude, diploma in financial management, Bachelor of Education honors, summa cum laude, and a Master of Education, cum laude. Have you been counting? 3 cum laudes. He started his teaching career at Little Flower School in Ikopo, in the Natal Midlands. Thereafter, he returned to college, after which he took up an appointment at Haythorne High School in Pietermaritzburg, where he remained until July 1998. In August 1998, he assumed duty of a principal of Forest Hill Primary until December 2015. He is the executive director of NAPTOSA from 2016. Then comes Mr. Dolopi, last but not least. Mr. Dolopi joined SATU in 1995. He rose through the ranks to become the Northern Cape Province Education Convener and thereafter Provincial Secretary. He was first elected as Deputy General Secretary during the National General Council in 2009. He was re-elected to the position during the 7th National Congress in 2010, the 8th Congress in 2014, and the 9th Congress held in September 2019. Mr. Dolopi is a member of the Siakuma branch in the Northern Cape. He was taught in Lekgotla Combined School, where he was also the head of Department for Social Sciences. As the Deputy Secretary, Mr. Dolopi's main priorities include organizational renewal and improving service to members while maintaining SATU as the only beacon of hope to improve the conditions of service of teachers and education employees. So let me add, Mr. Dolopi and Mr. Manuel are trustees of the National Education Collaboration Trust, and they have some bit to do about the annual bonus that I get paid from time to time. So, welcome. I didn't ask you to take a bow. Please, Mr. Dolopi and Mr. Manuel. Thank you very much. We've introduced everybody. Let's now get down to business. I will start. I'll ask Mr. Janse to come over. And these are quick inputs, so we had counted about 6-7 minutes, each, so that we can cover all in the allocated time. So I am not going to stand up and ask the next person to come. If you could follow the list as it's on our program. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Jans.
In order to save time, I'm just going to say good afternoon, everyone, and I want to thank all the protocol observed here for the opportunity that I have to be a respondent this afternoon. In introduction, I just want to say, when the abnormal has to become the new normal, there will be lots of challenges. Loss in contact time need to be addressed. An adapted curriculum became essential, and it had to be developed in record time. Taking this into consideration, it is a given that there would be challenges. Adapted curriculum required a faster mindset change from teachers. And saying that, I want to say that I think most of the teachers on ground level did an excellent job in doing this. We were asked to respond on what did not work, what worked, and what is the possible, or what are the possible solutions. And I quickly want to refer to some of the things that did not work. Unrealistic performance indicators due to time constraints, because at the end, we did not know how much time would actually be lost through COVID, and some of what was given through to schools were really unrealistic. E-learning did not work because too many learners, especially in primary schools, did not have the physical means or support from their parents. And all the teachers will agree with me on this, especially in our rural schools where less than 10% of children actually had the means and support, and this created an even greater loss. Unrealistic expectations without supporting regarding management of COVID regulations. Schools were expected to operate as normal as possible, while district and circuit offices were closed most of the time. Teachers received online training. Principals received training and had to teach teachers. But whenever you needed support, it was difficult to get because the people who had to give the proper support were either not in office or in quarantine. The medium of evaluation, exams, assessing whether learners truly understood what they were taught, was taken away because of time constraint. And because of that, especially in your lower grades, there were no real way of measuring whether the children really got to what they need to know. And in subjects like languages, in the third term, for instance, where they had to do an task, an assignment, it did not actually test what's going on in the languages. The amount of work that was expected to be covered was unrealistic, giving rotational attendance. And then a major problem, and that needs something to be addressed, and I hope it will be in the next 3 years. It focused way too much on content and not on skills. In matter of fact, time was given to actually explain to the children how certain mathematical calculations should be done, and there were no time that they could actually practice it and make it part of their core knowledge. And then training that commenced for teachers during limited contact time. In other words, when they were training, even when it was online training, that training started when their teachers were actually supposed to be in class teaching the children, and it limited contact time. And therefore, that needs to be addressed as well, because the training should not have an influence on the contact time with children. What worked? Because there's a lot that actually worked as well. Teachers, they were forced to think outside the box. I think in the last 2 years in education, we've moved so much forward, especially in using electronic media in class. I think the last 2 years we moved way much more than we did in the previous 40 years. And even if there was some trial and error because of uncharted areas, it was really a great success. Curriculum planners and trackers were introduced, which were effective in a way. It caused problems because of the rotational attendance and so forth, but it gave people a proper indication of are they actually on track or not. Teachers' weekly reflections on their work led to being more effective. And the next things that I'm going to mention are actually the things that were implemented at school level by the principals. Professional conversations between departmental heads and teachers was also something that developed in quite a sense. Assistance and supportive developmental actions provided by the schools using their own initiative. And I here want to applaud the principals of the schools in South Africa, because the way they took the bull by the horns and made things work is really commendable. And then the improved communication between all stakeholders at schools. I don't think the SMT, the teachers, and the parents were communicating so much in all the years before than they did in the last year and a half. All the schools went out of their way to make sure that they could communicate with all the parents, and in doing this, they used simple platforms like WhatsApp, which is actually accessible to everyone. And I think this line of communication should actually be developed more, because we have to get the parents more involved. What can be improved and how? Making better use of experienced teachers on ground level before implementing changes. I know there were certain time constraints, but we have to make use of the knowledge we have in our education system, being the teachers in class, knowing what is working and what does not work. We have to give more guidance to teachers in strategic areas, because we've got young teachers as well, and they especially need some more guidance. Then there should be constant communication and proper guidance from curriculum implementers. And here I want to touch a nerve maybe, and that is that curriculum implementers should be appointed. There are way too many CI positions that are not filled. I know that the department is working towards it, but it is something of great concern. Earlier today, it was also mentioned that these people were used for other menial administrative tasks, and these people should be utilized for what they have been appointed for, and that is giving instruction to teachers, being there for teachers, and helping teachers in their classes. They should not be covert officials and monitoring everything else but what's going on in classes. Then the addressing of the emotional well-being of educations is very important, and we can do that by giving them proper support and so that they know that there's always someone looking behind them. And here, once again, we have to make sure that the assistance they get from the circuit officers and district officers are there and in order. Reinstating proper means of assessment, and in trying to do this, I want to say the following. Dr. Pulayamen earlier said that assessment should be done so that a teacher at the end of a period knows what has been going on in class. I want to say we can only do that if there's proper infrastructure so that our classes are not overcrowded. And then we have to get the parents to know their role and responsibility towards the education of their children. In conclusion, just one short question that I'm not going to answer. How can teachers start to reflect professionally on their teaching strengths and weaknesses without direct training and capacity building? Exercises from knowledge experts. And if we can answer that, we'll have the answer on how to improve curriculum coverage. I thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, but most especially, I give honor to our Basic Education Minister to greet her amongst us and the leaders of education, the MECs in different provinces, and their own HODs. I greet you all. Allow me to say protocol observed in the interest of time. My plight as the circuit manager in terms of curriculum assessment is to just share with you what has transpired within the districts in terms of monitoring curriculum assessment. I don't want to dwell much into the outline of the presentation, seeing that we are given little time. Let's just flip on. And I will not even look at exactly the various other aspects, but what I would love to outline is that what is driving learning is assessment. And in terms of that, we have to monitor assessment. In the monitoring of assessment, what has enabled things to happen on the ground floor is the response of principals in line with the performance as well as their plans in terms of ensuring how do they improve performance in schools. That one has been a foothold in order to monitor the implementation of various important aspects they said they will utilize in order to improve performance. And that has reaped a great sense of excellence in terms of ensuring that people are focused on what is needed. We are, if we can just flip the presentation, ma'am. I just want to look at the next slide again. Now, if you look at the next slide, we are talking about the collaborative work that has been displayed by the functioning of the various sections in the districts in terms of ensuring that curriculum assessment is monitored. At the same time, there is performance in the light of COVID. Now, collection of data. Sorry, thank you. Thank you very much. I think I thought I am tall enough, sorry. In the light of that, the improvement in terms of collection of data has facilitated the assessment of situations in schools in order to be able to draw up the intervention plans. And this collaboration has assisted most in the light of subject advisory, who are more in line with the content implementation in various schools. The next slide, ma'am. And therefore, when we look at the background of the importance of the assessment and the various availability of data, as circuit management in terms of curriculum assessment, the next slide, please. we had to focus within the inclusive basket, the criteria that is given, because we cannot compromise quality, as well as we need the percentage of passes that are there in line with the NSC requirements. I will not dwell much into various criteria, but that has been also looked at in terms of monitoring curriculum to ensure that all areas of prescripts, in order not to sacrifice the quality of education in South Africa, they've got to be looked at. Next slide, please, and the next one too. And what have we done in schools? What have we monitored in schools? First of all, the learners, they had to be exposed to different cognitive levels in order to ensure that at least each level is guarded in terms of performance. For instance, with the profiling of grade 11s, if I can pinpoint that part, it has assisted most in terms of monitoring exactly what are the strategies that have got to be implemented in order to focus on performance. Firstly, the level 1s, 2s, and 3s, in terms of performance, they were identified in schools, and that profiling has assisted us to look at how to support those learners in line with content that they have got to master, so that they are able to have the confidence to go on. In that case, it has also led us to mediocres that were also categorized without discrimination at the same time, so that they can be assisted in order to go to a higher level. It therefore means all the areas within the criteria that is prescribed for performance in the inclusive basket. Bachelor passes, they have to be looked at, the high achievers, in order to ensure that at least we have got our distinctions and not compromise the standard of education. At the end of the day, teachers had to sacrifice their own time, create various intervention strategies, and follow suit to the various push strategies that were put up front for them to be able to maneuver through the system and uphold the line of ensuring excellence. One of which first improvement areas that we needed were to outline the various diagnostic reports and be able to monitor that such diagnostic reports versus the examination guidelines, they are adhered to within the teaching and learning, as well as assessment. Analysis of results thereafter assisted us most, where we had to bring in the involvement of parents in order to ensure that they also take line in the management as well as support of their children's education. And that has led us into the results that we have. We applaud the class of 2021. Parents have really assisted us in that. If we can sustain that, we can have the best results ever, because we've seen through the process that parents care most when learners are still at a lower level. But when they grow older, they just tend to not to care much. But their involvement in the analysis and seeing that where we were, this is the situation. Where we are going, this is the situation. Now, the analysis per term has really assisted us, but we have to improve around the analysis of raw scores in terms of the preparatory examination in order to measure exactly what is expected come end of the year. There's a lot that we can talk about. SBA was 100% finished, and we so much applaud the teachers for that, because that was monitored to ensure that at least learners are resulted as expected. And we request very much in line with the standardization process, where we are looking at SBA as the very yardstick that is affecting our schools, because we always say zero tolerance to SBA rejection. So if we can get many reports, and reports that are more clearer from Umalusi, that can strengthen more our intervention strategies in order to ensure that assessment is really put up front as the main yardstick to measure every part of level of development and performance in our education system. It was so short. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
To the chairperson of the session, to our minister, deputy minister, MECs, and all dignitaries in the house, receive my humble greetings this afternoon. My response will focus on the role of district directors on curriculum management because we are also curriculum managers. We cannot shun away from the fact that curriculum coverage was affected last year. And whilst we learn to coexist with COVID-19, we should also develop measures that are needed to circumvent the laws of teaching and learning time so that the quality of education that we'll be offering is not compromised. We continue developing plans, we continue developing strategies, but it should not in any way compromise the safety and the well-being of our learners, teachers, and every other person within the sector. I'm focusing on the role of district directors on curriculum management. My response will start by looking at what is expected of us, the situation at hand, what we did, what we achieved, and the challenges, and what we think could be the best way for us to manage curriculum. The policy that talks to the roles and responsibilities of district directors indicates that we should provide us support by assisting principals and educators to improve the quality of teaching and learning in their institutions. And at all times, as we provide support, we should require accountability so that we inform and we are informed by the public, because at all times we should be seen as servants of the public. We were audited by the Auditor General on curriculum management, and these are the findings and the root causes. It was found that in some of the selected schools which participated in the audit, there were a lot of deficiencies in terms of curriculum monitoring by the school management teams as per the personnel administrative measures, because this policy outlines what each of the officials in schools is supposed to do when it comes to curriculum management. And our school management teams, the principals, the deputy principals, the departmental heads did not play their part in continuously monitoring curriculum coverage. And the root cause, what the Auditor General found, is that our schools did not have the plans, did not have the strategies. They didn't know on what they are expected to do when it comes to curriculum management. And some of the schools that were audited, they placed much of their reliance on the higher offices. They thought curriculum monitoring, curriculum coverage, and every other thing should be done by the offices outside of the school rather than them developing internal control systems. And as the education district, we also failed in continuously reminding the school management teams regarding their core responsibilities when it relates to curriculum coverage. And our support to schools, yes, we did visit schools as curriculum managers at the level of the circuit, at the level of the district, but our focus as we monitored the school, we missed the mark because we could not focus on curriculum management in our schools. We are not that focused. So it also goes on to indicate that we didn't play our part. We can't be playing the blame game as curriculum managers. We also didn't play our part. And we had plans. We were given the curriculum recovery plan, which stretched over a period of 3 years. We had the annual teaching plans, which we mediated with the schools from the level of the district and the circuit. We were also provided the guidelines in terms of timetabling. And there are expectations that are given on us as district directors in terms of curriculum management. We should monitor both the teachers and the learners' attendance. And in terms of the structures for quality assurance of assessment activities that our schools wrote, for the past 2 years, we would agree that assessment was school-based, both assessment for and assessment of, but we didn't have that much time in ensuring compliance with the assessment policies because it meant we should move from one school to the other. There's also the issue of time consumers, which as curriculum managers, we need to closely monitor and jealously guard the content time. The intentions might be good if you look at these time consumers, but if it's done at the expense of teaching and learning, then it becomes a challenge. And I will not talk to these principles. Dr. Vince Lankrin already spoke about that, but OECD also came up with a number of principles towards effective and equitable education. And I believe as district managers, we are well placed to make sure that this comes to pass. And as I conclude, I believe that as district directors, if we start holding our district curriculum coordinators by the hand and tango together so that the support that we give to the SECEs, the support that we give to the schools, the support that we give to the district itself will always be curriculum focused. And I believe it's high time that all our efforts should be data driven. We need to focus at where the big SECEs are, the big schools, the big enrolled subjects, because if we hit those targets, we will know that the impact will be very much big. And the accountability. Circuit managers should be curriculum driven, and we should always hold them accountable for curriculum within their circuits. And as I conclude, I believe that as we strive for educational improvement, we should ensure that principals are agents of change and they are held accountable for the learning outcomes of their schools. The buzzword for me is if we become accountable for all our activities, if we are curriculum driven, then we will be able to achieve our intended objectives. Thank you.
Okay. Let me start by recognizing the Minister, Deputy Minister, all MECs, and for purposes of time, observe all protocols. Let me also, on behalf of the Union, thank you for inviting us to this important gathering and also allowing us to make our input on some of the issues raised since this morning up to now. Ours will really be a response. So when we started to prepare our input as SADU, and while I was seated there and Dr. Polia made his presentation, there was a time where I felt like, Dr. Polia is dealing with me now. Because it was like he was taking all the good points that I thought I would use to shine at this Lekgotla. And I was kind of disarmed. But at the very same time, later on, I became excited. Excited because I then realized that the views that we are holding very dearly as a union are also held by the Department of Education. That's why today I'm just here to support whatever the department would have said through him, because he represented the department here. So the difference between the two of us is that I'm speaking as an outsider, while he's speaking as somebody inside the department. And therefore, the normal expectation would be that he will then be implementing instead of just speaking like I would be doing just now. So we start and we agree with the Department of Education through Dr. Polia that the formula that we have always used, the formula that is always used by many educationists inside the country and elsewhere in the world is incorrect. A formula that reduces education to curriculum coverage plus summative assessment, in our view, is incorrect. We agree with Dr. Polia representing the Department of Education that such a formula is going to fail. And therefore, we also support him on a new formula that we need to focus on. And that formula being, education means curriculum plus teaching plus learning and assessment. We agree fully with you, Comrade Dr. Polia, when you raise that important point. We agree with you when you say that COVID exposed the inequalities in our country. We agree again with the department when you say that this digital divide exposed the two school worlds that we are having in a country. A world of those who have and a world of those who don't have. Schools in the affluent suburbs vis-a-vis the schools in the townships and the schools in the rural schools. So when you talk about curriculum coverage, when you talk about assessment, you need to appreciate these two worlds that we are facing. That's why we really thank you for speaking like would have spoken Dr. Polia. We agree with you when you say unequal access to teaching and learning materials across schools correlates with unequal education. The stop-start approach to schooling during the pandemic is disruptive and has the potential to decrease motivation in learners to continue with schooling, and we are about to see more dropouts as we are moving forward. We agree with you, Dr. Polia, when you say that face-to-face contact was further reduced in overcrowded classrooms with the implementation of rotational timetables. We agree with the department through you, Dr. Polia, to say that poor communication systems at schools level prevented teachers from enabling learning during the lockdown school. Again, it is for grounding this idea of inequality in our country. The schools from the affluent suburbs, ex-Model C schools, could continue uninterrupted, whereas our schools in the townships and in the rural areas were disrupted by this. We agree with you. We are very excited that you raised this on our behalf as well. We agree further with you, Dr. Polia, representing the department, to say that adequate curriculum coverage is important because it impacts positively in the learning in later years. But we also agree with you when you caution that an over and narrow focus on curriculum coverage and time alone does not automatically translate into quality learning. I want to repeat this one. We agree with you, Dr. Polia, we agree with the department to say that a narrow focus on curriculum coverage and time alone does not automatically translate into quality learning. Therefore, the biggest challenge remains striking a balance between curriculum completion and authentic learning. Challenges that we need to address to make sure that we realize both curriculum coverage and authentic learning will be to address issues of shortages of teachers, out-of-field teaching, teacher competencies, and addressing the socio-economic conditions in our country. We moving towards concluding to say that we agree with Dr. Polia representing the department to say that our country is overemphasizing summative assessment. And we agree, we are excited when through you, Dr. Polia, the department is saying that we will have to emphasize and foreground formative assessment as opposed to summative assessment. We agree and we're excited by what the department said through you, Dr. Polia, to say that we'll have to lessen the question of over-testing our children, putting teachers under pressure, lessening the question of giving them this task all the time. So we are excited about the good news that you're putting to us. We agree with you, Dr. Polia, representing the department, to say that we need to move away from this euphoria around matric and flip the system to focusing on what matters the most, which is to build a solid foundation at early childhood development, as opposed to the noise we make through the media around matric. So we are excited that this is going to happen. Our teachers should be happy that they heard this from the department through you, Dr. Polia, that you are going to address these things as we are moving forward. This is now my conclusion. You must know that I'm a board member. You might not get bonus. This is my conclusion then, to say what the difference will have to be. The difference will have to be, comrades, to look at the new formula that Dr. Paula presented, that I'm supporting here today, that we'll have to adopt. The one that says education should equal curriculum, teaching, learning, and assessment. And in the process of doing that, I agree to say that we'll have to protect our teachers. We'll have to protect the profession. We'll have to protect their autonomy, their integrity, their professional judgment. And we'll have to know that when we discuss a curriculum coverage, it can't be a top-down issue. It must be something that includes the teachers. We, as the aristocracy seated here, should not undermine the views that teachers are holding on some of these things here, and therefore impose whatever curriculum coverage or whatever curriculum changes on them without their voice. We should not kill the profession, but allow them as teachers to also realize their full potential as professionals. Thank you.
Madam Minister, Madam Deputy Minister, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. And as somebody before me had said, all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not intending to spend a lot of time on some of the issues that I've prepared. Between Dr. Polya and Nkosana Dolopi, they have covered so much that I would like to echo. We can give them another round of applause. But I do need to say, ladies and gentlemen, and thank Dr. Polya for having taken the time to listen to the inputs that the unions have been making over a long period of time. As a collective, not as a single union, as a collective. And it speaks to how we've learnt in the COVID period. And COVID has not been totally bad. It has taught us things, and it has created opportunities for us. Now, we were asked to talk to practitioners, teachers, responses to curriculum coverage and monitoring and assessment. And ladies and gentlemen, one of the things that has come out quite clear is that the old technicist approach to curriculum coverage and especially assessment is not where we want to be. We can't see assessment only as pumping out a lot of matriculants and then ignoring the fact that the very examination is based on a curriculum that is primarily designed for your academic child. We have to work much harder, and it has been mentioned, to get to the point where all our children are being celebrated when we get there to that matric celebration. And then we'll realize that the child who just scraped through matric, not an academic, has probably put in more work than a child who has achieved much, much more and been lauded for it, and correctly so. And that is where this must head. I need to say, Madam Minister, that our teachers, our practitioners, they are fully aware of the need, and they are fully accepting of the need that curriculum coverage must happen and that assessments need to be monitored. That's not their issue. The role of the heads of department, as in a school head of department, not a provincial head, is absolutely accepted, except for one thing, that the tools for monitoring both curriculum coverage and assessment have become a burden, a ticking sheet exercise, which we hold up and we assume that they are correct. People tell you what you want to know. And let's not delude ourselves for 1 minute. If the curriculum coverage and the monitoring is only about ticking sheets, you'll get perfect sheets every time. So let's focus on where the need should be. We need to look at what teachers see as an administrative overload, ticking sheets. We need to see what the role of the school head of department is and give them that space instead of giving them the space to only be part of the management of the school. They are curriculum leaders. And if we don't make them curriculum leaders, they will not do the job. And then we have to send out countless ticking sheets to determine whether the people have actually done the work or not. And we're still none the wiser because they told you what they thought you want to know. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk curriculum coverage, one of the most confusing things, and we've even seen it today, is confusion about assessment for or assessment of learning. And we need to wrap our heads around why we assess. Because too often we preach assessment for learning, but we practice assessment of learning. And that is where things come apart. Because we have become so ingrained and adapted to a curriculum that is about the academic child. Given the emphasis on the academic, let us not forget that when we talk dropouts, as was done a little earlier, the child who's sinking lower and lower in the chair every time a teacher walks into class, that child is disengaged because whatever is happening there means very little to them. Until we cater for that child, we are not yet catering. The absolute bottom line is that monitoring without support is valueless. We must define our roles and the roles of those that we have appointed to do certain jobs and to move away from the ticking sheet syndrome. Madam Minister, as I move to conclusion, I want to thank you for asking people to come here today. For some, they've dressed up for the first time in a long time, having gotten out of their pajamas. Thank you. Now we know that some of them will be their officers as well. We look forward to that day too. As I leave the podium, now you know, Dropout was doing this, as I reach the end, my last sentence, as I'm walking to my chair, and they take 5 minutes to complete. I'm born with the gift of brevity, so I'm going to be very brief. Before I leave the podium, let me say, Dr. Pollier, that we sincerely want to see action on the many things that we agree on. And Dropout is correct. There's much that we agree on. But now we can't come here and lament. And Madam Minister, I was coming here to lament about 5 minutes, I really was. And that was going to be my introduction. But after Dr. Pollier spoke, I had no need to lament about what needs to be said. But what we need to do is action it. I thank you.
So, MEC Tate, I was wondering when this Lekgotla will get back its jovial mode. So it's come back. You know, you've heard. But, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to point out and emphasize that a good chair of the session does not agree or disagree. It just remains neutral. Doesn't agree or disagree with Dr. Pollier. He just So thank you very much for all those inputs. I think they gave us very good grounds for engagement. It's typical of debates about education reform, education improvement, different viewpoints to how we approach reform, where the emphasis goes, and it makes for a healthy education sector. And therefore, I'm looking forward to the continued, conversations on, how you make the shift from an assessment-driven, system to a less assessment-driven system, and how we actually, kind of manage the swing of that pendulum. I think the pace and the direction, the trajectory of the swing of the pendulum depends on the people who are sitting within these four walls and those who are joining us virtually. It's typical of, education policy, analysis, and reform debates. They must happen, and I think we must celebrate. We must celebrate, our differences that make for a rich, conversation, as well as how we get to inform education policy. You may have thought that I talk too much. I was waiting for Dr. Signoni to join. Signolo, sorry. Sorry, members of Education International. So Dr. Signolo has joined us now, and we are, ripe to move on and have him address us. Let me introduce you formally, Dr. Signolo. Dr. Dennis Signolo is an education expert, researcher, and African Director of Education International, which is a global organization of teachers. From 2006 to June 2020, Dr. Signolo was a senior coordinator in charge of Education International's Education, Employment, and Research Unit at its headquarters in Brussels. He currently sits on several boards and committees, including the Global Partnership for Education, the International Task Force on Teachers for Education 2030, Executive Committee of Education Cannot Wait, and UNESCO's International Institute for Capacity Building in Africa. He has also served on several boards and committees, including the Commonwealth Teachers Group, the Global Trade Unions Working Group on Migration, UNESCO's Global Education Monitoring Report, the SDG Education 2030 Steering Committee, to mention a few. Dr. Signolo has undertaken several studies on education and teachers. He is born and bred in Zimbabwe. Dennis obtained a certificate in education from Gwanda Teachers College and a bachelor degree in educational administration, planning, and policy studies from the University of Zimbabwe. He then pursued a master's in the same area at the Zimbabwe Open University and a doctorate in education management with the University of South Africa. Before joining Education International Secretariat, he was Secretary General of Zimbabwe Teachers Association and a teacher in Zimbabwe. Dr. Signolo, Mascati, and welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, comrade. And my apologies for the technical problems which might have affected your program. It's good that it's now resolved. And thank you once again for inviting Education International to join you in this very important dialogue about education in South Africa. We really appreciate the opportunity you create to dialogue among yourselves, but also with teachers and with education unions in South Africa. I would like to share a few reflections with you on the topic which was given to me, teachers leading change in building a resilient education system, an African perspective. I believe someone is changing the slides. Of course, I can change them from here as well. If you are, please move on to the next slide. Okay, I'll do it from here, that's okay. Yes, thank you very much. And we will, in this very short presentation, previous slide, please. In this very short presentation, we will talk about, yes, thank you very much. We will talk about global and regional commitments on teachers and then the current state of the teaching profession in Africa. And then we'll talk also about an important concept, the concept of teacher self-efficacy, voice, and leadership. And then we'll look at 3 key levers for change. Next slide, please. Now, this is an important statement. UNESCO member states, including your government, met in Incheon in South Korea in 2015 and agreed on this very fundamental statement or commitment. They said will ensure that teachers and educators are empowered, adequately recruited, well-trained, professionally qualified, motivated and supported within well-resourced, efficient and effectively governed systems. I encourage you to analyze that statement. Look at it from the lens of South Africa and say, are we delivering on this commitment by the governments of the world, by our government? How do your policies on the ground relate to this global commitment? Are your teachers empowered? Do you have enough teachers in the system? Are they well trained, professionally qualified? Are they motivated and supported? Are they well resourced? And are they working in an effectively governed system, whether you're talking about the school, whether you're talking about the province or other units that govern education in your country? Food for thought. Next slide, please. Now, at the continental level in Africa, education is guided by the Continental Education Strategy for Africa, known as CESA in short, 2015 to 2025. And the first strategic objective of CESA is to revitalize the teaching profession to ensure quality and relevance at all levels. Revitalize the teaching profession. That's a very powerful statement. Is that what we are doing? And how can this be done in Africa? Our governments, again, including South Africa, committed to those specific objectives or targets to recruit, train, and deploy well-qualified teachers. For example, to improve working conditions, to improve teaching and learning resources. So we have very good commitments, both globally and regionally or continentally in Africa. The big problem is that there is a gap between commitments on paper and reality on the ground. This is a general problem across Africa. Very good policies, very good curricular documents, but the gap, unfortunately, remains very wide. And it means what is on paper is not often fully translated to what is on the ground, what is in our classrooms. So I challenge you to think seriously. As I joined, I heard a colleague, Basil, saying, we want action. Probably he's speaking to the gap between policy and practice, between written commitments and the reality on the ground. Next slide. This slide just gives you a summary of some of the frameworks that we have globally and regionally which cover teacher issues. It's just for information. I believe the slides will be shared. If you're interested in those policy frameworks, please take a look and see if they can help you to improve your own national policies or even local policies. Next slide. Now let's look briefly at the current state of the teaching profession in Africa. Evidence from UNESCO, which is the authority in this area, the UNESCO Institute for Statistics, UIS. It says 69 million new teachers are needed globally to achieve SDG 4 by 2030. That goal on quality education cannot be achieved unless we have 69 million new teachers. These figures relate to primary and secondary education only, not early childhood, not higher education or TVET. In sub-Saharan Africa, we have a shortage of 4.1 million teachers. So that's a very, very, very high number. In South Africa, the UIS projections indicate that you need to increase the number of secondary school teachers by 3.7% every year. I wonder what the real figures are. When I did a previous study on South Africa and other African countries, 6 of them, your teacher gap was very wide. At the time, your universities were producing about 5,000 on average teachers per year, but the gap, the need was 15,000. I'm talking about more than 10 years ago. Maybe the situation has changed. If that gap still exists, even if it has narrowed, you might have to look at your teacher education institutions and come up with strategies for training more teachers, for example. The percentage of trained and qualified primary school teachers in sub-Saharan Africa has declined from 84% in 2000 to 65% in 2019. At secondary level, by the way, only 50% of the teachers in sub-Saharan Africa are qualified. Some governments recruit teachers without qualifications or on short-term contracts. We have seen that in several countries, unfortunately, which is not good. We don't even call these teachers. That's why I put that in inverted commas. A teacher is someone who has been professionally trained and qualified and certified to teach. Next slide, please. We have done our own research as Education International, in fact, several studies on the impact of COVID-19 on education and teachers. The results are very clear. Unfortunately, we've lost thousands of teachers, including in your own country, your teachers, unfortunately. Some of them have died. Many of them have been affected. Although teachers are frontline workers, unfortunately, vaccines are not readily available to them in many African countries. Many teachers lack the necessary digital skills and technology and equipment, basically, to deliver blended teaching and learning. It's a big challenge. Teacher workload continues to increase. There is lack of trust, and there's too much control in the education system. Too much control, which is killing creativity, initiative, and innovation among teachers. If you want to get the best out of a teacher, don't tell them what to do every moment. Give them the autonomy to be able to create, to innovate, even to choose, for example, textbooks. Teachers and the unions are often, unfortunately, not consulted when decisions that relate to policy reform are made. Sometimes, even when decisions about teaching and learning are made, decisions about textbooks, for example, are made sometimes. In some countries, these decisions are made for the teachers. Next slide, please. Now, that graph gives you evidence from our recent study in Africa. The question was on government's consultations with education unions. You can see from the results that 9% said yes, were consulted, but and the views are fully taken. The rest said different things. Consulted, the views sometimes taken, 51%. Consulted, but the views ignored, 11%, and 28% said were not consulted at all. This is concerning. Next slide, please. Now let's look at the concept of teacher self-efficacy and voice and leadership. This is an attempt to respond to some of the challenges that we see in Africa. Self-efficacy means, according to Bandura, a renowned psychologist, unfortunately, he passed away last year, that relates to a teacher's belief in his or her own capability to influence student learning and achievement. So the teacher has the confidence, has the belief that he or she can influence student achievement. Now, if you are to have that confidence, you must not operate in an environment of fear, in an environment that lacks trust. You must have the necessary support from the leadership of the school and, of course, from the leadership within the broader education system for you to achieve exactly that. So teachers with high self-efficacy levels are more open to new ideas. They show greater willingness to try new teaching methods. They design and organize their classes better and are more enthusiastic and satisfied with their teaching. That's why this concept of self-efficacy is very, very important. Building the confidence, the belief of teachers that they can make a change, supporting them, in an environment of experimentation, of creativity, of trying new ideas, will help improve their self-efficacy. The environment that promotes teacher self-efficacy provides opportunities for teachers to make decisions, to participate in the decisions of the school, to collaborate with peers, both within their school and within, of course, their jurisdiction. It can be a cluster, it can be a district, a province, but also nationally and internationally. So teachers learn a lot from each other. That's why distributed leadership is very important. Participatory leadership, teamwork, working together, sharing ideas. Unfortunately, globally, this is killed by too much competition, trying to get who is the best teacher, who is producing the best results. And teachers are chasing after trying to get good test scores. And that also kills, actually, the broader concept of education that prepares our children and young people for life and work. It's important to allow teachers to actually initiate change and to lead change within their classrooms, within their schools and beyond. Research is very important. Let's give teachers the skills to carry out research, but also the opportunities and resources. Identify a problem in the school. Is it poor results in mathematics, whatever subject, whatever challenge? Come together as teachers. Carry out action research, find solutions, experiment with those solutions. If they work, then you consolidate them, you share the solutions with others. Next slide. This is the last slide on the 3 key levers or recommendations I would like to leave with you if we are to improve the quality of teaching during COVID and beyond COVID in South Africa and in Africa in general. First, ensure lifelong, life-wide, and life-deep learning for teachers and school leaders. Lifelong meaning learning throughout life, from pre or initial teacher education to induction to continuous professional development throughout the teacher's career. Life-wide, broaden the teacher's horizons. Teachers should have knowledge not just about their immediate environment or just about their subject. They should understand current affairs. They should understand what's going on nationally and globally. That makes them better teachers. They should know about new developments in their subject area. Is it science? Is it languages? New teaching methodologies, for example. It's also important that they deepen their knowledge of their subject area, whether in terms of content or in terms of teaching methodology. That is why building collaborative teams is very important. Create those teams at school level, at cluster level, at provincial and other levels for teachers to exchange knowledge, information, and so forth, and build their capacity and self-efficacy. 2, ensure teacher voice, self-efficacy, and leadership through genuine social and policy dialogue. Allow teachers to voice their concerns, their recommendations, of course, through their professional associations, through their teacher unions. It's important to ensure teacher professional autonomy, initiative, and leadership. And finally, the 3rd recommendation, ensure safe, healthy, and well-resourced teaching and learning environments. Yes, we need to train our teachers very well. We need to support them very well through continuous professional development, but they need tools and resources for them to be able to support our students very well. Without those tools, they'll be powerless. It's like a soldier who goes to battle without a gun, or with a gun but without bullets. Sometimes we have classrooms, but we don't have resources for the teachers to use within those classrooms. It's also important to improve the working conditions of teachers, their salaries, and their general working conditions. It's important to address teacher workload and well-being, especially during this time of COVID. Providing psychosocial support is paramount, and ensure that teachers have adequate time for preparation and self-reflection. Create opportunities for teachers to reflect individually and collectively on how they are doing. Are they doing well? Where should they improve? That's why school-based teacher development programs can be very powerful and make teaching an attractive and first choice profession. And finally, as we emphasize the need to focus on teachers, let's remember you are not going to transform the quality of education in your country unless you also focus on school leaders, the women and the men who are in charge of our institutions. So let's empower them, let's train them, but let's also support an environment that allows teachers to participate in leadership. That's the concept of teacher leadership in the decision-making processes of the school, suggesting, experimenting with new ideas. And of course, as I've said already, let's remember teaching must be a first choice profession. Quite often, the people who come into teaching in many countries, maybe it's different in your country, are people who have not found something else to do. Unfortunately, that's what is happening in many countries. So if we improve the working conditions, if we encourage young people to join teaching, we improve the experience in the classroom. We meet the needs of these young people from our high schools so that they choose teaching. They will choose teaching as their first profession. And we will, in that regard, improve the quality of teaching and learning in our schools and, of course, in our countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Signolo. Quite thought-provoking observations at an international level. We really are grateful. I do need to request an indulgence from the panelists here as well as from everybody else. We had agreed and lined up Minister Justin Valentin from the Seychelles to talk to us at 16:30. So I want to request that we bring that item now because he was ready for us now. And I can see everybody is nodding. Can you see that? Yes. So thank you very much. I do want to, extend Minister Mtseka's appreciation for Dr. Justin Valentin's time and his willingness to share with us, his thoughts. I do have to say, Saselwa, Dr. Valentin is minister. He received his diploma in education from Seychelles Polytechnic. He continued his studies in Australia and graduated in a Bachelor of Education from Edith Cowan University, followed by a master's degree from University Sains Malaysia, and a doctorate from King's College in London, where he specialized in science and mathematics. He first worked as a teacher and continued his career as a researcher at the Ministry of Education. In 1993, Dr. Valentin published Testament Risette, a novel written in Seychelles Creole, the French-based Creole language spoken in the Seychelles. In 2013, Minister Valentin became the Dean for Business and Law of the University of Seychelles. On 2 February 2018, he was appointed Vice Chancellor of the University. On 30 October 2020, he was elected Minister of Education and Human Resources Development in the Seychelles. Seselwa, Minister, and welcome. Over to you.
Good afternoon from the Seychelles. I believe everybody is hearing me properly. In the first instance, I would like to thank the Minister, Honorable Minister Motshega, the Minister for Basic Education of South Africa, for inviting me to this fantastic symposium. And since this morning, you know, it's a very busy day here in Seychelles at the moment because we've just resumed school, in fact, yesterday. So we are moving up and down. We were in the lockdown, not lockdown, but the school were in holidays. But then we have to suspend school for another week because we were not too satisfied with the figures of COVID, but now things are settling down. We are happy now, and we'll open the school on Monday. So we are still in contact with what is going on in the school at the moment. And then, of course, today is, I wanted to follow everything, but I managed this morning to get the chance to follow the address of the minister. And then, of course, I have to go back to our cabinet minister was meeting. So, but my colleagues, I have colleagues who've been like following everything, well, practically everything. So we will be in a position later on to share. But what I can see when I'm listening to some of the exposure, it seems that the challenges in South Africa is similar, practically similar to what we are also facing in the Seychelles. And you are putting on the table, you know, some themes which are very, very relevant to our context. For instance, I can see that you are looking into teacher change, looking at measuring performance, also looking at how COVID is affecting learning and how we need to recover and revive education, you know, in the middle of this pandemic. So many of the themes that you are bringing forward are consistent to what we are actually facing. And here again, I will bring forward my sincere request, which I actually expressed with the Minister Mochega, when we met in Paris, that we need to like build a relationship.
Recording in progress.
Regional integration to its next level. So for us in Seychelles, we will be happy to start, you know, forging a relationship with South Africa. And it is in the context of this relationship that today we will be doing a presentation in your symposium, and that would be along IECD, the EECs, the early childhood education, early childhood development. And I have the pleasure this afternoon, because I won't be doing this presentation myself, I will be allowing the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer of IECD, the Institute for Early Childhood Development, Mrs. Shirley Shopi, who will be happy to outline what we are doing in Seychelles in the context of improving education, access to education, putting an important focus on the early childhood development. So without much, more speeches from my side, I will allow Mrs. Shopi, my colleague, to do her intervention. And then, of course, afterwards, I may come in to wrap up and perhaps take a few questions. Thank you for the moment. Mrs. Shopi, over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for this introduction. I'm equally very happy to have the opportunity to share with you our experience from Seychelles with regards to education, and with a particular focus, like Minister has said, on early childhood care and education, as well as on the coordinating entity which provides the oversight and strategic direction for early childhood in the country, the Institute of Early Childhood Development. My presentation will include information about the ECC context, also building a resilient ECC system. How did we go about doing that? And then also talk about some resilient pillars and best practices, as well as some major achievements since the momentum has been laid in 2010, and also what we intend to do, like Minister has said. Next slide, please. Just a brief about Seychelles for those of you, the delegates, the participants of the conference who doesn't know much about Seychelles. Seychelles is a high-income island state, and it is situated off the east coast of Africa. We have altogether 115 islands in the Seychelles archipelago, with a population of around 95,000 people. We are trilingual in the Seychelles, and the children learn 3 languages at school, starting from early childhood stage. And the mainstay of our economy is mainly tourism, but we also put emphasis also on fisheries and offshore financial services. Seychelles has also very excellent social policies, and we put the people at the center of development. Next slide, please. This slide is briefly to just situate the education system. So the rights to education is like any other countries enshrined in the Constitution of Seychelles, the Constitution of 1993. With regards to the policy dimension of the Ministry education, we have what we call the Education for a Learning Society policy statement. And this is based on 7 principles, but the 3 main principles are equity, quality, and accountability. And earlier this year, the minister placed a lot of emphasis on this policy statement in his address marking the International Day of Education. And also, if we look at the legal dimension, we have a few education framework. We had the Education Act 2004, and then we had an Amendment Act in 2017. And the main element of these acts are based on free, compulsory, and comprehensive education with 11 years compulsory education. We also had a few reforms, and that was in 2008 to 2010. And these reforms actually inform development and propel education into the new frontier. And to actualize the issues that we've seen in the education reform 10 years ago, we had 2 education medium-term strategy, and then also these strategies focuses on a key component to making an education system successful, and these are some of the elements: quality standards, professional development, curriculum, parental involvement, among others. And also in the policy statements, we have various age group, which institutions, which defines these institutions, except for the higher education, which is the tertiary education, which has its own act. We have the non-formal early childhood education, primary, secondary, etc. Next slide, please. So if we look at, if we zero in on early childhood development in Seychelles, we use the UNESCO age range bracket, which is 0 to 7+ years. We have in Seychelles a robust maternal and school health program, and this starts well before children are born. We also have what we call childminding, childcare services from 3 months to 4 years old. And then after that, children goes to creche or preschool, which are both private and public. And then children attend primary 1, primary 2, which is still under the ECC age range. And also we have a range of other ECC services, which we work very closely with education, health, social affairs, local government, and other NGOs. Next slide, please. This slide basically shows how we start building this resilient ECC system in Seychelles. So we had before 2010 a very fragmented system where we had some ECC provisions being neglected and at some point disjuncted. We have, at that time, we were putting more emphasis on higher education rather than ECC. There were a few gaps. People does not really understood the importance of ECC. And there was no common agenda for ECC in the country. So we move to the next step where we thought that it would be good for us to have a clean and lean system. Based on literature, we know that equitable provision of high quality holistic system are considered as high priority in global policies. Then early experiences influences overall development for children. And also we have, we looked at best practices in ECC. So I can't see my slide well. I can't see part of my slide. Yeah, can I have the slide, please? Okay, so towards moving towards a progressive system, we thought that we need to adopt a broad and holistic approach, articulate common vision, put in place a framework that will support the system, a coordination mechanism to improve quality, to have, impact and sustainable progress, as well as for us to move forward. We thought that it would be good for us to have strong political and technical leadership. Next slide. So basically this slide is to show you the length of time that we've worked to put the system in place. So it started, the momentum started building with the World Conference on ECC by the UNESCO in 2010. And then we start putting all the framework and structures in place. And that was since 2011 to 2014. Then after that, we start with the execution of the system, which is the national action planning, putting all the policies and priorities into concrete actions to help with the development of the holistic development of children, and also the monitoring and evaluation mechanism. And then also as part of the implementation, we have, we collaborated with various partners, local and international organizations to work with us. We had various initiatives to improve the system. We co-convene international conferences in collaboration with UNESCO, and also having knowledge sharing activities and exchange programs. And in 2019, following all what we have put in place and the very consistent and systematic and discipline in implementing all our plans, we were recognized internationally. So we were designated as a best practice hub by the IB UNESCO in 2017. And recently, 2019, we were designated as a Category 2 center under the auspices of UNESCO. So it shows the length of time that we've worked and the discipline, the effort that we have put to work together to build the system, and then it yielded positive results, as you can see. So this slide is the most important structure which has propelled ECC forward. And what is unique about this structure is that it allows effective coordination and integration of ECC-related efforts and initiatives. As you will see, we have a high-level policy committee. So ECC is held in high esteem in the country. And ICD serves as a secretariat for the coordination of all the efforts and also for this instance. So as you can see, we have two levels of coordination. We have the policy level coordination, which provide policy direction and oversight. And then we have the operational level coordination, which undertake actual implementation. And ICD, being the secretariat and the coordinating entity here, provides support to all the relevant sectors. Next slide. This slide illustrates a little bit more about the various institutional and financial framework. Like I've said, we have the institute, the coordinating committee in the red circles. And then on the right-hand side, you will see the ECC sectors. So in each ECC ministry, we have a designated ECC technical team. And this team, there's a group of people who work together. They work on policies, implement program. They undertake also research, and also they can advise the minister on issues that needs to be tackled and policies that needs to be formulated at the level of the sector. And in the middle, you will see the three pink boxes, and we have also structures with regards to financial framework to support practitioners, caregivers, professionals with financial assistance to push the ECC agenda forward. Next slide. And this is just to show how the technical team at the relevant ministries works. We have at the head, the minister of each ministry, and then the principal secretaries and the CEO. And then we have the ECC technical teams and the sub-teams, and they are the one who undertake the actual implementation of the goals and priorities and actions from the ECC framework. Next slide. Okay, one of the institutional anchor, like we call it, it's the Institute of Early Childhood Development, like I've just mentioned. And the ICD is a legal institution, and it has its own act, and also it has a regulation for national standards under its act. Its main mandate is to provide coordination, leadership, strategic direction for ECC nationally, and we also advise government on policy issues and programs relating to ECC. We also, our roles are to regulate the childcare sector. We provide coordination, we undertake research, and we also have advisory role, like I've just said. We also undertake a lot of advocacy and information and promotion of ECC. And the mission of ICD is to, if I take the last one, is the ICD aims to be known as the leading authority in assuring quality in ECC and recognized as a model of good practice in ECC in the region and beyond. which we have already attained this mission. I suppose we need to relook and we work on a new mission when we're going to set up the category to send to UNESCO. Next slide. This slide is mainly talking about the main achievements, and these are some of the main indicators in ECC for health, for education. These are the two main ministries which provide ECC services, and as you will see, most of the indicators we have already achieved, and these are related to SDGs indicators and WHO also, and we are maintaining those indicators and making sure that we keep progressing further. Next slide, please. So if we continue with the achievements now in ECC, the resilience system itself per se, we have done quite a lot in ECC in terms of professionalization of the sector and building capacity of our professionals, our teachers, our caregivers, our leaders in ECC. So we've undertook a number of training. Also, we've developed certificate and diploma level courses. And we also have a continuous professional development program for our childcare providers, for teachers, as well as teacher assistants and other leaders in ECC to continue equip them with the latest development in terms of research and information in the sector so that we can continue to improve teaching and learning and also stimulation for young children. In terms of accessibility and inclusiveness, the government of Seychelles provide grants for professionals, childcare providers in ECC, and these grants really incentivize them and motivates them to provide quality services to our young children because we put a lot of emphasis on holistic development of children so they can procure resources, also pay for training for their staff. Government also provide financial incentives to access service for providers and parents. We also provide assistance to raise quality of service and also to sustain ECC provision. In terms of promotion and advocacy framework, we have, like I've said earlier, a robust advocacy strategy. And this is with the aim of increase the visibility of ECC, making sure that people, the general public, understand the importance of ECC, especially parents, so that they can better guide their children, care for them, so that they develop holistically and become productive citizens in the future. We also had convened international conferences, and mainly it's with the IB UNESCO, and other member states participated. And our last conference was in 2019. And another one was due in 2021, but we could not hold it because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we also have exchange programs whereby we participated in a number of initiatives internationally. So we provided technical assistance in the Cameroon, Mauritius, and I am also part of the African Union Commission cluster on ECD, and I'm the chairperson for the Accountability and Governance Group. Next, please. In terms of policy and program, we have a number of policies, and we've developed so many programs in early childhood, and we've put a lot of emphasis on the 0 to 3 because 0 to 3 is an underdeveloped area in almost in a lot of countries, especially in Africa. So for us, our 0 to 3 is a model, and we've managed to successfully transform a totally unregulated childcare sector. And we're very happy now that we have a very well structured and organized one with the relevant regulatory framework in place. We also have developed early learning programs for the 0 to 3. This is a first. We haven't had it before because we want to make sure that the foundation is strong and solid for the children to start preschool. And we also have National Action Plan, and this also binds all the sectors together. We have projects in the plan, and ICD is responsible to coordinate and collaborate with our partners, making sure that all the projects really have an impact on children's development. And this applies also for research. We've conducted multiple research, and we've provided government with evidence-based information and data to make informed decisions about policy changes and actions for ECCE. Likewise, for data management, we're working on a very comprehensive project to make sure that all sectors have procedures and structures in place for them to collect data, to analyze data, to store data, to report on data. And as well as we put a lot of emphasis on measurement of quality outcomes. And we've started a new project since 2019 to assess children early learning readiness before they start creche. And ICD also being a small entity, well, in a small country, we've had made our mark internationally, and we've also contributed towards the UNESCO medium-term strategy for 2022 and 2020 to 2029. We've also provided our inputs in the ECC system prototype, which was developed by the IB UNESCO, and that was led by the former director, Dr. Marope. And then we've also provided technical assistance on ECC to other countries. Next slide, please.
Thank you. I thought we could start tying up.
Yes, we wrap up. Two slides left. Thank you. And another of our major achievements is the international recognition, like I just said earlier, and the latest being the recognition as a Category 2 center for ECC under UNESCO. Next slide, please. And the next steps, we have a number of initiatives that we want to sustain. We've done well. We have to sustain them because otherwise we don't want to regress. And we also have a few new initiatives that we want to implement in the next 3-4 years. And the first of which is the establishment of the Category 2 Center itself, which will start this year following our enactment of our new law. We also want to harmonize and rationalize the non-formal early childhood education services because ICD will be regulating and assuring quality from 0 to 5 years old, which include the preschool as well. We want to also include aspects of technology to enhance quality assurance system and data management efficiency. We want to introduce online services for like registration for financial assistance, etc. We want also to continue working with all our partners together, coordinate the National Action Plan to ensure that children get the best, and continue with our research agenda. Minister spoke on about research and the evidence base also in his speech earlier this week, and putting a lot of emphasis on providing evidence-based data and information. And we want also to develop a research journal for ECCE. And this is the initiative from the minister himself. Minister, as you know, he's a shrewd researcher. And I know that he will provide us with his technical expertise in this area. We want also to continue with the training and capacity building for our professionals, promoting good practices, and also seek additional funds, mobilize funds, because we want to do more, but we need more resources to do more. So we need to partner with other international donor organizations to help us in our stride to ensure that all children in the Seychelles, and also work with our partner countries, member states on the continent, all children on the continent get a strong and good start in life. So that's it from me. Thank you so much.
Very useful framework. Can we clap hands for the Seychelles team? Minister Valentin, thank you very much and for the input. We thought that we could take some questions and then we will request you to respond to whatever questions that will come out, and in that manner, wrap up from your end. So with the minister's indulgence, I want to invite, some questions or quick inputs on the previous session, the Seychelles input, as well as the inputs that have been made here before. The session for questions is open. I can see one there, Terence. That looks like Miss Manona. I can see another hand there at the back. That's the hand number 2. The way that man is so dark, he must be from Limpopo. You and I come from the same province. The heat is high. Oh, sorry, MEC, sorry, Ntwareleng. There's a second hand there. I won't say, that person is light in complexion. I won't say anything. Second hand. So we've got 1, 2, and 3 at the back there. Is that it? Going 3, going 2, going 1, gone. So we start over there.
Good afternoon, Minister, Deputy Minister, MECs, and HODs, and everyone present. Allow me also to say all protocol observed. I have already been introduced. I am Kulula Manona. I am responsible for the ECCE or ECD portfolio in the department. I therefore would like to make some comments. Actually, it's really appreciation for all the presentations, but I will focus on the last. I want to also join you, Chair, in appreciating the framework that has been shared with us. And I think there are many take-homes for me from this presentation that has just been shared with us. And I think it is quite apt in the sense that it is coming at a time when, as the department, we will be assuming responsibility for the 0 to 4 age group, which was previously the responsibility of social development. So there is a lot of urgency that is really accompanying this huge responsibility. But I think what this presentation has done for me is to just make it clear that there are things that you can't microwave. That timeline that has been shared, that from 2011 up to 2019 is the time it took Seychelles to be able to put those elements of that framework and be able to see those achievements. So it affirms some of the decisions and the thoughts that we've had in also developing our own service delivery model, projecting the growth and the progression period right up to 2030. So I'm happy for that affirmation. There are also a number of similarities that have been able to pick up. For instance, the emphasis on the age group of the 0 to 3. So what I think this says to us as the South African government and particularly the Department of Basic Education is that there are a lot of lessons we can pick up. And I'm happy to hear that Seychelles does offer technical assistance to some countries. So I do think that we would like to reach out post this Lekgotla to have engagements with the government of Seychelles. Thank you very much.
Don't exhaust the ECD questions.
Done.
Second hand, now I must say my Limpopo colleague, my brother there. Second hand was straight down there.
Thank you, Chairperson. You gave me the second position, and I'm claiming it as an ECD person. Diabulela.
That is Diabulela.
Chairperson, I want to align myself with, my name is Ruby Mutaung. I am from civil society. I'm an ECD activist. And I want to align myself with Dr. Polia when in his comments, he mentioned that the Department of Basic Education should begin seriously considering the reality that education starts with early childhood development. And I want to believe that when we come back to the Lekgotla in 2020, whatever, that the ECD session will be the first in the agenda. I want to remind the person who put the ECD agenda as the last item. Let me get to my point, Chairperson. That I'm so excited. Kulula, I'm happy that you spoke before me because I want to challenge you in terms of trying to get towards where Seychelles is. I want to take you back to even us as a country. We started way back, but I won't go back to 1995, but I will start in 2001 when we were talking about EECD White Paper 5. That has identified areas that needed to be looked at. 1, extend EECD provision. 2, consider the inequality in existing ECD provision. 3, inequality in access to services. 4, variable quality of ECD services. Incomplete, fragmented legislative and policy framework for ECD and uncoordinated services. That was identified back in 2001. The ECD policy of 2001 continued to identify issues of engagement. 1, the absence of minimum requirements and guidelines for registration. Absence of effective.
We're getting into ECD now. Next session is fully ECD. So I don't want you to...
No, it's aligned to the Seychelles, but I'm seeing myself in Seychelles. I'm seeing myself in Seychelles.
No,
that's why I want to start building the foundation towards Seychelles.
I will negotiate
That's why
that.
I want to take you back to 2001 policy, into 2017 policy, that are a driving force towards Seychelles.
So Minister Valentin has pressure. He's got to move on to other things. But we've heard you, and we're going into the ECD session soon.
I can't leave. Okay, because
but let's respect the minister. He needs to move on to something else. We'll have the opportunity to talk.
Early childhood development.
Yeah, I know, early childhood development. So, thank you so much. I think both the comments that were made on ECD relating to Seychelles express the interest to continue conversations and dialogues with the Seychelles, education system. So perhaps Minister Valentin could have like a 1-2 minutes final, word, and then I'm gonna ask Mr. Manuel and Mr. Dolopi to also have a 1 minute, wrap up. The rest of the colleagues have actually shared their inputs with the two. We've agreed. So, please, you must exercise, portray due respect for the chairperson. So, Minister Valentin, 2 minutes wrap up. You've heard the expressions from the floor.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mrs. Shopi, for this presentation. Basically, like you've said, when the underlying philosophy of early childhood in Seychelles is simple. One is that everybody has to be engaged in order to give our children a good start. And then the fundamental of this model is that assuring success in education is viewed simply by giving children a good start. So this is why we are putting most of our emphasis in giving children a good start. And we believe that once this good start is given, children, learning will follow fantastically. That is the principal philosophy. And like we've said, we really welcome partnership. We are happy to engage with other colleagues in the African community. I fully believe in South-South relationship, and let today be the beginning where Seychelles and South Africa education system, start the actual collaboration. We are together in the SACMEC program, but nothing much in terms of collaboration, coming together is done in that consortium. Yes, we do common research, common activity, but we need perhaps to look at the findings, what we have from the various studies that we've done together, and from that, we build collaboration so that both the systems, the Seychelles system and the South African system benefits. That is my final wrap-up. So thank you so much for inviting us in that symposium.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Minister Valentin. Thank you, Ms. Shope. Thank you very much for the preparation and the input. Can we have your final 1 minute?
Ladies and gentlemen, if only I knew that I was going to have a second bite, I would have actually had something more profound to say. However, one of the important things that has come out today about the recovery program is not about recovering simply just curriculum and blindly going about it. It's the who and the highlighting of the central role of teachers in their specific context. But even more important is ensuring that in this period of recovery, we recognize that our biggest task is to inculcate the culture of being back at school. And that is going to be our major task lying ahead. We look forward to engaging on this further. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Look, final comment is to thank the minister. I think her legacy as a minister of education in our country is the ability to create some stability in the country, in the education system. If you do research, you'll get to understand that during a time as minister of education, we had a lot of labor peace in the sector. And the reason why we do have labor peace is her attitude towards stakeholders. She respects stakeholders. She does not, in fact, even if she sees us as an irritation, but she sees us as a necessary irritation, which is progressive. So we want to thank you for that, Minister, for always respecting unions, involving them. And I just hope all your MECs in the provinces, your HODs in the provinces will take after you. That we will be able to move as a country if we appreciate each other. Again, if you look in terms of the world, all countries that are doing well in terms of education are doing so because firstly, they have strong unions, but secondly, they are doing so because they are working with their unions. You can do some reading around Singapore. The level of unionism in Singapore is very, very high. But the unions in Singapore are working well with the ministry there, whether it's on teacher development, whether it be on any other aspect of education. That's why Singapore is doing well. You can go to Australia, you can go to Norway, you can do some reading about Canada, you can do some reading about the best performing states in America. They are doing well where the unions are strong. So unions are not an unnecessary irritation. They are a necessary irritation. So appreciate us, because the goal is the same. So I just wanted to convey that. Thank you so much, Minister.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause as our panelists leave for their comfortable seats. I'll remain here facing the lights on my own. So, we have gained some bit of time, but we still are behind, schedule. We are still behind schedule. So I want to suggest that we forge ahead. Agreed? Yes. So I want to now invite the panelists for the next session. Those who are here with us, please come and join me on the stage. But as they come, and as Mr. Dolopi strengthens his links with the DG there, could we please just stand up and stretch? More so that we're going into ECD. Please, Harun, stand up and stretch. ECD. Before I call the ECD activists, because if they came, and I hope Ms. Nchancha is coming. We have one of the panelists who's on virtually, Dr. Louise Crouch, isn't it? So we can sit down. I've just been told that I am not qualified to facilitate the ECD session because it has its own particularities. So Dr. Nicholas Dowdell will take over because he's going to take us in a slightly different direction. I thought that I was doing very well by making you stand up and stretch, but I think Dr. Nicholas is going to make us do much more than that. So, Doc, I am going to ask you to take over from here, and I will come after you.
Thank you everyone. And I think as Mr. Khoza said, we need to inject a little bit of energy for this final session of the day, the graveyard shift, which is ECD, but I don't think can be reflective of the importance of ECD. And I think it's worth mentioning that the ECD session is here particularly to accommodate some of our international visitors who we are so happy to have joining us from the States, Dr. Crouch and Ms. Amanda Devaseli from the World Bank, who will be giving presentations shortly, and we're really excited for that. But to start off, and my name is Nicholas Dowdell. I'm an evidence specialist at the Lego Foundation and have previously worked with UNICEF, with the DBE, and in early childhood development research for a number of years. But today I want to introduce this important final session on early childhood development. And to just get us started, I've been told that you have in your bags a pack of 6 Duplo bricks. Could you right now see if you can pull those out? We're going to do a little energizer. And at the Lego Foundation, we believe that children learn best when they're actively engaged in an activity that is meaningful to them, where there's opportunities for social interaction, and most importantly, where it's a joyful learning experience. And that can take many different shapes or forms. So it could be engaging in a project or project-based learning. It could be a serve and return interaction between a mother and her baby, or it could be a young child interacting with manipulatives in an early learning setting. So right now, you have some manipulatives in front of you, and I'd ask you to stand up if you have the 6 Duplo bricks with you. Stand up at your table. Godwin got us off to a good note. It's always good to get some movement going. So please stand up and find a partner at your table that you can join up with. Are we getting any movement? When you're ready, stand up and find someone to work with. And this activity is called back-to-back. So before you do anything with your bricks, I want you to find someone and join up with them and stand back-to-back with them with your 6 bricks, so that neither can see each other. And then, once you've done that, is everybody ready? Has everybody got a partner and got their 6 Duplo bricks in their hands? And then is standing back to back. Okay, I'm seeing lots of people standing back to back. That's great. So now, you need to decide. One person is the builder and one person is the follower. Okay? So quickly decide who's the builder and who's the follower. Once you've done that, what I need you to do is the builder. You need to take your 6 bricks and build a model of your choice, connecting them together. It can be as simple or as complex as you decide. But you've got 30 seconds to build a model with your 6 bricks, and you can't let your partner see what you're building, so they can't have any glimpse of what you're doing. You've got 30 seconds to do that. And all of the 6 bricks need to be joined together for your model. And you can't give anything away to your partner. They've just got to keep their bricks loose in their hands. Okay, I'm giving you 5 more seconds. And no peeking. Okay, so now what you need to do is, without your partner seeing anything, you need to describe to them what your model looks like so that they're able to build the same model as you, just based on the instructions that you're giving them. Okay, so I'm going to give you 90 seconds to describe to your partner how to build the model that you have in front of you without them being able to get a glimpse of what you're doing. Go. This is a true test of your communication skills. Okay. Got 30 seconds left. I can see some people are already completing their activities. Once you complete, you can turn around and see if they got it right. Okay? 10 seconds left. I can see some celebrations going on. That means we're good communicators. 5 seconds left. 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, it's time for the big reveal. Can everyone turn around? Did you get it right? I'm seeing lots of celebrations. I can see that we've got good communicators here. Okay. Thank you, everyone. You can take a seat. And I think it's worth just reflecting very briefly on what happened, which seems like a very simple task. But actually, what is the learning process and the skills that you had to use to execute this? And the first is your ability to take perspectives. You've got to use perspective taking to imagine and spatial awareness to put together a model based purely on instructions. Are you able to imagine what something looks like and take the perspective of your partner? Are you able to use effective communication and language to describe what exactly you're building? And on the other side, are you able to ask questions to really be able to hone in on exactly what you need to do? Do you have the vocabulary to describe exactly what it is? Using number concepts. These 4 studs cover these 3 of the blue one. So what seems like a very, very simple activity actually uncovers a whole complex learning process, which I think really demonstrates the power of playful learning and learning through play, which is relevant to the session today. So thank you, everyone. I hope that got you engaged and excited for the final session of the day. So ECD in South Africa is at an inflection point with the upcoming function shift from social development to basic education, representing a unique opportunity to improve access to and quality of ECD programming for young children. It's my pleasure to be moderating the session on early childhood development, where we have the privilege of welcoming 4 exceptional speakers, one of which we've already heard, with a wider range of experience and insights into the field of ECD. First and foremost, I believe that the coming session will drive home the message of why ECD is so important in setting up our country's children for success. Secondly, we'll see that ECD is more than just early learning, but is a holistic set of developmental processes that require carefully integrated services. And finally, we'll be exposed to some wonderful examples of how countries have built effective systems to enable their children to thrive. We've already seen the example of the Seychelles, and we thank the Minister and colleagues for really unpacking their system, which I think we can learn a lot from. And now we'll proceed with the panel discussion, where we're joined by 3 speakers, 2 virtually and 1 in person. Each speaker will make a 15-minute presentation, and after the 3 presentations, there'll be an opportunity for questions, comments, and discussion. Our first panelist is Ms. Nchancha Ned, who is well known to anyone familiar with ECD in South Africa. Ms. Ned is a current trustee and former chief executive responsible for the ECD portfolio within the Hollard Foundation Trust. She's the former director of the Nelson Mandela Children's Trust and has held various positions in government, including as DDG for Social Services in the National Department of Social Development. And we're so happy to have Nchancha with us today. Our second panelist is Ms. Amanda Devaseli, who is the World Bank's global lead for early childhood development. Her work involves expanding and improving investments in ECD. And in 2012, she launched the bank's Early Learning Partnership, which has generated over $2 billion in funding to scale up quality ECD services worldwide. Our third panelist is Dr. Luis Crouch, who is a senior economist at RTI in their International Development Group. He serves as a board member on various education NGOs and public entities, and has worked for the World Bank and Global Partnership for Education. He also has extensive experience working in South Africa and has a special interest in early grade reading and early childhood development. So we'll now begin with our first presentation by Ms. Nchancha Ned, which will look specifically at the South African perspective on the importance of ECD. Thank you, Ms. Ned.
Do I need to tell everybody that I'm short? So this thing is too high. Okay. I think I got it.
Colleagues, want just to say, those who are who are thirsty and the call of nature can quietly go and pick tea. It's ready. So that you become fresh before when the session starts. Thank you.
I'll assume the session has started and that we are fresh. I think I should tell you that I'm a grandmother, which normally nobody says in these sessions, but I'm a grandmother, and therefore, and I love children, and that's the only reason I'm actually still doing ECD at my age. The next thing I would like to do is a short roll call, just by a show of hand. Who here is a practitioner of early childhood development? Anybody who's delivering ECD programs, wherever they are? I don't see anybody. Maybe they are on virtual. The second, there's one there. The second question, which is also a roll call, is there anybody here from local government municipalities who actually know how to regulate or enable early childhood development programs? There isn't anybody I can see. I hope they are there on virtual. Chairperson, thank you so much, Honorable Minister, Deputy, MECs, colleagues. I think all of us know that early childhood development is a foundation for life. I don't know who's running the slides. Can I have the next slide, please? I want to talk to this slide because it's a slide that should show what it takes to invest in human capital. Okay, see that side. And everybody has talked about what is essential, an essential package of early care and education for young children. And anybody can read that. What I do want to mention, though, is that without that foundation, we are undermining our human development index and our human capital. And I want to say that we all know, which we don't need to remember or be reminded all the time, is that actually apartheid did us a disservice, if we forgot that. First of all, it excluded the majority of children into the system, not just children, everybody. The second of all, it took away, it devalued the currency of our languages. Third of all, it didn't invest enough in the foundation years or in education for the majority of people. So if we agree on that, we need to be looking at what we should do differently as we get early childhood development program, ECD, into education. I will go back to the issues of access, inclusion or access. The good thing, next slide please, I'm not going to go through this. The good thing about South Africa is that we have got an incredible array of navigating systems. We've got the Constitution, that's our navigation system. Gives us the dreams and the aspiration that this country wants to aspire to. Next slide, please. It also, based on that, we had the National Development Strategy, which is actually our short term towards 2030, which calls for universal access to early childhood development. It calls for the alignment and bringing of ECD to education. It calls for everything that we actually talked to about today. We have got an array of legislative framework policies. Everybody was quoting 2011. I mean, this thing started with the in 1994, when we were doing the white paper on social development, about where the children should be. It started far back then. And we've got legislation, we've got a whole lot of things that we are still panel beating one way or the other. So the question, therefore, for us is not whether this country is committed to ECD or not. In terms of the documentation, the policy, legislative, everybody agrees that this is the right thing to do. Where we actually don't see eye to eye most of the time is where it should be positioned and what we should do differently. I said apartheid devaluated certain things that were our strengths, which is education and our social systems, and put the burden of care to the providers, to communities, that you should do it yourself, but we will regulate you. And I think we need to reflect again on regulation, enabling and regulation, or just regulating and go and inherit that mental mindset of saying we are regulating, therefore we are telling you what to do and how we'll tell you what is right and what is wrong. I think we should be stepping back and saying we should enable, because we said we are a developmental state, we should enable and regulate. And those two things must follow like that, enable and regulate. Because the social compact that the minister was talking about is in the enablement. It's in the enablement. Therefore, you can regulate and the right to regulate anybody. Now, the next slide, please. As you see, I'm not going to go through that. We know the budget and stuff. Yeah. I think I wanted just to make this point that we have an execution failure, not an imagination failure. We really do know what needs to be done. What we don't do right is to stop certain things that we've been doing that are not working, to reframe and rephase. And you said, the chairperson said here that we are at a point of inflection and reflection and resetting. So I didn't talk a little more about what COVID did to a bad situation, but I think the point has been made throughout the day. The next slide is the one that I prefer most. Can I have that one? A snapshot. Now, if we have got 6.5 million children, 0 to 5, and statistics tells us that 2.9 million of them are in unregistered programs. 800,000 of them plus are in registered centers, actually not program centers. I'm raising the registered, non-registered, because I also want us to begin to redefine certain things. When I say unregistered, I think in the minds of many people is that the service is bad. And when I say they are in registered something, we almost think that the quality of service is good. That doesn't say anything about quality. It just says when we go there to assess, we actually ask a plethora of questions and say, yeah, you meet the requirements. And primarily those requirements are actually weighted more on the infrastructure, not the child inside, not the actual package of what the child should be getting. And as we can see, a total of 2.4 million children are in centers. And 400,000 children are in non-centers. That means they could be at home. But 500,000 of them are in other programs that cannot be, it could be play group, it can be home-based or whatever. But the major thing that I want everybody, especially DBE, as we take the function to you, 3.2 million children are not accessing any program. So 3.2, and 1.3 million of those are actually from 3 to 5. You can argue with the statistics or whatever. But when you see again that only 625,000 children plus are being subsidized in those registered, are receiving a subsidy. Currently, the subsidy is about 17 rands per child per day. This is a very good template, because if I was a priest, I would tell you that it reveals certain things, so that should be in Revelation chapter something. It reveals the issue of who still has the burden to provide early childhood development. It reveals the minimum role that the state is playing, because if the funding of the 2.9 million that are in the system, no. Only 625,000 or so get subsidy. That shows the minimal role of that, despite those instruments that we talked to earlier on. Now, it also reveals the issue of who is actually delivering this service. The service is delivered by women. Well, even those centers are run by women in the communities, but the point is more than 50.9% of our children are in the homes there, not anywhere in the centers. So we can actually assume that they are not receiving anything, or we can assume that somebody is doing something with them, at least feeding them, loving them, caring for them, and hopefully stimulating them. Now, the questions that we should be asking from just this slide is, when we go forward, what should change here? What should change there? The National Development Plan says the role of the state is to provide a basic, to finance a basic ECD program. We still have got to define what that is and how much it costs. The other thing I like about this slide, actually I do like this slide, is we know where the children are. They are in their homes with some adult or guardian, and some of them, quite a small fraction, actually about 1.8%, are with somebody who's maybe a sibling, but not a parent at home. Now, with the challenge of COVID, where 2/3 of the centers that we had could not open when they were supposed to open, so more children are now at home. The stats I'm giving you is pre-COVID 2019. With that kind of understanding that the children are with some parent somewhere, in the world of COVID and going forward, the new norm, where the need to be both high touch and high tech, what are the opportunities that we have there to reach more children? We can only achieve access, universal access, when we go where the children are. We need a thinking that says, let's go where they are and find solution together with the parents. I was very happy to hear earlier on, I think, on the presentation, that the parents are actually not old people. They are young people that dropped out of school. So they can actually stimulate their children if they've got the right tools, if they know what they're supposed to do, because they're so high tech, they can actually use technology to do what needs to be done. And I think we should be looking at that. So my role today is not really to give, on this stage right now, it's not to give solutions. It's actually just to say what questions should we be asking if we wanted to achieve universal access and quality. We still need to define what that quality looks like. Is just being subsidized an indication of quality? I don't think so. School readiness, what is that? How do we know? How do we know when we are successful in doing what we are supposed to do? But the opportunities are immense. Same slide tells me that we've got a huge potential in our social capital, the women that have got children in their hands. And that's our social capital. We should put value in that currency. I think if we put value that you are a parent, you play your role, and everybody through the lessons and challenges in education, it goes back again, what is the role of parents? And I was happy also to hear that during COVID, some parents really stepped up and began to do stuff that was needed. And I think if we start with them at early childhood development, the likelihood of them following through that is higher than when we leave them aside and say they are not capable. They've got the aptitude, they can do the job. The second thing that I like the slide about is that it's saying if we go the center route, we're never going to achieve universal access. Let's agree on that. Because the parameters and the requirements there will never be met. And I had some concern around infrastructure being provided by education in schools, and I'm wondering, when it goes to communities and to women in the communities there, who's going to provide that infrastructure? I think we've been having this conversation for a couple of decades, and I think it's a conversation that we should be saying, if there's nobody who raises the hand and say, I'll provide the infrastructure, let's look at an option of using the infrastructure that is there and focus on the outcomes of children instead of the infrastructure. I know that's a very hot potato there. Can I have the next slide, please? But the opportunities, as I said, Chairperson, is that we should legalize the poor. I'm using that term quite intentionally, that when we call them unregistered, we tell them what they are not. It's like saying, I'm non-black, non-white. I think that's wrong terminology. I think we should start using the right terminology that affirms every South African citizen and the role that they can play, and actually put some currency really on women and the power of their play. They form the architecture of a social service system that can reach children. And so we need to be defining for all of us, especially DBE, to also define for us what role of coordination has been. In the instruments that I mentioned earlier on, the instruments that we have as a country committing ourselves to this, we actually talk about coordination. Even now we're saying we need more coordination. What I think is missing is accountability in that coordination, because the coordination that we actually have been experiencing is a coordination that means convening meetings with the different departments. And I've been to numerous of those meetings. Everybody comes and tell you what they will do, but there's no mechanism, Minister, where everybody come to account for what they have been doing in this package of service for children. I think we need something like that to strengthen that coordination, to be an accountable kind of coordination based on agreements with the departments that are supposed to do this. First 1,000 days is health. What is health going to do? What is their budget to do that? How are we going to integrate that information into education so that we know that the children have got what it takes? And I think the role of DBE again is to remove the barriers. We've been talking about barriers, and the reason I asked whether municipalities were here is that in the current system as it stands, everything goes through a municipality, but they are never involved in the negotiating about how are we going to coordinate for you to deliver what you want to do. But we do have, what is good, again, Minister, is that we have lots of case studies that actually show that when everybody else is engaged fully, we actually do achieve. We've got a lot of case studies that show what municipalities are capable of doing when they are enabled and discussed and they understand why they should be doing this and how it fits into their whole portfolio. I think I want to close. I think my 10 minutes is finished, if it was. I just want to say, this is a great opportunity. I don't think I want us to be depressed here. I want us to be really energized. This is the last great opportunity that has been created by the movement to DBE, and maybe going back to actually understand what the National Development Plan is saying. I was asking a couple of my colleagues whether they've read it recently, and they actually had forgotten about it. And I think that's our problem in the main. We put documents and we file them. Because when we do this thing right, we are going to change the trajectory of the next generation, positively so. When we do that, we are going to improve household incomes and secure women's employability, productivity. And when we do that, we will ensure that the gender inequality and gender gaps we begin to address those. And Chairperson, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ned, for such an important presentation and setting the context for where we're at in South Africa in terms of ECD, looking at the challenges, but also identifying many of them as huge opportunities. I think the mention of parents and caregivers, and enabling them to play a key role is very important and well taken. And also thinking about the systems right down to the level of municipalities, and how we can draw on case studies where that's really been able to come together in a way that works for children is really important. So thank you. We'll now move on to our second panelist, Amanda De Vaselli from the World Bank, who is going to outline the importance of ECD for future life outcomes. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and it's a real pleasure to be with you today remotely. I'm sorry that I can't be there in person. It's an honor to follow Ms. Ned, and I think what I'm about to present is really going to align very much with the themes that she focused on. And it's a bit of a tall order to cover the international evidence on investing in early childhood development in just 10 minutes, but I'll do my best. If we could go back to the start of the presentation, there we go. Okay, now next slide, please. So just to frame where we'll be starting, I think it's important to start from a standpoint of early childhood development is an outcome, right? And the outcome we seek is that children are healthy and well-nourished and prepared to succeed in life. It's the period for intervention is really from before children are born, so even starting in adolescence to make sure that future mothers are healthy and able to start families when they're ready, through to the transition to primary school. And that's why, of course, this kind of alignment across different sectors and all the way through is so critical. Next slide, please. Now, this next slide you're going to see, I know there's a lot of text. This is the World Bank's early years framework. So what we're trying to convey with it is in the middle there, you see kind of three buckets, right? These are the three main goals from our early childhood interventions. The first is that children are healthy and well-nourished, especially in the first 1,000 days. And there are a variety of different inputs they need and their mothers need to be healthy and well-nourished, including nutrition and health interventions. The second bucket, which is what we're probably going to talk about a little bit more today, is children receive early stimulation and early learning opportunities from birth, right? So this isn't just about pre-primary school. This is about early stimulation, engagement with parents, childcare, all kinds of different programs that promote children's learning and development and socialization. And then the third bucket is around children are nurtured and protected from stress. And that's why, again, this community, family, school partnerships and looking across different sectors and addressing poverty, violence in the home, other things that impact children's development is so critical. And then you can see that, of course, there are a range of other issues, water and sanitation, educated and empowered women, as Ms. Ned spoke about, all of these different other issues around those three buckets. So the idea is that if children have these three kind of better outcomes in early childhood, they're able to reach their full potential, and that this contributes to building countries' human capital and is really a central investment to building countries' human capital. Let's go to the next slide, please. On the next slide, you're going to see, and this is probably familiar to many of you. So this is looking at kind of windows of early childhood development and when the synapses, the connections in the brain are forming. And what you can see here, right on this graph, is that it's kind of incredible. The amount of development, the potential for development, the number of synapses that are forming, these pathways that then influence your capacity for life, actually begin before you're born. Many of them, the sensory pathways and the language pathways, really peak in your first year of life, so before a child is even 1. And then we have these higher cognitive functions that also start to peak around 1, but then really the key window to intervene on higher cognitive functions is up to age 5. So, just again, a reminder of what's happening in children's bodies and brains during this period is such a unique period of development, and that's why we have to intervene during this period to set children on a better path in life. Next slide, please. So this is just another illustration of that. You don't want to miss this window, right? So at birth, on the left-hand side, you can see the number of synapses. At age 6, you can see how dense they are. And by age 14, you can see that they're starting to prune. And that pruning process, the reduction and the sort of the breaking of the connections is natural. It happens to everybody. But what we want to make sure is that we are maximizing the connections and making sure the key connections form in this critical period between birth and age 6, because about 90% of all brain development happens before a child is age 5 or 6. Next slide, please. So this just shows you the importance of investing in the first 1,000 days. On the left-hand side, we see a brain scan from a child with stunted brain development. So this is maybe a child where there was, potentially a baby that was born low birth weight. Maybe it was a child who didn't have good nutrition, wasn't breastfed, or was, had a lot of sickness in early childhood. Maybe they're in a family with violence, in a home with violence. For whatever reason, they've experienced some toxic stress. They're experiencing stunted brain development. On the right, we have a healthy, cared for child, right? And again, you can see it's just, there's just more development there. And what's amazing about these scans is that these scans are from 3 months of age. So at 3 months of age, we already see these differences in children and in really their future life. Next slide, please. So I know you've heard a lot about the first 1,000 days, right? So investing in the first 1,000 days, that's the 9 months before a baby's born, and then basically the first 2 years of life. That's a really critical window to make sure children have the right nutrition inputs and early stimulation, engaging relationships with their caregivers and nurturing care. But what happens in the next 1,000 days, right? From about age 2 to age 5. This is data that I really like to look at. Let's go back to it. It's looking at vocabulary scores. And each of those lines that you, let's go the other direction, please, back 2 slides. The lines that you see on the screen, or you will see on the screen, each represent income of children of different income levels. If we can go back 2 slides, that would be great. Now, if we were seeing the slide on the screen, what you would see is that at 36 months of age, so around 3 years, all children have pretty similar vocabulary levels. Let's go 2 more forward, please. And I'm sorry, I know sometimes the technology is tough, but perfect. As they move from age 36 months up to 70 months, right? So like from age 3 up to age 6, those pre-primary school years, you see their vocabulary scores dramatically moving apart, really based on wealth quintile, right? So you see children from poorer families have substantially lower vocabulary scores by the time they enter primary school compared to children from more advantaged families. Vocabulary is a really important predictor of later success in life, right? So this is something really concerning and why we need to intervene in those 3 to 6 years. But if we do intervene, if we get this right, we know that investments in early childhood can promote equity, they can improve education outcomes, they can help build a skilled workforce, and they can yield high returns and benefit society. So I'm going to take you through quickly a bit of the international evidence on some of these topics. Let's go to the next slide, please. So this next slide is just talking about the benefits of investing in nutrition. And I do know this is an education conference, but I think it's really important to remember the important role nutrition plays in children's development and also in their attendance to school. We know that children who are not stunted, so children who are not low height for age, which often indicates poor development overall, are 33% more likely to escape poverty as adults. We know that decreases in stunting could increase GDP by 11% in Asia and Africa. Nutrition programs can help increase school increase school completion and increase adult wages by 5 to 50%. So these are really critical outcomes that impact children for the rest of their life, just based on how well how the level of nutrition inputs they get in their early years. Next slide, please. The next slide here is going to talk about childcare, and at the World Bank, we're making a huge push on childcare, and I think that this aligns very much with the current policy shift in South Africa, and South Africa's one of the countries with a really robust childcare system to look at and learn from. And we know that access to quality childcare and early learning has the potential to unlock pathways out of poverty and build human capital and increase equity. And these are critical for countries' economic and social development. So there's really 4 key outcomes we want to make sure we think about when we think about why investing in childcare and early learning pre-primary school is critical. 1, there are better outcomes for women related to women's employment, empowerment, and really the quality of employment also, right? Like their productivity, their earning power. There's also outcomes for increased family welfare, right? We know that when women work and earn more, they are more likely to invest in their children's development. We also know that attendance of school for older siblings and early marriage, adolescent fertility, some of these issues that are really critical to address all improve. Then there's improved child development outcomes, of course, if children are in high quality childcare or early learning pre-primary programs. We know they have improved school readiness for primary school, better nutrition outcomes, better education outcomes later in life, and improved employment and skills later in life. And then, of course, increased productivity and economic growth for individual businesses and for countries as a whole. Let's go to the next slide. Let's look a little bit in more detail at some of this evidence. So as I said, we know that investments in early childhood can increase school readiness. There's a wealth of evidence from many different kinds of countries around the world telling us that investments in high quality pre-primary and in early childhood development reduces repetition rates, it reduces dropout rates, it increases employment as adults and increases adult earning potential. We also know that investments in early childhood are the most important for the most disadvantaged children and that they play a powerful role in promoting equity. And this is really critical. We know this from across a range of different countries. Disadvantaged children benefit the most. And these early intervention programs are critical to help them get on the right trajectory for the rest of their life. Next slide, please. So this is a nice slide from Jamaica that probably many of you have seen. This is a very famous study. And in it, they took children who, in their first 2 years of life, a group of children who were stunted and then also a control group. And these children received a home visiting program and nutrition supplements, and through the home visiting program, increased early stimulation, increased engagement and nurturing care from their parents. And what you can see is that the children who were in the stunted group actually caught up to the kids who were from the non-stunted group, and that it was really that combination of nutrition and early learning that was and early stimulation that was so powerful. Now, there have been studies to follow these children now who are adults 30 and 40 years later, and it's amazing. Their employment rates and earning rates are 25 to 40% higher than the control group of children, and they have better outcomes on a range of different indicators. This is a very robust study. This other study you're seeing on the screen right now is showing you scores for PISA. So PISA is the test that is given, I think, in about 65 countries around the world, probably a few more now, to adolescents at 15 years of age. And here we're looking at scores of reading and math from around the world, right? These are the results from all 65 countries. And what we see is that children who had more than a year of early childhood education did better than children who had no early childhood education on these tests of reading and math. This is statistically significant. It's controlling for family income and all of the other things we would need to control for. And the differences in their reading and math scores are really substantial. So the differences in the math scores are equivalent to 2.75 years of school. And the differences in the reading scores are equivalent to about a year of school. That's comparing kids who had more than a year of early childhood with no early childhood. But you can also see on this graph, when you look at the light blue and the dark blue, that more early childhood, so more than a year, compared to less than a year, is better, right? So the amount also matters. Let's go to the next slide. But those are really robust findings from around the world. This is a slide looking at a study of adult skills in, I think it's either 10 or 12 countries. And I'm sorry, I can't see all the slides on the screen. But you can see that what it's showing is that adults who attended early childhood education when they were younger tend to stay in school longer. Across all of these countries, the pooled average is about 0.9 years of school longer. We also see that they tend to be enrolled in professions that require more skills and tend to be earning more. And again, these are robust findings controlling for all of the different family factors that we need to control for across really quite a diverse set of countries here. These are robust findings and really important for future outcomes, not just for children, but for the economy as a whole when we think about the importance of building a skilled workforce. Next slide, please. Oh, keep going. So here's that's everything I was just saying, right? So 0.9 years of schooling across. I forgot this was animated all the way through the next slide, please. Thank you. I'm gonna skip this slide because I know I'm short on time and I've mentioned these issues and I know Ms. Ned also raised them as well. But that last slide that you saw was really just about the benefits for women and the benefits for families and the benefits for businesses. Let's click through this slide and you'll see a bunch of blue boxes come up. So just a few slides to finish with around what does this mean for public policy? Great, one more box and stop. So one of the key points is that there are many different ways we can promote early childhood development and early learning, and that we need to work across sectors. And there's rich evidence on all of these different interventions that you see on the screen, on cash transfers, on community playgroups, on home visiting, on integrating early childhood as a sector to be trained on in skills training programs, programs to engage parents. These are all different kinds of programs that can be better coordinated or tweaked to support early childhood development to be linked to early learning opportunities. Next slide, please. I think another important message I really want to stress is that quality matters. It's not enough to just put children in programs. If we just put children in childcare or in early learning programs that are poor quality, we won't get better outcomes for children. So we need to think about building workforces that are adequately trained, supported, and remunerated. We need to engage parents. We need to design classroom approaches, curriculum approaches that are child-friendly and play-based and promote learning and development and growth and are based on the evidence of how we know children learn best. We need to ensure that services and programs are tailored to local context. We need to prioritize reaching the vulnerable children and their families. And we need to, of course, also think about the system. And I know Luis will probably talk a bit more about the system. So again, quality really matters. We have to invest in quality as we increase access. I think that's my last slide, or we're coming to my last slide now, if you can go. And I think the bottom line is children need to be ready for school, but schools also need to be ready for children. And so as we think about the transition from pre-primary school into primary school, we also need to make sure that our early grades of primary are evidence-based and reflect what we know about how children learn, and that we have workforces that are ready to provide children with quality early learning opportunities, even in the early grades of primary. Thank you so much for having me today. And I'm sorry that I can't stay for the full question and answer because I have another meeting that I'm not allowed to miss, but it was a real pleasure to be with you today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amanda, for so eloquently taking us through the key evidence in relation to early childhood development and emphasizing the societal-wide benefits of investments in ECD and also the holistic nature of ECD. That was incredibly useful framing of the evidence for us. So now we'll move on to our final presentation, which is by Dr. Luis Crouch. And this presentation will focus specifically on systems development for ECD. Thank you, Dr. Crouch.
Okay, thank you very much. Would I be allowed to share my own slides, or maybe it's easier just to let you shift them? Given that we're short on time, I was going to go through some of the slides really quickly, and I thought it'd be easier if I control them myself. But if that's a hassle, then can someone let me know if it's okay? Hello? Can you let me know if it's okay if I show my
I think, thanks, Luis. I think that they're indicating that it's okay. Is that
okay.
right?
Let me go ahead and do that then.
Okay.
Thanks. if I can find it. Here we go. Okay, is it visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, thanks a lot. Okay, so thanks for the introduction. I almost heard, I'll try to be a little bit lighter and go a little faster and maybe try to be a bit entertaining given that it's already 6 in the evening there. But I thought Nick, when he was introducing me, I almost heard him start to say, Luis is a senior, and then I thought he almost said, Luis is a senior communist. And that might have been in my youth. Now I'm older and stupider, so I'm afraid I'm not. I'm just a simple economist. But anyway, I thought I'd talk a little bit about the optimization of ECD systems. It's going to echo a lot of that has been said already, especially about the Seychelles and also by Ms. Ned. So I'll probably go over the slides really quickly. And again, I'll try to be entertaining. I'll try to take a perspective that's kind of outside the education sector, start with a kind of systems perspective that will hopefully be a little lighter and a little bit different. So next slide. Yeah, sorry, that's me that's doing it. Okay, so we'll start with a little theory, and then we'll do a case study. I'll go through the case study super fast because we already had the Seychelles, and it's actually very similar, and then some lessons and takeaways. So let me start with a little theory, just because I think, again, getting outside your own context is sometimes quite helpful. And by the way, if somebody can be timing me, feel free to just barge in. If it looks like I'll be going over time, please don't be shy, because I want to respect everybody's time. So let's start with some theory and back off of ECD itself, and ask what really is a system. And let's start first with what are some of the reasons for weaknesses in ECD programs that I have seen around the world, and I've studied quite a few of them, as well as the foundational grades in schools. One of them is lack of will, commitment, money, effort, and sometimes that's due to a lack of unified vision. And I think that was already referred to in the case of South Africa. And I think you already have the vision, but sometimes there's a lack of technical know-how. But the biggest barrier that I have seen is our implementation mess-ups. And Ms. Ned specifically referred to it. And I think that the example of the Seychelles was an example of a successful implementation. And the reason why these implementation mess-ups happen is because there's a lack of a systems and a systems integration point of view in all this. So just again, to kind of take us a little bit out of context and look at pure systems approach, and then we'll get into the education, the ECD per se. So let's take a look at some systems issues and just pose some questions just to get the juices flowing and get your heads into a different space that might be useful once you come back into ECD. So one key question is this an ECD system? You've got policy clarity. Reading over to the right, you're measuring well. I think that was mentioned in the case of Seychelles. Reading a little bit to the bottom, you've got a good sequencing and planning of developmentally appropriate activities that integrates, the basic preschool and then the first foundational grades, and that's sort of the curriculum. Then reading over to the right and down a bit, you've got your training your teachers, or you're coaching your teachers with good in-service provision and so forth. So all this is nice, and each box is firing very well, is working very well. But is that a system? And my answer is no, it's not a system, because until you begin to look at the arrows that link all those things, that integrate all those things into a unified and coherent whole, you do not have a system. And so when you're beginning to analyze whether you have a system or not, and when I go to a country, when I'm asked by a country to go in and help them improve their system, what I do is first of all, yes, look at each box and assess the quality of the assessments, the quality of the teacher training, the teacher support and coaching, in-service training, whatever you want to call it, the quality of the curriculum. But more importantly, look at the arrows between all those boxes. Are these people talking to each other? Are the leads of each one of those boxes, let's call them the chief directors, are they in fact accountable to each other, not just to their chief director or the DDG, but are they accountable to each other? And does the DDG hold them accountable to himself or herself, but also make them be accountable to each other? That's a key failure that I see, and it's why even if each box is very good, they don't necessarily work well together. I don't know if that's the case in South Africa, but it's something that I see quite a bit. Let's see. There seems to be an issue. Okay. So let me just, again, emphasize what are some of the least discussed features of systems and what a system is not. And I know that sounds a bit negative, but it's important to put it that way. And it's not a collection of units in a bureaucracy or a list of things, even if they're well prioritized. And even if it's a more or less coherent package, it's not a system. It's not enough to characterize a system unless you look at the arrows and the interconnections between them. So I'm going to take you completely out and look at an ecological system. And the thing here to see is how the introduction of wolves into a national park in the US actually altered the course of streams in that huge ecosystem. It's an immense national park, probably bigger than Kruger, maybe the size of all of KwaZulu-Natal or something. And wolves are introduced into an ecosystem that has deer or elk and beavers. Those are the little mammals that dam up bridges and create water reservoirs for themselves. There are trees, and then there are rivers. And when wolves were introduced, they were killing less elk. As the elk were dying off, they did not eat the trees so much. The trees stabilized the banks of the rivers, prevented erosion, and the trees were also a refuge for the beavers. The beavers would be able to build dams and back up the water and stabilize the streams. And so after the reintroduction of wolves into the Yellowstone National Park in the United States in, I don't know when it was, maybe the 80s or something, they actually changed and stabilized the rivers. Now, nobody intended that. And we need to look at the feedback loops, not just the arrows that go one way, but the arrows that go the other way. The more the wolves eat the elk, the less elk there are, therefore there are less wolves, but then the less wolves there are, the elk come back, and so you get this dynamic process going on. And one has to really understand that deeply to figure out if it's a system or not. What about these two others? I'm looking here at the worst traffic jam in history. Believe me, this is an amazing thing. It was 12 days, took 12 days to resolve, and it was 100 kilometers long. And what caused it? Just one simple behavior issue. And that is people being too close to each other and then tapping on the brakes too hard. And if you do that, that behavior propagates through the entire traffic stream and can lead to a massive traffic jam. Just that one simple rule of behavior of being too close to the car in front and then tapping on the brakes too hard. On the right, you see a phenomenon called the murmuration of starlings. Other birds do it too. Starlings are the most beautiful. And you can see this amazingly intricate and complex pattern. But guess what? That pattern is produced entirely by just 3 very simple rules of behavior. The rules of behavior that the birds follow are move to the center, follow your neighbor, and don't collide. Just those 3 simple rules. And what I want to take away from this is that these are natural systems, but their lessons do generalize to education systems, and I'll say why in a second. And again, what's important is the quality of the links between the boxes and the interactions between the agents, the units that are here, not the quality of each box. You cannot infer the nature and beauty of a murmuration by looking at the behavior of any one bird. You have to look at it collectively. And the rules may be explicit or implicit. Let me just go quickly. Oh, importantly, each actor does not have to be aware of the overall intention for the system to work. They just have to follow the behavioral rules that apply to them, and they have to interact in a productive way. Now, I don't want to make ECD seem too industrialized by saying, well, all you have to do is do your job, but that's a big part of it. People have to do their jobs, and they have to interact with each other kindly and yet intelligently and productively, and be accountable to each other. And feedback loops are important. So if the people who promised that they would put a certain issue into the assessment, and they promised that to the teacher training system, to the in-service teacher training system, and the teacher training system starts getting ready to see whether to help the teachers implement that change, but that change, the curriculum people don't produce it, where's the accountability there? So just as a reminder, you need to look at the links. And I'll do a quick case study of Peru that highlights some of these issues. It'll be a little bit similar to what was done in the case of Seychelles, but there may be some interesting differences. And anyway, it's also useful to hit upon the same themes a few times. And some of these slides I actually stole from my predecessor, Amanda de Vercelli, with whom I've collaborated on some of these things. So I'm going to go fairly quickly over these, but I want to draw your attention here to how the pyramid of enrollment in Peru looked in 1995, with these light blue bars being enrollment and the dark blue bars being population. They're very similar to what South Africa was doing in the mid-90s, where you had this massive over-enrollment in the first few grades, and that was a failure at the foundation of the system. Nick Taylor called it, I think, stumbling at the first step. Or falling at the first hurdle or something like that, way back in the mid-90s. And now look at the system in Peru today, and South Africa, by the way, has done pretty much something like this, not quite as perfectly as Peru, but pretty well. So it's a sign of great success to have a highly stable and regularized enrollment structure. And all the key systems dynamics improved in Peru. If you look at for example, the enrollment ratio in pre-primary went up gradually. The over-enrollment in grade 1, which is this blue line, went down and kept going down until it approaches a perfect level of 100 and so on. So very successful. And today, Peru is at the top of the Latin American league table. And a lot of that was accomplished by paying attention to ECD, but also the foundational years. And so how did they do it? More resources to the MOH. This is different from what's happening in South Africa. It doesn't matter too much. The point is more resources to health, not necessarily to the Ministry of Health, but to health issues. Pregnancy all the way to ECD, expansion of health insurance, conditional cash transfers, and malnutrition strategies, and so on. The second point is extremely tight bureaucratic coordination. I already talked about this. All the ministries that are interacting with the child were set up into an interministerial commission of social affairs, and it's one of the most successful cases in the world of doing that. This commission had real authority to hold the sectoral ministries very accountable to each other. And it was targeted, focused on the 40% of the poorest districts in the country. And the integration was tightly zipped down to the district level, from the national level all the way down to the district level. And the zipping together of those services happened most tightly at the district level. That's where it needs to happen. Let me just move on fairly quickly. Budgeting and expenditure, they engaged in results-based financing, but importantly, not necessarily in terms of the outcomes, but in terms of processes. So reward people for having good process we can get more into why that is, because if you do it too much in terms of outcomes, there can be a gaming of the indicators that can be perverse. They improved their data system, the unique child ID and child tracking, and perhaps also importantly, they developed a very thick, what I would call a thick array of services targeted at particular needs. So there was preschool provided for ages 3 to 5. There were jardines, gardens, like kindergartens, or regular formal preschools run by teachers in both public and private settings. Pronoe, non-formal, offered sometimes in isolated rural areas. Teachers were, in some of these systems, teachers were often themselves mothers. Again, Ms. Ned talked about that. It's a characteristic that I see in a lot of countries is some kind of, empowering mothers and other people from the communities to provide things in a well-regulated framework and with public finance. So that you don't throw the communities out there to be by themselves. You provide them with a supportive regulatory framework, not a punitive one. And although there may need to be some sticks too if people violate the rules. Supportive and with finance. There was a child care service, Servicio Cuidado Diurno, daytime child care service, and a home visiting service for coaching parents and families. Individually visiting the families quite frequently, and then monthly group visits. So tight curricular continuity between all of the above amongst each other, but also curricular continuity with the foundation grades, the grades 1, 2, and 3, to make sure that all that is a tight whole. And then tight integration of all the key inputs, provider training, materials, assessment funding, so that the pedagogical content of all those things is tightly integrated, and you don't have the curriculum doing one thing and the assessment system doing another thing. There were strong authoritative bureaucratic mechanisms that could exert accountability from the leaders of the sections on in-service training, materials development, and so on, to sort of force them to work with each other and hold them accountable to work with each other. There was a strategic engagement of the non-state sector, the communities, and so on, strong quality assessment and support. We heard about that in Ned's, Ms. Ned's, the presentation from Seychelles. And teacher, provider, and performance standards, fairly merit-based hiring and promotion. So you don't get promoted just by being in the system for a bunch of years. You have to actually do a good job. And importantly, this is a difference with South Africa, was how the expenditure prioritization of pre-primary versus primary. You can see those top two lines are South Africa and Peru. I think, yes, for primary. And then the bottom two lines are pre-primary in Peru and South Africa. The blue line is Peru, and the green line is South Africa. So unless these numbers are wrong, and I'm not lying to you on purpose, but maybe the numbers are wrong, South Africa just hasn't prioritized it. I mean, you can't do that much if your budget is that low. And the way, by the way, the way Peru did it was, as they controlled the enrollment pyramid and got kids out of grades 1, 2, and 3 in a sense, because they were flowing through better, and you didn't have that huge over enrollment bulge in grades 1, 2, and 3. They shifted the money that they were saving there into pre-primary. Now, South Africa controlled that over enrollment bulge some years ago, and the hope was that they would be able to free up resources to deal with early childhood, and I'm not sure that has happened. But I could be wrong, because I haven't worked in your country for quite a few years. But my sense is that a bit of that is going on. So just to finalize with the key takeaways, integration and tight coordination of inputs. The curriculum, teacher training, materials, funding, all that needs to be a seamless whole. And the people that are in charge of things need to be accountable to each other, and there needs to be accountability of all the inputs to the same DDG. At some point, there needs to be either a committee or chaired by a DDG or something like that is forcing all those people to work together and holding them accountable to himself or herself, but also holding them accountable to hold each other accountable. And that's something that's often missing. You don't want to be too hierarchical. Prioritize funding for primary, from primary toward ECD, as the primary is streamlined, which I think Peru did very well. I'm not sure South Africa has done it very well. And then a huge variety of services for a variety of needs, but tightly coordinated and tightly in a regulatory and coherent framework. And the reason for this is that in all societies that I've ever studied, the marginalized differ from each other almost as much as they differ from the average. That's an important concept. Poor people, let's say below the 40th percentile of the income distribution, are very different from each other. They're not just different from the rich. And so you need a variety of services that can cater to that diversity that you find particularly in the bottom 40% of the income distribution. And what many countries do is they use and they partner with communities, NGOs, faith-based institutions, and so on. Integration down the decentralization structure, zippered all the way from the national level right down to the school or district or care unit level. Standards and measurement, a very big deal. Measuring quality results, again, Ms. Nads pointed this out, not just inputs. You can't just focus on inputs. You have to use indices of child development to track what's going on. Some room for results-based financing and innovative financing, especially for innovations and innovators, not necessarily for recurrent funding. I hope I didn't take too much time. Nobody interrupted me, so I'm assuming I did more or less okay. You can reach me at this email address if you like. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Crouch. And first, I must apologize for my diction and calling you something that didn't sound like economist, but thanks for taking it with a pinch of salt. And thank you for your presentation. I think there were some really powerful analogies of dynamic systems and how we should think about them. I think there were also some really important takeaways from how a country like Peru has managed to animate all of the different inputs to make real progress. And I think your points around coordination and accountability are really critical to making processes work. So I think that you've given all of us a lot of food for thought. So thank you for that. I'm going to check now, because I know we are quite substantially over time, if there is still a little bit of time for some questions, or if we'll be moving to the final piece of the program for the day. I'm not sure if anyone can help me on that front. Is there some time for a few questions? Yes? Okay, so we have a few minutes for some input, some questions, some comments, both from online and from the floor. I know that there are a few already that we have online, so I think Terence can help bring a few of those in. And then also, if there are any comments or questions from the floor, we can do that as well. But perhaps, Terence, we can start with some from the online group.
Thank you very much for that, Chair. We've been receiving quite a lot of comments, just positive inputs, really thanking the presentations and commending the presenters from today. The one question that we do have, actually we have a hand that's been raised by Mr. Sfiso Nkomo. So perhaps maybe if the team can allow Mr. Nkomo just to then bring his question in, that'll be the only question that we have from this side, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Tech team, are we able to allow someone from online to bring in their question? Yes? Okay, go for it.
Mr. Nkomo, if you'd unmute, please, and raise your question, sir.
Okay, thanks a lot, Mr. Chairperson. And I'd like firstly to thank all the presenters who presented. Definitely they've said a mouthful of the status of the ECD in South Africa. The first thing that I'd like to highlight or to challenge the minister, because most of this presentation were directed to the department and the gap that exists currently with the system of education versus the ECD. I'd like to challenge the minister in regard to the award. You know, we know that they award teachers for those teachers who have, their students have achieved the higher marks, but we forget about the ECD practitioners who have laid foundation for those students to reach those marks. I challenge the minister to maybe mobilize resources for ECD sector to award, track the student, the overall marks of the student throughout the 10-12 year period in schooling, and check where does that student come from in terms of ECD. And my second question, it's in related to the investment. We know that for a successful ECD community, the government needs to invest in human resources, infrastructure, nutrition and education, and social and psychological support of the upbringing of that particular child. But currently we are not seeing that in government. And with this system changes of shift, you know, I take it like it's a turnaround strategy. And in any time will be an injection of liquidity. What is the department doing to inject more resources to ECD? Because in terms of the presentation that was made by the Holland Foundation, we could see that there's so much that's not done. There is, I cannot say there is political will. There's a little bit of political will, and there's none resources attached to that little bit of political will. What is the political head in terms of Department of Education is going to do to change the system of ECD in South Africa? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for those inputs. I think that's an interesting point around awarding excellence for ECD practitioners and acknowledging the critical role that they've played in setting the foundations for the success of our learners when they reach a milestone like matric. And there'll be a commission tomorrow on foundations for learning where some of these issues can potentially be unpacked in a bit more detail, including the investment and the funding questions. So thank you for raising those points. Terence, are there any more inputs from online or any last inputs from the floor? We have someone at the table in the front here, if we can bring a microphone. If there are any questions, particularly at any of our panelists. I know it seems Amanda has had to excuse herself for another meeting, but to Ms. Ned or Dr. Crouch. Thank you.
All right, thank you and good evening. My name is Dima Katsobabe and I'm coming from United Front in School Governance. My question or input is directed to Ms. Ned. When I was following her on the last input that she made on formalizing diverse ECD delivery and acknowledging and building, I won't go any further. Oh, sorry, I'm short and everybody's saying I'm stand up. My concern is, I know you did a roll call where you were asking who are ECD practitioners. I want to actually acknowledge my grandmother, who was the first ECD practitioner in the Free State, in the Intataise. If Osantan Uhupula Mehu Nonali Intataise in the early 80s, my grandmother was one of those. And the ECD practitioners were even in churches by then, and they were radio stations. And you know, when we are talking, I was sitting here and doing introspection. I know as a grandmother looking for an ECD practitioner, a center for my grandchild, I went to length and I noticed quite a few things. Learners with special needs are not catered, and sometimes people are opening those centers and acting as if they are providing services. That's why I really want to put you in a spotlight to say, yes, you're saying formalize those. Yes, you're saying we must acknowledge and build. But do you really regulate and see that sometimes our kids are being just kept in the ECD centers and doing nothing? They don't even have resources or material that can really see that a child at this stage must be doing this. I will say, I put myself on record. I went to a few in around the area where I stay. One of them turned me off when I was looking for my grandchild's ECD center. They were actually feeding the child from one dish with one spoon. And it was normal. You know, I went there and I was like, wow. And people were taking their kids there, even driving their kids there. So I'm saying, yes, we want to formalize. Yes, we want to empower. Yes, we want to capacitate. But what do we have in place that can really regulate that? And I'll also say, I've got a friend in the Northwest who has an ECD, or supposed to be ECD in special needs. Those people are just eating the DST or mismanaging the funds of ECD, because if you go there, it's like the kids are put in a pigsty. So yes, we want to recognize, yes, we want to build, but can you please regulate those ECDs? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your input. I don't know if okay, should we can take one more hand, but perhaps while the question or inputs is fresh.
I think it's always easier to say we'll regulate. You can't regulate what you don't know. If we don't know where those people are, and they are not going to raise their hands as long as there's no incentive for them to do that. And I think that's the point I was trying to make, that let's enable so that we can regulate. And you incentivize the behaviors that we want. And the funding, it comes back again, what is the basic package of support that they should be getting in order to use the right utensils to do the right things? Are they not trainable? I think they are. Are they not coachable? I think they are. And but that's where the relationships and partnership and collaboration comes in. I cannot have any specific details other than the framing that you can only regulate where you have a relationship. Otherwise, they're hiding. Nobody will find them. So I think that's all I really can say. But there's evidence that when you find them, you determine what is not happening, you engage with them on what should happen, they actually do respond. They do respond.
Thank you, Ms. Ned. And perhaps one final thought on that is that there are some really exciting activities in terms of planning and understanding the sector better, including the ECD census, which the Lego Foundation is very pleased to be partnering with the DBE on, and that project is being concluded in the next few weeks, which will really give us a thorough understanding of what is out there and how we can support and support the sector and help to regulate it going forward. I see DG is here, so I'm assuming we've come to the end of our time.
Thank you, Chair.
We've got one more input, sorry,
yes,
from the back.
Thank you. Chair, I wanted to touch based on the question of regulation. In coding, again, I'm sorry, I'm a policy-driven person, and I respect and I fully support the policies that we have in the country. But the only challenge that we're having as a system is the connectedness. And I want to challenge the Department of Basic Education in terms of realizing and acknowledging that. I won't go back to 2001 ECD white paper policy because I've mentioned it earlier, but I'll take you through the 2015 integrated ECD policy, and I'll code critical areas that are talking exactly to all the challenges that we're raising here. I'll remind you that chapter 6 of that policy is talking about roles and responsibilities, where each and every person or stakeholder that has a part in making sure that early childhood development is what it's supposed to be is clearly defined. Their roles are clearly defined. But the question is, how do we get them? Chapter 7 is talking about leadership and coordination. That's one of the questions that is also raised in one of the commissions. And chapter 10 is talking on human resources, Chairperson. And also, I want to remind the Department of Basic Education that its Department of Higher Education has gazetted a policy in 2017 that is talking as the kind of a teacher that we need in order to be able to make sure that the quality of teaching and learning in the ECD space, taking into consideration birth to 4 is recognized. And I want to challenge the Department of Education again, because EDHET put in money working with EU in capacitating universities so that they can be able to implement that policy. But the Department of Education is quiet as to when these teachers, they become educators. And as much as I understand the word practitioner, and I'm in for practitioner, but they don't want to be called practitioners in order to give them status. They want to be educators. Universities are ready to start implementing the programs, but the department is quiet as to when they finish the ECC
these are all important
diploma,
points
the ECC
that you've raised.
BEd degree. Where are they going to work?
We don't have
Thank you,
sufficient
Chair.
time
I am
to
challenging the
unpack all
department
of these,
to say,
but I
here
think
we are, how can we help you?
there will
Thank you
be
so
time.
much.
Thank you. There will be time tomorrow in some of the commissions to unpack some of these issues that you've raised, and I think which are issues that have come through some of the presentations as well around the real challenges in getting coordination of ECD services to work in a system. And I think that this is something that the country is going to need to grapple with to really find a workable solution. So thank you for raising those issues. And I'm going to conclude the session. Thank you, Minister. Thank you to all of the panelists for making time. We really do appreciate it, and to everyone for staying engaged at this late time of day. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Daudal. Give him a big hand of applause. I really want to profusely apologize to everyone for restraining you on such a important discussion. And I know that you do feel very passionate about ECD. I'm sure you'll have enough time tomorrow to further engage. Let's profusely apologize for that. We just needed to restrain you from continuing until midnight because we need you at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Give yourselves a big hand of applause. You've stayed the course up to so far. I think you can give yourselves a better big hand of applause. So tomorrow morning, we start 9 o'clock sharp. We're not arriving. 9 o'clock because we are in basic education. Punctuality is part of our trademark. Because we are responsible for preparing future citizenry. So it's very important that we here on time. You see, Minister and DM, MECs, HODs are leading us from the front. Give them a big hand of applause. When did we last hear that, the minister is going to speak, she's got another commitment somewhere? You know, from the first minute of the Lekgotla first day, with Deputy Minister and our MECs, they are still here. Give them a big hand of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much. I also want to applaud the organizers, those wonderful guys who've been providing us the technical support. Thank you. You are excellent. Excellent, excellent team. Colleagues, we stand adjourned. Meet tomorrow, 9 o'clock sharp here. Good evening to everyone. Thank you.
Recording stopped.